What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the third part of a story where Issei was betrayed and married Ophis and Gabriel. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into part 3. Chapter 7. Downfall Dragon. Kuo Academy, Journalism Club Hall. At this time an interview was taking place in the Journalism Club room. This interview was being carried out by the president of said club, Shinomiya Motoko. So Hyodo-kun, could you tell us who is this girl? He asked while taking a photo of his jacket and showing it to the camera in a close-up. The brunette raised an eyebrow when he saw this, but then denied it in amusement. This got interesting, the boy thought. Cool University section. Rias looked closely at the image displayed on the screen with a frown. Akeno smiled sweetly, but the black aura that surrounded her was suffocating and dangerous. Ignorant of this, the other students watched everything with great interest, wanting to know how Kuo's so-called ex-pervert had stayed with a girl as beautiful as the blonde in the photograph. Even the professor stopped teaching his class to carefully look at what was happening in the interview. On the other hand, Sona and Tsubaki smiled slightly at the reactions of the redhead and the blackhead. They knew that the slight discomfort they felt was nothing compared to what the brunette went through for his mistakes, so this was a form of remuneration. In the secondary section, the other girls in the Gremry group also saw what was happening, some more affected than others, such as Asuya and Koneko. They were both of those who were most attached to Issei, so seeing him so close to that girl moved their hearts. For their part, Kiba and Gasper were interested in what was happening. They were curious about what the brunette would say after receiving the help of Sona and Rosswise. In the staff room, Azazel could be seen with an amused smile watching what was happening from his computer. "What have you gotten yourself into now, boy?" he mentally asked himself as he smiled more. He saw this as very convenient, especially because of the pair of teachers who approached him from behind to see what was happening, which allowed him to feel their breasts on the nape of his neck and back. "I had heard the rumor, but I didn't think it was true," said a teacher with dark blue hair and glasses. He was wearing a black business suit that hugged his beautiful body. She was the head of the kendo club, Ochihe Mikoto. The other teacher was wearing a dark gray suit that hugged her well-built body, having brown hair and violet eyes with carmine lipstick. So this was what Motoko-chan was talking about so enthusiastically it certainly exceeded the expectations I had, the teacher said. She was the teacher in charge of the journalism club, Asami Kasumi. "Well, it seems that we will find out the answer soon, Mikoto-sensei, Kasumi-sensei," Azazel said with a half-smile. The named ones nodded as they leaned closer to him, much to his enjoyment. In Issei's classroom, Professor Sasagawa had also turned on the projector so that his students could comfortably see this event. The professor was smiling slightly. He already knew that this would happen at some point, but he didn't think it was a live interview. Now your question would be answered. What motivated your student to this enormous change? Journalism club room. The black-haired woman held the photo in front of the camera, and then gave it to the brunette's hand. He took her to observe her with a soft gaze. It showed him and Tsukimi very close as they looked into each other's eyes. The brunette smiled at the image. "Well, her name is Tsukimi, and she is my wife," he said while returning the photo to the black-haired girl. She denied it instantly. "Keep it, I have more copies. On the other hand, your answer intrigues me. According to my research you are 17 years old, so it is not possible that you got married, not until you were 18, the girl explained seriously. Murayama and Kate seemed a little relaxed about not being the main target of the questions, but they paid full attention to what the boy would answer. He looked at her with slight seriousness, then put the photo in his jacket, adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly confident. "Surprise me with your deduction, Motoko-senpai," the brunette said while the shine of the glasses hid his eyes. The named girl looked surprised, before smiling defiantly. "Well, taking into account your age and the feelings conveyed by the look of both of you in the photo, I would say that you are currently engaged and are just waiting for the right moment to get married. Am I wrong?" These were the words of the girl exposing her theory. The brunette widened his smile a little more. "Interesting, I'm really surprised by your level of deduction," the brunette said, crossing his arms. The black-haired girl smiled confidently as she puffed out her chest proudly. "But I'm sorry to tell you that you're wrong, since Tsukimi is my wife," the brunette said with a softer smile. This confused everyone in general. I don't understand, the black-haired girl said rather doubtfully. The boy smiled a little more. Let's say I met someone influential who granted us an official marriage. We just need to do the ceremony, the brunette said, laughing lightly. Nobody expected this. Even you must know that in some places marriage is legal from the age of 17. The person who kindly helped us is one of the most influential people in a similar place, the boy finished explaining when he saw the growing doubt in the girl's face. This explanation was immediately accepted by the spectators, while the Gremry group felt their hearts shrink at this possibility. I see. So can you tell us how you met her? The girl asked after getting over her surprise. The boy smiled with slight nostalgia. Well, I have been taking part-time jobs on weekends for a long time, but a few months ago I was able to get a job with better pay and more flexible hours, so I only work certain days a week, the boy began to explain. I understand that your academic level rose enormously almost 3 months ago, so you only attend classes on certain random days that gives you free time for a job during the week. I see, the girl deduced with a thoughtful expression. The boy nodded to what the black-haired woman said. Yes, I began to think about my future for a long time, so I focused on my studies while I looked for a compelling reason to work hard, in addition to making my parents proud. Then I met her, the brunette continued speaking. Murayama and Kate looked quite impressed. They never expected that way of seeing things from the boy. Unknowingly, all the students and teachers watching the interview had the same train of thoughts. She had requested the service from the company where I worked, so when I went to place the order, we met. Although I did not know that she was the client, nor did she know that I was the employee that the company sent, he said as his expression became serious. This caught the attention of the girls present, the boys' classmates, and the Gremry group who were watching everything in their respective classrooms. Did something happen, Hyodo-kun? Motoko asked when she saw that expression on the boy's face. The brunette nodded seriously. When I was close to my destination, I saw how a group of beings surrounded a girl with no good intentions. This was something I could not allow, so I had to intervene instantly, the boy explained, hardening his gaze a little. This surprised everyone who knew him even more. At least to those who never saw that type of expression from the boy. Thanks to the fact that I know self-defense, it wasn't difficult for me to get rid of them, although I must say, Tsu-chan has high combat skills. But those guys were too many for her, and knocking out a third of them visibly tired her, she said while her expression softened. He was giving them a modified explanation of what really happened, remembering the situation where he met his blonde girlfriend. On the other hand, this comment caught the attention of the trio of girls who were with him. Now I understand how you defeated those guys yesterday even though they were more than you, Hyodo, Murayama said with a serious face. I see, many witnessed it but others said it wasn't true. Now I see that the rumor was true, said the black-haired girl, looking at the duo of girls. Their leader was quite skilled. Kaori-chan couldn't do anything to him with her shurnai, Kate explained with an expression of slight regret. The named one only snorted in annoyance. She did not expect that this guy to have such advanced knowledge of kendo. He still remembered how he pinned her down with his bare hands. So what happened next, Hyodo-kun? Motoko asked the brunette. After that she thanked me, so as compensation for the help she invited me to eat. At first I wanted to refuse, but the look of a determined woman is quite convincing, she said, looking away. This made most of the men watching the interview nod while the women just smiled smugly. While we were waiting for our orders we started talking to kill time. I must say that I really enjoyed the conversation. When it was time to say goodbye I asked him for a certain direction where I should go, which to my surprise was his, the brunette explained with a funny smile. This caught the attention of the trio of girls present and the Gremry girls. When I finished my job, she made a contract with me so that I would be her request of trust every time she wanted an order. Some time later I changed jobs, but we continued to have contact, so the friendship we had became something more. At the same time she motivated me to become someone in life, and for that reason I made an effort to improve my grades, the brunette said seriously. This answered one of the doubts that those who knew his former reputation had. For their part, the Gremry group understood the true message in that response. Everything indicated that he had met her during one of his contracts with the Gremry clan, and the boy made a good impression, so the girls signed a contract with him. For that reason every time she requested his presence they got closer to him. Rias remembered Sona's comment when they took that bath together. Apparently her hypothesis was right, and the mystery girl was a contractor. I must say that your story is quite surprising, the black-haired woman said with a small, satisfied smile. Thanks to my academic level and my efforts, I managed to get a good job, so a month ago I was able to buy a house where we currently live together, he added while scratching his cheek with sadness. This left several of the spectators with their mouths open. I see, the reason you put effort into your studies and improving as a person is to give you a good quality of life. You have really surprised me with this revelation, the black-haired woman explained with a serious expression. The brunette nodded with a soft smile. Yes, the current company where I work asks me for academic excellence. That's why I make an effort in my exams, so that Suchan doesn't lack anything, the boy said while adjusting his glasses. This surprised everyone again. Then the interviewer smiled evilly. By the way, have they already done it? The girl asked. The brunette was caught off guard by the suddenness of his question, although he had already expected it at some point during the interview. For their part, the girls watching the interview instantly blushed at the black-haired girl's question. On the other hand, the men had mixed reactions, from cursing at Issei, blushing and even nosebleeds. Rias, Akeno, Koneko and Zenobia were the most affected by that question, at least more than Ravel, Asia and Irina. Back at the interview, the brunette recovered from the shock of the question, although a faint blush adorned his cheeks. I'm sorry to have to keep the answer to myself, Motoko-senpai, but out of respect for my wife I won't answer, he said with a serious expression. This response made a great impression on all the girls, improving the boy's image in their eyes. Some men nodded in agreement, at least those who had girlfriends, while others cried comically while looking at the brunette's image with hatred. Among these were Matsuda and Motohama. I understand, and that's why I respect your opinion. So how long have you been married? Was the girl's comment before changing her question. 1 month. When I bought the house we had a dating relationship, until that person contacted me and we formalized the union, the brunette answered. The girl nodded at the answer. How old is she? Where is it from? What did your parents say? How did yours take it? The girl began to ask without stopping. The audience and the interviewees had a drop on the back of their necks at this. The brunette sighed before answering. She will be 18 very soon, just like me. Tsukumi was born in Tokyo. The fact that she looks like a foreign girl is because one of her ancestors was from France. Her parents, they died a long time ago. As for mine, they don't know her in person, but they already know that I have a wife. So I hope to have a family dinner with them at some point, he responded with a pause between each answer to the black-haired girl's questions. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable knowing that the girl's parents had passed away, something Motoko let her know. Hyodo, I'm sorry for digging into such personal things, the girl began, quite embarrassed. Don't worry, you didn't know anything and it's normal that you asked that question, the boy told him with a reassuring smile. This surprised her quite a bit, and then she smiled with relief at what the boy said. So let's continue. Since when can you play the guitar? The girl asked with recovered spirits. When I was little I took classes, but I stopped playing a year before entering Kuo, the boy answered honestly. And so more questions were raised. The rest of the interview was less problematic, so to speak, since the black-haired woman asked him things about his job, what his parents thought about his current life, where exactly he lived, what his future aspirations were, and so on. So, the brunette answered everything without problems, although he omitted to say where he lived, something for which the Gremry girls and other women cursed under their breath. Then he asked the brunette's companions their opinion regarding the boy's new me. I must say that the change he achieved makes me respect him as a man, the brunette said with a serious expression. I'm sure that the entire female population thinks that Kaori-chan supported the black-haired woman. The boy was greatly surprised by his partner's words. I really like the new Hyodo, the pink-haired woman said this time with a small smile. 1. She was crossing her arms as she nodded with her eyes closed. Then his eyes widened as he reviewed his words and realized what he said. Wait. I meant that I like him as a person. I didn't mean it any other way, he exclaimed with a completely red face while moving his arms quickly. This had several reactions. Motoko looked at her slyly, something that made the girl blush even more. Murayama looked at her with strange pity. The brunette had a drop on the back of his neck. In the different rooms where they saw what was happening, everyone laughed lightly at the scene, especially the girls who knew the pink-haired girl. Don't worry, I understand that the new Hyodo-kun draws your attention a lot. Just look at this, the girl said while standing behind the boy. When did you get there? It was the question the boy asked himself mentally. Then he felt his jacket being opened and his shirt lifted in a single movement. In front of the camera and to the delight of the female population, his well-formed torso was left exposed. Several girls turned red as tomatoes, while others fell unconscious due to a powerful nosebleed. For their part, the men felt quite self-conscious at such a vision, especially Matsuda and Motohama. In the teacher's lounge, Azazel watched with amusement the reaction of both teachers, who looked at the boy's abdomen with a huge blush. Rias and the other girls also saw this with extremely red blushes, at least those who were shy about this kind of thing, like Asya, Ravel, Irina and Koniko. Instead, Akeno licked her lips thinking about how much punishment she could withstand before moaning hoarsely Akeno-sama just for her. 2. For her part, Rias gained a longing shine in her eyes before she lost herself in her imagination, where a brunette claimed her on their wedding night. Finally, Zenobia nodded at what her eyes saw, thinking about the moment when she would start having children with him, which would undoubtedly be a great experience. In the boy's classroom, his classmates couldn't believe what the brunette had saved so far. Ara. I didn't know that Hyodo was so well built. I wonder how it would feel to run my hands over that sexy abdomen and that manly chest, Kiryu said in a seductive tone. The girls who heard this couldn't take it anymore and fainted, since they imagined that it was their hands that were running over the boy's body. Seeing this, the brunette with glasses started to laugh quite amused. The teacher saw this with a drop on the back of his head. Apparently there were also closet perverts among the girls. 1. Back at the interview, the brunette blushed slightly when he felt how the girl ran her hands on his torso in a slow and suggestive way. Wow, I can't describe this feeling. I have never felt something like this in my entire life, he explained with a slightly lascivious smile and a huge blush. Murayama and Keitase were quite blushing at the sight of the boy's abdomen. The pinkette looked at him almost hypnotically, enthralled by the sight of what she would describe as a real man. On the other hand, the blushing brunette ran through each muscle in an analytical way. She could realize that that defined body was not the result of exercise in a gym, but of exhaustive training in a discipline. The question was of what? When she felt it had been enough, the brunette pulled down the boy's shirt and returned to her seat. Mao, I'm really starting to feel envious of Tsukiomi-san, he explained with a small pout. This comment brought the entire female population back from their reverie, reminding them that the boy was married. This caused great disappointment to most. The Gremry girls felt their chests tighten again as they remembered that. That was a little uncomfortable, the boy said as he buttoned his jacket. Anyway, we are about to finish the interview with Hyodo Issei, but we can't say goodbye without first having something for us. What do you say, Hyodo-kun? The black-haired woman explained, looking at him with a sly smile. 1. The brunette blinked doubtfully, before seeing how the girl had pulled out a guitar from who knows where. A drop appeared on the back of his neck because of it. Well, if you ask for it, I don't see any problem, he said, taking the instrument. I thank Urara Kenkun for kindly lending me his guitar, the girl said suddenly as she joined her hands and closed one eye flirtatiously towards the camera. The image of the boy in question came to the brunette's mind. Try hard, Hyodo-kun, while giving him a thumbs up and hugging his girlfriend with his free hand, who was smiling in a gesture of support. The brunette let out a small sigh, before smiling slightly. Whatever, he said while closing his eyes. There was a certain uncertainty throughout the school about what the boy would sing next. His left hand formed a chord and gave a simple, slow strum. The sound produced was correct, so he took a deep breath preparing for what he would sing. He mentally thanked Sona for having foreseen this, so he already had a song prepared in advance from the day before. Then he opened his eyes and started playing. Unlike the songs he had played before that were based on arpeggios, this time he started strumming from the beginning, plus his left hand moved more as he changed chords more frequently. This caught the attention of all the viewers of such a scene. Then he started singing. A certain brunette opened her eyes when she heard the lyrics, remembering things from the childhood she lived with the boy. On the other hand, the girls who saw the boy sing felt their cheeks hot. They had all stopped blinking so as not to miss a single second of this moment. The teachers also showed enormous surprise on their faces when they saw this, since the videos from the previous day were only seen by the students and not by the teachers. The brunette had been carried away by the song. Since he heard the music of this band, he wanted to play some songs, but he was never able to do so as he had abandoned the guitar in pursuit of the dream of forming a harem. When he looked for songs to play at the festival, he was reunited with his music, so he looked for the chords and rehearsed the songs for his personal enjoyment. Playing them with an audience was something I was greatly enjoying at the moment. This phrase caused a general discomfort in the girls of the Gremry group, who were beginning to think that perhaps they had made a serious mistake. This was because they began to feel the boy more and more distant. Added to this was that the feelings they had for their current boyfriends were true, so they were at a crossroads since they did not want to lose the brunette, but they also did not want to lose their boyfriends. That's why they wanted to find the boy so they could talk to him and explain the reason for their actions, so that he would wait for them and show him that nothing they were doing was in vain. Without knowing it or meaning it, this sentence hit Rias and the others' hearts hard. Love denied meant the friendship would die. Irina had another shudder at this. Now I have seen the light. These memories make me cry. They all felt a lump in their throat. Without her classmates or Asya and Zenobia noticing, the pigtail brunette was shedding tears because that fragment hurt her a lot, added to the fact that she felt as if her bond with the boy no longer existed. When the song finished, the boy looked at the black-haired girl, who looked at him with stars in her eyes. Then she heard a couple of applauses, turning to see her classmates applauding her for the great act. The boy smiled before bowing slightly. Sona was smiling when she saw the hurt expressions on Rias and Akeno's faces. No doubt the boy had put his finger in the wound, but seeing his expression when the song ended, she was sure that that had not been his intention at all. She had seen the list of songs the boy had prepared. When she asked him why those songs were special, he told her. "These songs are incredible, plus they sound good on acoustic guitar," he said while smiling at her as he knows how. Sona denied in a funny way. Without a doubt her boyfriend was someone extremely interesting and cute. She had to suppress a giggle when she saw him sneeze at the screening. Back to the interview. "Are you okay, Hyodo-kun?" Motoko asked. "Yes, it's just that someone must be talking about me somewhere," he responded, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. In Sona's living room, the all for honor mention sneezed. "If you say so, getting back to the topic, it really is much better to see you live than through a video," he said while smiling softly. "Thanks, I really appreciate your comment," the boy responded, returning the smile. "It's true, without a doubt watching Hyodo play is stimulating," the brunette said. "An exciting Hyodo, play another one please," the pink-haired girl asked this time, joining her hands in supplication. The brunette smiled at her, making her blush at the gesture. "Well, after all that I planned to do," he said while putting on a soft and serene expression. Murayama, Keitase and Motoko watched fascinated as Issei reflected in intoxicating tranquility, which gave it a touch of mystery that caught their attention. "I hope you like this," he said out of nowhere while looking at the camera with a small smile. Then he started strumming. "You're beautiful, James Blunt." The rhythm was accompanied by a slight arpeggio that emulated the signature sound of the song, something that surprised those who knew about music, since it was extremely difficult to achieve that with a single guitar. For their part, the girls recognized the song, especially those who liked everything that was romantic, but they also had many doubts about why the boy had said that, all except two people. Tsubaki looked at her, King, with a sly smile, while she tried to ignore her, but the noticeable blush indicated that she was really affected by what her, Queen, was implying. In two other rooms, the Gremory males had also understood what the boy was saying, so they both smiled at the brunette's gesture for his girl. The girls bobbed their heads in a slow rhythm enjoying the song. Even the Gremory girls got lost in the lyrics. But of all of them, it was Sona who looked at the boy in the projection with a soft expression and a slight blush, then she closed her eyes and let herself be carried away by the voice of the boy she loved. The brunette continued strumming while humming, drawing sighs from the girls. This did not go down well with the Gremory girls. Obviously, it never occurred to them that one day the brunette would attract female attention to him, as well as that he would stop being a pervert or have some talent, something that left a bad taste in their mouths when they understood that there were things about the boy that they didn't know. When he finished, the three girls in the studio gave him their applause, so the boy bowed slightly again. For her part, Sona felt embarrassed since she wanted to kiss her boyfriend because of the beautiful song he dedicated to her, something she never expected to experience. She knew the song was for her, as she was the only one of the girls at school. "Incredible, I'm really starting to feel jealous of Mrs. Hyodo," Motoko said jokingly. The boy just laughed lightly. "Well, time is up, cool students and teachers, don't forget to read our newspaper with exclusive information and first-class material that was not included in this interview," said the girl looking at the camera. The brunette and the girls sighed in relief. "But before that, Hyodo couldn't play one last song," he asked the boy. He smiled as he repositioned himself. "This is for the girls of this academy, at least those who have accepted that I am no longer a pervert," he said with a serene smile. This surprised most of the female population, since apparently he knew that there were still some girls who talked behind his back about pretending to be a good boy and that he was still his usual pervert. Like last time, the strumming was accompanied by an arpeggio to emulate the tone of the original song. It should be said that the girls suppressed a squeal when they recognized the song, while others looked at it dreamily with heart-shaped eyes. This instantly made all the girls think of the boy's old behavior. They all felt their hearts warm at such phrases. They all felt as if the boy was apologizing to them for what he had done in the past. Even those who did not believe in said change felt their hearts soften and looked at the boy softly. All the girls in the academy felt their hearts beating strongly in each phrase of the song. In this part, the image of the girl in the photograph came to everyone's mind, while the girls who witnessed the moment remembered the aura that had surrounded the couple at that moment. This made everyone mentally thank her for giving direction to the boy's life. As an extra bonus, a feeling of utmost respect arose in all the girls for the blonde. The Gremery girls also felt uncomfortable about it, since in each classroom they noticed how their classmates looked at the brunette and sensed what was going on in their heads. "This was all amazing," said the president of the journalism club. The last thing that was seen was the applause of the girls in the studio before the broadcast ended. After that, a deep silence reigned in each classroom of Kuo Academy, before the girls and some boys began to comment on what they had seen. The teachers had to ask for order when they had overcome the information to resume their classes. Rias bit her thumb. She needed answers and the wait for lunchtime was taking forever. His gaze fell on Sona, who was making notes of what the teacher indicated. Sensing the redhead's gaze, she looked up to see some desperation on her childhood friend's face, so she smiled reassuringly. She thanked the gesture before returning to class, although she blinked a little when she noticed the ornament in her friend's hair, but she dismissed it. Akeno also showed a worried expression, but seeing Rias and Sona's action, she also relaxed a little. She also noticed Sona's ornament, and wondered where she got it from or if it had been a gift from someone important. She knew that Sona was not someone who liked to wear flashy accessories, so the beautiful brooch in the shape of twin dolphins was a mystery to her. Without further ado, he turned his attention to the teacher. Journalism club room. The brunette and his companions left said club after finishing the interview. Currently they were at the door ready to go to class, at least in the case of the girls. "Thanks for your cooperation, Hyodo-kun," the girl thanked with a small smile. "No need to, Motoko-senpai, it was a pleasure," the boy responded. "Thanks to you, Kaori-chan, you helped me a lot," she said, now addressing her brunette friend. "Don't worry, that's what friends are for," the girl responded. Then the three of them said goodbye to the black-haired girl and disappeared into the hallways. She entered the club again and checked the audience ratings she had on her computer. He had to suppress a squeal of excitement as he noticed that it was a full audience. Even the maintenance staff witnessed it. He hoped that the newspaper would have the same acceptance, so he saved the other photos and certain details to print it there and gain the attention of the students. With a satisfied smile, she leaned back on her desk. Hallways of Kuo Academy. The brunette walked at a calm pace while following a certain duo of girls. "We'll see you later, Murayama Kates," he said before turning down a hallway and getting lost. Those names turned around, but they no longer saw him, and when they checked the hallway where he had gone, he was already turning towards another. "Hyodo is a mystery, don't you think?" said the pink-haired girl. "Yes," the brunette responded in a serious tone. She wanted to find out more about the boy. After those comments, both girls returned to their classroom. Music club room. The brunette was resting, lying on a stone for all while waiting for the others. Then a magic circle appeared in his ear. "What a show you gave, boy," he heard the unmistakable voice of the professor in charge of the occult club say. "Azazel-sensei," he pronounced, opening his eyes. "Yo boy, I just wanted to inform you that today you will receive interesting visitors," the former governor of Grigori suddenly said. This caught the boy's attention. He really didn't know what to expect. "Anyway, after school we will go to your residence in the underworld," he said before cutting the communication. The brunette crossed his arms with a thoughtful expression. "What do you think Drake is?" he asked his tenant. "I don't know, but I hope it's something interesting," the dragon responded. Without further ado, he settled back down on the couch to fall asleep. Lunchtime. Occult Research Club building. At this time, Sona and Tsubaki meet the Gremery group. She was carrying a folder with the information that Rias asked about the brunette's wife. The girls from the Gremery group seemed quite anxious. He had to suppress a smile at that. "As you requested, here is the information you required, Rias," he said as he approached her desk and handed her the folder. Rias took it with some nervousness. I had to make a big sacrifice to get it, so I hope you don't do something stupid, he said while adjusting his glasses. The redhead nodded to what her friend said, before staring at the clip in Sona's hair. Sona, I've had this doubt since this morning. Where did you get that brooch? He asked, pointing to the accessory. The other girls at the club also noticed the beautiful piece of jewelry, wishing that their boyfriends would give them something similar. The brunette smiled slyly before heading towards the exit, followed by Tsubaki. Then he stopped at the door. It's a gift from my boyfriend, she said as she turned slightly. She smirked as she saw the dumbfounded faces of all the girls, as well as the discreet smiles on Kiba and Gaspar's faces. See you later, Rias, he said, leaving the room. See you later, Yudo-kun. Tsubaki said goodbye with a cute smile and a slight blush. The all for honor mentioned smiled at him with some shyness and a blush. See you later, Tsubaki, the boy responded. Then both Citri girls left the club. If Rias and the others weren't petrified by the news that Sona Citri had a boyfriend, then they would have realized what was happening between their peerages, Knight and Sona's Queen. When they managed to get over the surprise, Rias stood up from her seat and wanted to stop Sona, only to realize that she froze with shock for several minutes and Sona had left the building. Letting out a sigh, the redhead sat back down at her desk. The rest also came out of their daze. Then Akeno looked meaningfully at her king. Rias, what does the information given by Sona say? He asked with great seriousness. The redhead took the folder in her hands, then opened it and found a document with information. Koneko, Asia, Zenobia, Ravel and Irina paid all their attention to what the girl would say. Then the redhead began to read the content aloud. Name: Hyodo Issei. The mention of that name caused general unrest. Age: 17 years. Parents: Sahashi Minato and Sahashi Miya, deceased. Marital status: married. Relationships: Hyodo Issei, husband. Address: private. Nationality: Japanese, French. He has a normal life in the human world, since his parents left him a pension that he receives monthly and allows him to live comfortably. Rias and the others expected to see more information in it, such as the school he studied at or any job he had, however that was not included. They were also intrigued by the fact that the address was not listed, therefore they will not be able to talk to her or locate Issei. Then Rias noticed another leaf behind that one. So she started to read it when she noticed that it also had information about her. Name: Hyodo Issei. Race: human. Age: 17 years. Parents: Sahashi Minato and Sahashi Miya, deceased. Race: human. Marital status: married. Relationships: Hyodo Issei, husband. Address: private. Nationality: Japanese, French. This surprised everyone, since the information was practically the same. But Rias continued reading. Abilities: water control comparable to the members of the Citri clan. Her family was attacked as a child by fallen angels and demons. It is known that her parents died defending her. Yet she does not hate any of those races and decided to have something to defend herself by learning magic. His knowledge of the supernatural is limited to the history of the three factions and other mythologies, so he is unaware of recent events and leads a quiet life in the human world. She is currently married to the current Sekyute, Hyodo Issei, although she is unaware of the extent of his achievements and his importance in the underworld, limiting herself to knowing that she is married to a good man who cares about her and her well-being. This was the information that the redhead had read. The rest of the girls remained silent, since apparently the girl named Tsukiyomi was not an ordinary person. They also didn't expect her to have that past, but above all that she didn't hate any of the races related to the death of her parents. On the one hand they felt a little empathy and respect, but on the other they saw her as an intruder who wanted to snatch the brunette away from their side. The redhead looked at Seraphal Leviathan's signature on the document, understanding what Sona said about a great sacrifice. On the other hand, that meant that not even a Mao could find out the Hyodo's residence, so possibly the brunette didn't want to be contacted. She frowned at that possibility. After all, he was still her pawn, so he had to contact her at some point. The rest of the girls had a similar train of thought. What do you think of all this, Rias? The black-haired girl asked. She put her hand on the bridge of her nose. I'm sure he will have to make contact with us at some point, then he will explain many things to us. Besides that, only I can be his wife since he is still my fiancé, she said with a serious and annoyed expression. The black-haired girl nodded, although some concern could be seen in her and all the others. Dragon Castle. Issei emerged from a magic circle at the doors of his home. The rest of the day had passed calmly after the interview, and the rehearsal with the boys was as usual, although what happened in the interview was widely discussed among them. Thus the school day ended without further events. Right now he had entered his residence, although he couldn't help but open his eyes when he noticed certain familiar auras in the place. When he arrived at the castle's living room, he could see Azazel sitting comfortably on a throne for all, accompanied by Barakwil and Shemhazai. On another throne for all were the Yandai Mao and Grafia. On the last one were Michael, Metatron, Odin and a Valkyrie that he considered to be his escort. "Yo boy," Azazel greeted in a carefree tone. The brunette blinked in disbelief when he saw the faction leaders in his living room. "I don't want to sound rude, but what are the alliance leaders doing here?" the boy asked in a serious and analytical tone. Then Mao Lucifer stood up from his seat. "Issei-kun, there is something we want to talk to you about," he said with a serious expression. The brunette felt a little uncomfortable and at the same time quite interested. "Then let's go to my personal office," he said as he motioned for them to follow him. The leaders followed him without any complaint. The brunette noticed that the girls were in their rooms, and on his way he met Maya, who gave him a small bow. When they arrived at the place, the brunette showed them in, and they all sat around a table previously prepared by the red-haired maid. "So what is this all about?" the brunette asked seriously. Then Mao Beelzebub was the first to speak. "You see, young Hyodo, we want to make you a job offer," said the green-haired Mao. "Job offer?" he asked, quite interested. "That's right, we want to form a group that carries out difficult missions, a group that is unrelated to DXD, someone who is under the radar and who relates as little as possible to any faction, in short, a group of mercenaries with no apparent affiliation," he explained Mao Beelzebub. "We have had small problems with groups originating from the Cows Brigade. They move between the territories and it is difficult to find them. DXD would not help by attracting a lot of attention," said this time the governor of Grigori, Shemhazai. "We want a group that moves without attracting attention," Mao Lucifer added. "With your current group it is possible, plus your alter ego will help a lot," Azazel said this time in a serious tone. "I see," the boy mused thoughtfully. "It will sound strange, but Spectra Phantom could become a character with a lot of influence in all the factions, especially since I have noticed your intention from the beginning," Azazel said again. This caught the attention of the brunette and the other leaders. "Having failed, you have lost your perversion. I can tell that you want to leave the name of Chichiri behind to build a true reputation, so you hope to get on top like Spectra before revealing yourself to everyone, isn't that right?" Azazel said, smiling smugly. The brunette's face was priceless. Undoubtedly the fallen one had read it right. Surzex and Grafia were also surprised by this fact. The other leaders did not understand much of what was happening, so they were letting things happen and observing everything, seeing where the situation was going. The angels present had noticed that the perversion in Issei's soul had been erased, so they had the question of how that had happened. The fallen had noticed it too, so they were hoping to find out what was happening. Odin also felt it, so he lamented that a brother of perversion had strayed from the path of arrow. Ajuka was looking at everything analytically, Seraphal was still pouting slightly, and Falbium was dozing while everything was happening. Then the brunette adopted a confident expression. "That's right. My current intention is to make a worthy name for myself, in addition to becoming someone important and worthy of respect, especially for Drake, who has been by my side since it all began," said the brunette, adopting a serious expression. Every word he said. The leaders were surprised at the boy's objective. He had certainly matured in this time. "I see, so what do you say to me, young Hyodo? Do you accept?" Mao Beelzebub asked. The other leaders remained silent, waiting for the boy's response. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms, seriously thinking about what he would do next. Then he opened his eyes, showing enormous seriousness. "First I will have to consult with my nobility," said Issei. The leaders nodded at the boy's request, undoubtedly taking their title into account as more than just servants. Surzex, Seraphal, Azazel and Grafia smiled at this. Hyodo Issei's nobility title appeared in a magic circle. Everyone took note of the group members. Michael, Metatron, Seraphal, Ajuka, Barakwil, Shemhazai and Odin were surprised to see an angel in the group. Not only that, but also seeing Griselda with the brunette was incredible. After all, she was Gabriel's Queen of Hearts. This was truly something they never expected. Serzex also showed surprise at this, since even though Grafia had informed him, it was still shocking in several ways. Odin was also extremely surprised to see his former escort in the brunette's group, so remembering the last thing that the white-haired girl told him about having a boyfriend when he returned to Kuo, he was able to connect the dots and was able to find out why she was with him. Girls, the leaders of the three factions and the leader of Asgard have made me a proposal. The boy began to speak with great seriousness. This caught everyone's attention without exception. For several minutes the boy explained the proposal, in addition to clarifying what his objective was from the beginning after having risen in rank in the demonic society. The girls seemed surprised, in addition to understanding the boy's feelings about recovering the good name of the Sekyute for Drake. They still remembered how much being called Chichuri Yudai affected him. When he asked them what they thought about it, they all remained silent, thinking about his words. Then his queen was the first to speak. Issei, you already know my answer. No matter what you decide, I will always support you, Kurumi said in a warm tone. Just like me, my Issei, Rosswise said this time with a cute smile. You have my support, Issei-san, Valerie said with a small smile. Count on me, Issei-kun, Brielle said with a smile and a small blush. The brunette raised an eyebrow at this, but let it go. Naya, Kuroka pronounced with a mischievous smile. As my master, you have my absolute loyalty and support. My sword is at your service, Issei, said the blonde knight, surprising the brunette by calling him by his name. But he also realized that he did it to make it clear that he supported him not only out of obligation, but because he really wanted to. The brunette smiled warmly at this, making her blush slightly at the gesture. I will follow you without hesitation, Griselda said seriously, but a marked blush was appreciated by everyone. The brunette nodded at this, although the exorcist's blush caused him immense doubts. At the boy's curious look, Griselda blushed a little more due to his fixed gaze on her. Count on my support, Issei-sama, Luffy said, smiling with confidence. I too will accept what you decide, Musa said with her gaze slightly lowered and a small blush. Being your wife, my duty is to follow you, Tsukiyomi said with her hands on her waist. The leaders were surprised by the level of respect and trust that the girls felt for the brunette. But the most surprised were the Sky faction and Seraphol, since they noticed the blush and the shy glances directed at the boy by Griselda and the angel of the group. For Michael, it was surprising to see Griselda in that aspect. Without a doubt, the brunette had made a great impression on her. All that remained was to see what reaction Gabriel would have upon seeing the state of his Queen of Hearts. The brunette smiled softly. Thanks, girls, he said before turning to the leaders with great seriousness. They also adopted serious postures. I accept the proposal, from this moment, he said while raising his arm. Then a magic circle emerged at his feet, and then rose, covering him completely. Spectre Phantom is at your service, he said, already transformed into his alter ego. The leaders were surprised at this, but nodded at what the boy said. So boy, could you tell us why your presence feels different? Asked the father of all, Odin. Your draconian presence feels different, and it is not because you have stopped being a demon, Shemhazai pointed out this time. The now blonde took off his electronic mask, focusing his fiery red eyes on them. That's because I became a Detenryu, he said seriously. This response confused several of those present, except for one person. I see, did you perform the ritual? Odin asked in a deadly serious tone. The red-eyed man smiled with slight regret. Yes, or else I would still be wallowing in misery, the boy responded. This really confused the others. Serzex and those who knew about it were surprised that Odin knew about the fall of the dragon. What is Odin Dano talking about? Michael asked, interested. He looked at him seriously. Of the curse of the dragon's heartbreak, the old man said solemnly. Michael raised an eyebrow as he didn't quite understand what the Norse god said. Azazel investigated about it a while ago. I guess it was because of this, Barakwil said while crossing his arms. Seraphol looked at the transformed boy analytically while listening to the conversation of the other leaders. Well, then I'll tell you what I know, Odin said with a serious expression looking at the boy. 15 minutes later, the Norse god told them all about the terrible curse that dragons were prone to when they had a partner. They all had serious expressions knowing what happened to a dragon when it falled. When they looked at the boy, they did so with respect, because having faced his problems head-on and not letting himself be carried away by spite was something worthy of admiration. The boy mentally thanked that those looks were not of pity towards him. I see, seeing the situation you find yourself in, I must assume that the Gremry group is responsible for this to Gozaru, isn't that right? Metatron said in a serious tone. The boy nodded with a neutral expression. Despite how serious he sounded, the seraph did not abandon his ninja-style way of speaking. Do you hold a grudge against them? Barakweel asked this time. The boy smiled at the worried tone in the cadre's voice, since he suspected that his daughter was also involved in it. Not at all. I currently have a professional relationship with them, even though they don't know it's me, he said, pointing to his face. This hinted that Spectra was their cover to deal with the Gremry group. This response calmed Barakweel significantly. I didn't expect anything less from my little Sotan's boyfriend, Seraphol said with great enthusiasm. Surzex and Grafia widened their eyes at such a revelation. They didn't expect the boy to have a relationship with the Citri heiress. In fact, I currently have a serious relationship with 5 girls, the boy said, somewhat uncomfortable because of Seraphol's predatory gaze. This made the leaders blink, who focused their gaze on the 4 girls who raised their hands. Rosswise, Tsukyumi, Kuroka and Kurumi respectively. Everyone analyzed the girls, realizing that even though they were quite beautiful, their power was worth taking into account. Especially Kurumi. Only the 5th girl was missing, which was obviously Sona Citri. I understand that's why you didn't fall completely into the curse and were able to move on, Ajuka said in a serious tone. The boy nodded before returning his appearance to normal. Then it is official. From this moment I declare that the Downfall Dragon project begins, Ajuka said solemnly. Everyone raised an eyebrow at such an unusual name. In response, he limited himself to pointing at Azazel. Everyone looked at him with a flat look. Don't blame me, you must admit that it fits, the former governor said shamelessly. Anyway, as soon as we have the information about some of the groups, we will give you your first mission, Surzex said in a serious tone. The brunette nodded with the same expression. Griselda, how have you been? Michael greeted the exorcist. Michael-sama, the named one answered as she knelt before him. You don't need to do that. I just want to ask you something. Have you heard from Gabriel? I haven't heard from her for more than a month, said the archangel. The exorcist began to sweat lightly at the question. While this was happening, Metatron looked at Brielle suspiciously. Not for nothing did he have his ninja skills for observation. Then the seraphim felt his throat go dry as he realized. He pointed at the angel with a trembling look, but before saying anything his mouth was covered by Azazel, who whispered something in his ear. The brunette and the others saw this with a drop on the back of their necks. Please, the paperwork is killing me. It was the request that caught everyone's attention. Michael had held Griselda's shoulders while she was crying profusely. You could even see dark circles in her eyes. Oni-sama, don't tell me you're only looking for me to take care of the paperwork. The seraph heard a dark voice behind him. Everyone tensed at such a tone. But they instantly overcame their surprise to show expressions of stupefaction and immense shock when they realized who the person who had spoken was. The angel of the Hyodo group stood behind Michael while a black aura surrounded her. The seraph turned around slowly, until he could see the blonde-haired girl glaring at him in a terrifying way. His eyes widened as he understood that this girl was Gabriel, his missing sister. Surzex, Grafia, Seraphol, Ajuka, Barakweel, Shemhazai, Odin and the Valkyrie who was their escort almost dropped their jaws at such a revelation. Huh. It was the general reaction of everyone present. Even Falbium suddenly lost sleep, finding himself awake and wide-eyed with shock. The brunette let out a sigh of resignation. He did not think about Gabriel exposing himself in that way, especially not before the leaders of the alliance of the 3 factions. However, he understood that the other seraphim were not being fair to Gabriel, and that justified his great anger. Gabriel, pronounced the leader of heaven with some caution. Hello, Michael Oni-sama, Metatron Oni-sama, the girl responded with a serious expression, while her seraph aura returned to normal. This confirmed that indeed, Archangel Gabriel was with Hyodo Issei. Instantly, Ajuka, Barakweel, Shemhazai and Odin looked at him with respect and envy, since he had the most beautiful angel in heaven under his command. For their part, Metatron, Surzex, Seraphol, and Grafia still couldn't process it well. They could not conceive that the boy had added Gabriel to his nobility title. Michael almost started to cry with joy at having processed what was happening, but that reaction died when he saw his dear sister's expression, something that made him swallow hard. Why don't you form a team of secretaries to get rid of the less important paperwork? You can classify the level of importance of the documents so that you keep the extremely important paperwork, the fallen in the Hyodo group suggested with a kind smile. Maybe too nice. This made Serzex, Serafal, Ajuka, Michael, Shemhazai and Odin open their eyes, since that had not occurred to them. Although Grigori's case was different. This was because Penemy was the one who was in charge of it, and when she left she broke up the group. Added to this was that none of the other cadres had the experience and ability to form another team that would work so efficiently. However, all the leaders noticed the wisdom in the girl's words as Barakwil and Shemhazai dropped their jaws as they deduced the purple-haired girl's identity. PPP Penemu, they exclaimed with their eyes wide open. She turned to them. Shemhazai Barakwil, long time no see, she said with her eyes half closed, making them swallow hard. Especially when his aura returned to normal, confirming the identity of Grigori's lost cadre. For this reason, they limited themselves to timidly raising their hands. Anyway, I have given you the answer to your problem. As for you, you will take a list with the most efficient fallen angels for the job, he said to the leaders, before pointing to both fallen with a deadly serious look. This left the Mao, Grafia, Odin and their escort speechless. Suddenly her gaze traveled to Issei's peerage title, noticing the lack of reaction in them, which indicated that they were aware of the identities of both girls. I appreciate it, Azazel Dano, he saved me from a great deal of joy, Metatron whispered. It was nothing. I was also surprised when I found out, besides the fact that she feels disappointed for considering her a simple secretary, Azazel responded in a low tone. They both watched as the current leader of heaven apologized to his sister, who completely ignored him. After several minutes she deigned to answer him. I'm tired of not being taken into account and not being listened to, but here I feel useful too. I'm just telling you that I'll stay with Issei, she said with a pout and a slight blush. This quite surprised Seraph, who placed his gaze on the brunette, who was talking to Serzex and Grafia. I see, the Seraph muttered when he realized that his sister would not change her mind. In addition, he could notice the growing feelings that his sister was developing for the boy. Hyodo Issei-kun, the Seraph spoke in a high tone. The brunette looked at him instantly. The others also paid attention to the Sky Leader's words. Please take care of my sister, he asked, bowing. This surprised Gabriel and Issei, but especially the other leaders. Then the brunette adopted a serious expression, while his gaze conveyed iron conviction. Don't worry, Michael-sama. I will make sure she is happy and I will take care of her with my life, she said without any doubt in her voice. Michael and Metatron smiled when they heard those words, but above all when they felt the determination and commitment printed in them. For her part, Gabriel had turned quite red at the brunette's statement, but she still smiled shyly as she looked at him sweetly. Griselda and Penemy felt upset hearing him say that about the blonde. The boy's girlfriend smiled at what he said. He undoubtedly cared about the people close to him. They knew that the brunette could have more girls interested in him because of his way of being, so they would not be surprised if Seraphin fell in love with the boy. I hope you take care of Griselda Dano with the same dedication of enjoyment, added the other Seraphim. The brunette softened his expression at the request. I will make sure that you lack nothing while you are by my side, the boy responded. It should be said that the all for honor mentioned had a blush comparable to Gabriel's. The same for Penemu and Grigori, he always worked impeccably so, Shemhazai began to say. Now you can take the rest you deserve plus an extra bonus, Barakwil finished saying, looking at the cadre with a sly smile. She blushed at what her former partner said. I will always look after your well-being and happiness, don't worry. The boy responded with a warm smile directed at the purple-haired girl. She blushed a little more at the boy's look and words. Then we're leaving, we'll see you later, Gabriel, Hyodo Issei-kun, Michael said goodbye. See you soon, Oni-san, Issei Dano, Metatron said goodbye. After that they both disappeared in a flash of light. I must go too, I'm glad that Rosswise is under your care, this will calm Gondor especially when he knows that his granddaughter has already gotten a boyfriend, ha ha ha, the Norse god said as he disappeared with his escort. The all for honor mentioned had blushed while muttering something about a perverted and irresponsible god who messed around where he was not called or something like that. Then it was the Mao who approached Issei. I must also return to my duties, Issei-kun, Serzex said. I understand, by the way, these days I will visit Lord Gremory and Benelana-sama to talk about a certain matter, the brunette said in a serious tone. The redhead nodded with slight regret on his face. I see, then we're leaving, Mao Lucifer said. We'll see you, young Hyodo, when you complete your title. Let me know so I can pay you a visit, Mao Beelzebub said goodbye. Issei nodded at the request. Zzzzzzzzzzz, For his part, Mao Asmodeus was falling asleep standing up. The brunette had a drop on the back of his neck because of it. Stop by Citri East Sequin Castle. By the way, I'll come visit you in a couple of days. Goodbye. The Mao Leviathan said goodbye this time. The brunette simply smiled tensely at the Mao's words. Grafia bowed to him, and then gave him a smile. Then the Mao disappeared in a magic circle. Then the brunette turned to the fallen. We are leaving too, there is still work to do in Grigori, Shemhazai said in an affected tone. He also noticed the other fallen approaching him. Hyodo Issei, my daughter, Baraquil said doubtfully. Then the brunette smiled sadly. She made a mistake, unfortunately she will have to live with the consequences, the brunette said with slight regret. The cadre understood it. No doubt she would suffer a lot knowing that she had lost the boy in front of him forever. Then the brunette put on a serious expression. Baraquil-sen, I need your help with something, the brunette suddenly said. The named man raised an eyebrow in doubt. Then I'm leaving. Baraquil helps Hyodo-kun with whatever he needs and then you resume your position. Penemu. Good luck, Shemhazai ordered the cadre. In the last comment, he had given Penemu a thumbs up with a cheeky smile before disappearing. It should be said that the all for honor mentioned was totally red because of it. The brunette ignored this and headed towards the cadre. I need you to help me with my lightning, the boy said, surprising Baraquil with the request. His peerage watched this with interest, especially Rosswise, who was aware of the skills the boy wanted to completely master. For their part, the angelic trio kept their eyes down and blushed. The comments between the boy and the leaders really got to them. A couple of days later, the brunette was in his office, organizing the contracts that the girls had achieved since he had risen in rank. He was also glad that Tsukiyomi was adjusting well to this kind of life after joining his peerage title. On the other hand, with the help of Baraquil, he was able to clarify his doubts regarding his lightning. The cadre told him that in order to perform the attack he wanted, he needed to add the light element in the correct amount. It was not easy, but after several hours of training with the cadre he managed to understand the concept. However, to this day he still could not reach the ideal balance between lightning and light. She also remembers that Sona had arrived a couple of hours after Issei's meeting with the leaders of the three factions in Asgard, something that made her sigh in relief since she did not meet her older sister. Another notable thing is that since that day the girls had slept with him without fail. There was also the strange behavior of Penemu, Gabriel and Griselda, since every time they crossed paths with him they looked down with a blush before quickly walking away. That had him a little worried, not to mention that he felt like something was missing. The question was what? He was brought out of his thoughts when he felt the call of one of his pamphlets. The brunette got up from his desk and invoked a teleportation circle. Since the girls were attending to their own contracts he had to take care of this, so without further ado the boy disappeared from the place. Human world. A certain brown-haired girl was in a big dilemma. His parents were invited to a gala party courtesy of the company where his father worked, due to the signing of an important contract that was achieved by his father and several other partners. However, due to a family emergency, her parents had to leave for Tokyo, so she had to attend alone as a representative of Murayama Tetsuya, her father. It wasn't much of a problem for her to attend these types of events, since she had already gone to several over the years. The problem was the company, since I didn't want to go alone. He necessarily needed someone who had etiquette classes, but unfortunately there was no one who met what was necessary to be his companion. She felt between a rock and a hard place, and even looked among her classmates, but none of them convinced her to be her companion. Then it was that Kiryu Aika handed him that pamphlet that he currently had in his hands. I'm sure this can solve your problems, he told her as he walked away from her with a somewhat disturbing smile. Shaking his head he decided to give it a try. Please, help me with my problems, he said out loud while looking at the pamphlet. Then the circle drawn on the booklet glowed red. Flush. She was surprised when the same circle appeared on the floor of her room glowing brightly. Then he saw it appear among that brightness. I have responded to your call. Tell me, mortal, what is your wish? Said the person who had just appeared with a deep and hoarse voice. Brown hair tied in a ponytail that fell in front over her left shoulder and black semi-rimmed glasses. Black boots, black jeans and a black jacket over a white t-shirt. The young man in front of her stood with his arms crossed. He had an expression of self-sufficiency and security as he looked around the room. Hyodo. The brunette articulated, quite surprised. The all for honor mention looked at her when she named him, only to drop his confident expression and adopt an incredulous face. Murayama. Issei said without being able to believe it. This was definitely not expected. 30 minutes later. Both brunettes had fallen into an awkward silence for almost 10 minutes, until the brunette came out of her stupefaction and asked what was happening. Issei had to explain to her for the next 20 minutes about demon contracts and what they consisted of, making it clear to her how demons work. "So, you're a demon, aren't you?" the girl asked with evident interest in her eyes. "Officially yes, unofficially no," the boy responded. They were both sitting on the girl's bed for more comfort. "What do you mean?" she asked, confused by the answer. "Currently my body and my being is that of a dragon, but in the demonic society I am still considered a high-class demon," the boy responded. That clarified things a little for him, since the brunette had told him about the demonic society, as well as the ranks that a demon can have. "I see, but that doesn't answer the other thing," the girl pointed out seriously. The brunette let out a small sigh. "Well, some humans are born with relics inside our bodies called sacred gear. Even so, there are few who manage to awaken their power. I will only tell you that I was born with one of them and that it has the soul of a dragon sealed inside. Over time my body changed to that of a humanoid dragon as I assimilated its power," the boy explained briefly. She didn't need to know everything. This left the brunette thoughtful, who after a minute looked at him with an enormous glow of interest. "Could you show it to me?" he asked cutely. The boy almost laughed at her childish expression. "I don't see why not," he said as his left arm changed. The boosted gear was in front of the girl. She showed enormous surprise before approaching her hand and touching it with slight shyness. The girl walked around the counter and the jewel almost in a trance. "I didn't expect you to agree to it, partner. Although I don't see anything wrong with it, I had already forgotten how it feels to be examined like a strange thing." Drake's voice was heard in the room. "Kaya!" the girl exclaimed as she jumped out of bed and fell to the floor. She didn't expect that. "I'm sorry you were scared, but remember what I told you, my relic has a dragon sealed inside. He is Drake, the Red Emperor Dragon," the boy spoke in an apologetic tone as he extended his hand. The brunette was visibly embarrassed by his reaction, so putting aside her pride, she accepted the boy's hand, who helped her get up. "Hyodo is quite a gentleman," she thought, suppressing her blush at the boy's act. "I didn't mean to scare you, little one, but as my partner told you, I am the dragon sealed inside the boosted gear, Drake, the Welsh dragon," he said again as the jewel glowed. "No problem, Drake-san, this what the hell did you get yourself into, Hyodo?" he reproached him with a frown. The brunette raised his shoulders disinterestedly. "Just some minor problems," he answered. The brunette just sighed. "Anyway, so can you help me or not?" he asked, crossing his arms. The brunette raised one of his eyebrows, then smiled mockingly. "Only if you tell me what your problem is," he responded while the girl blushed because of that detail. She was so surprised that her partner was a demon that she couldn't tell him what the matter was about. Controlling the blush that adorned her cheeks, the girl told him the situation she was in. "I don't see any problem. I had training on behavior in high society," the boy said in a calm tone. Although inside he grimaced remembering the lessons Venelana had given him. They were hours of study that almost fried his brain. The girl opened her eyes at what the brunette said, then she smiled. "Then come pick me up today at 7 p.m, don't miss," the girl said. The brunette smiled before standing up. "I'll be here," he said, giving her a small bow while smiling playfully before disappearing. The brunette put her hand on her chest. She certainly wasn't expecting this. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The brunette was back in his office while he remembered what happened a few minutes ago. "I really didn't expect it, but I think I have a date with Murayama," he muttered with a small smile. Putting those thoughts aside, he prepared to continue organizing his paperwork. Human World, Murayama Residence. The brunette was in front of his classmate's house. He was dressed in an elegant black tuxedo, his hair with his ponytail in front and his glasses. He thanked Sona for helping him with his image. The other girls gave him the thumbs up before leaving, although he had to promise to take his girlfriends to dinner one of these days, making Tsukumi, Kuroka and Sona happy, who had not been able to have time with the boy. When he got to the door, he rang the bell. Ding dong. He didn't have to wait long for the girl to open the door. "You arrived on time," he said before noticing the brunette's appearance. He had to suppress a blush when he saw that this one looked very good. Issei also looked at her in surprise. She was wearing a yellow ball gown, with white gloves and white sneakers. Her hair was worn in a ponytail, while a pair of flower-designed barrettes adorned it. She also wore a heart-shaped necklace made of crystal. In the boy's eyes, she looked extremely beautiful. "Wow, you look beautiful, Murayama," the brunette said once he got over his impression. The named girl couldn't help but blush at the boy's comment, which sounded quite honest and natural. "Thanks, you don't look bad either, by the way. Please call me Kaori for the rest of the night," the girl responded. The brunette smiled as he offered her his arm, which the girl took instantly. "Only if you call me Issei Kaori," the boy said. The girl smiled in response as they approached the car that the brunette rented for the occasion. It didn't take long to arrive. They were both at the entrance of a large building, which was the place of the party. "Well, it's time. I hope everything goes well," the girl muttered slightly nervously. Then she felt them take her hand and give it a little squeeze. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," the brunette told him with a small smile. This managed to calm the girl, who, taking him by the arm, proceeded to enter the place. The brunette looked at all those elegant people with some recognition, since he had already attended several parties of this type in the underworld. "Oh, Murayama-chan, I received your father's notice. It's a shame he couldn't attend," a man who was approaching them spoke. This was an older man dressed in a white tuxedo, while in his hand he had a cane with a gem. The girl smiled softly. "Mr. Takagi," the girl muttered. The named man took her hand and kissed it in a gentlemanly manner. "Look at you, little girl, you look more beautiful every day. I'm sure you will soon have many boys after you. Or maybe you already have them," the man joked. The brunette blushed at that. "Thanks for the compliment," replied the girl. "Johoho, it's nothing. By the way, I see that you brought someone with you," the man said when he noticed the brunette. He took a couple of steps towards the man before extending his hand. "I am Kaori's companion tonight. My name is Hyodo Issei," he introduced himself with respect and manners. The brunette was surprised by this. "Nice to meet you, Hyodo-kun. My name is Takagi Hiro. Enjoy the party, young Hyodo. Please take care of Murayama-chan," he said before saying goodbye. Both boys saw him retreat somewhere else, then the brunette turned to the girl. "Come on," he said as he took her hand, making her blush. She nodded and they both mingled with the other people. The evening was magnificent, in the girl's opinion. The brunette behaved in a gentlemanly and attentive manner towards her, not to mention that all of his parents' acquaintances left with a good impression of the boy, and he even participated in some conversations with them. It wasn't difficult for her since she always listened to her father talk about issues related to current society, and things like that. That's why he was surprised by how well Issei did. When they were alone, he always spoke to her in a natural and pleasant way, relaxing her a little from that type of environment. Another point in his favor was that taking her hand, he gently dragged her to the dance floor. The boy's steps were fluid and experienced, something that made her feel at ease. Once the party was over, they walked quietly through a park near the girl's house. They had decided to walk back, since it was a beautiful starry night. "You know, Issei, I really enjoyed this evening a lot," she said while looking at him with a smile. "I'm glad. I had fun too. Your company is really pleasant," the boy responded, returning the smile. The brunette blushed slightly at the comment. "I still can't believe that you are a demon, or rather, a dragon," the girl commented, looking away. She didn't want him to see her embarrassed. "Yes, I was also surprised when I learned of the existence of the supernatural world. I always thought that demons were vile and evil creatures, but they are simply a race like ours, with quite marked similarities," said the brunette as he looked up at the night sky. Then the girl remembered something. "It's true. By the way, since you are a high-class demon, you must have servants, right?" said the girl. The brunette smiled at the girl's deduction. "Yes, but they were all busy and that's why I was the one who responded to your call," the boy responded. "So they're just girls, I see," the girl said with a suspicious look at him. The boy raised his hands defensively. "It's not what you think. They all chose to follow me of their own free will. I still have free pieces and anyone can be a man. It all depends on luck," the boy defended himself. The brunette smiled a mischievous smile. "I already knew. I just wanted to see your reaction," the girl responded, letting out a small laugh. The brunette only limited himself to a tense smile. "Anyway, it's late. Could you take me home?" the girl asked. "Of course. What kind of man would I be if I let a beautiful girl walk home alone late at night?" the boy responded in a theatrical and somewhat exaggerated way. The girl laughed at that, although she had a slight blush at the boy's words. Without further ado, they both headed to the girl's house. The journey was in comfortable silence, until they arrived at the girl's house. "Thanks for helping me, You have really saved me, said the girl already at the door of her home. It's nothing, remember that was your wish and I fulfilled it, the boy responded. This depressed the girl a little, but she didn't show it. Don't worry, this time it's on me, so consider it as a favor from a good friend, he declared while a magic circle under his feet. Wait. What do you mean by that? Exclaimed the surprised girl. Today I accompanied you as Hyodo Issei, your classmate, and above all a common human, the boy clarified. This surprised the brunette, since it was as if the boy realized that she did not want to remember this beautiful night as part of a contract, but as something more special. She smiled at that gesture. Then, at least let me make a contract with you, he said as he approached him. The boy seemed confused by this, added to the fact that she was approaching with a very familiar shine in her eyes. That was when she stood in front of him and gently took his cheek. The brunette felt a chill at the touch of his classmate, since in the past he never imagined being in this situation with her. Be my personal demon, Issei, she said before closing the distance with the boy. The brunette opened his eyes in shock when he felt the girl's lips on his. When she separated from him, the brunette gave him a beautiful smile before turning, opening the door and entering her house. The boy stood in the same spot for a couple of minutes with an incredulous expression, before the magic circle fully activated. Inside her house, the brunette stood with her back to the door of her room, while with one hand she held her chest where she felt her heart beating at 1,000 per hour. What was that? I can't believe my first kiss was with Issei. What the hell is happening to me? He exclaimed while taking his head in his hands. The images of tonight came to her mind, in addition to the moment of the interview as well as when he helped her and the pink-haired girl with those beings. Do I like him? No, I'm probably just tired. There's no point dwelling on the matter, I'll think about it tomorrow, she thought as she began to change and put on her pajamas. When she was lying on her bed, he brought a hand to her lips while she showed a marked blush on her cheeks. Then he remembered something about the boy. Hyodo is married, he exclaimed as he got up from his bed with a panicked expression. He enjoyed that night so much that he completely forgot that detail. When she processed what had happened, the girl went back to bed. Oh no, what will he think of me after what I did? He thought with concern. However, she didn't feel as bad as she expected when she remembered the kiss again. Hyodo, she thought before falling asleep. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The brunette appeared in his office, while his expression of disbelief and stupefaction was still on his face. When he managed to assimilate what had happened, he let out a small sigh. I'll have to talk to her, she'll most likely feel guilty for forgetting that I'm married, he murmured with a small smile. I had to clarify certain things with her. Although wow, I must admit I didn't expect her to kiss me, and judging by the sensation I perceived, that was her first one, she said with her arms crossed. He hoped the girl wouldn't feel bad about it. Then as a man you must take responsibility, Issei, said a seductive voice in his ear. Ah. The brunette jumped from fright. When he turned around, he could see that his girlfriends were present, and the one who had spoken in his ear was Kurumi. Girls, he murmured, surprised since he had not felt them. Wow, she must have left a big impression on you if you couldn't notice us, Sona explained while adjusting her glasses. They were all dressed in their sleeping clothes. The boy blushed at the comment. So how was the party? Kuroka asked with a mocking smile. He could see Ross wise with a smile that was somewhere between resigned and amused. Tsukumi stood with her hands on her waist while frowning. Sona maintained a neutral expression. Kuroka looked at him with amusement. Kurumi maintained a sensual smile as always. The brunette sighed. It turned out well, although I think I will have to clarify some things with Kaori, the boy responded with a resigned smile. I'm surprised that you made her fall in a single night. You are certainly unique, Naya, Kuroka said with amusement. I feel a little bad if you put it that way, the boy responded with a tight smile. If you like her and she reciprocates, then we can't do anything, although she will have to prove if her feelings are pure and genuine, Rosswise said, crossing his arms. Hey, it's not what you think, the boy tried to explain. I knew something like this could happen, so I'm not surprised, Sona declared, softening her gaze. Even she saw what kind of boy the brunette really was, so the chances of another girl noticing him too were very high, especially now that he had lost his perversion. I didn't think that this time she would be a normal human. Issei has a harem with quite a variety. I wonder what other girls and what races will he fall in love with next time, Kurumi said with curiosity in her expression. Hey, aren't you listening to me? The boy spoke again. Anata, why you must take responsibility for taking her first kiss, Tsukiomi said while pointing at him accusingly. The brunette simply sighed with resignation. We better go to sleep, he declared with a languid smile. He had realized that he would not be able to clarify the situation, so he decided to leave things as they were. The girls nodded at the boy's order. Then he noticed how a little girl came out from behind Tsukiomi and approached him. Oni-chan, a sleepy Lilith muttered. The brunette smiled goofily as he took her into his arms. Let's go to sleep, my Kawayamoto, she said bubbly. The others simply sighed at this. At least this was better than their old perversion, although they didn't expect the brunette to be a siscon. Without further ado, they all followed the boy to the bedroom. A couple of days later. A couple of days had passed since the outing with Murayama. He had had his band rehearsals where Musa and Brielle were at the microphone, at the same time creating a good relationship with the rest of the group. Although he still noticed some discomfort on their part when talking to him, in addition to that notorious blush. He also went unnoticed by the Gremry group, crossing paths with them without them noticing as they were distracted by their boyfriends. Although the boy could see a certain spark of sadness when his boys took their eyes off them. He already knew that they were regretting it, but that they couldn't leave the boys just like that since they were beginning to develop real feelings for them. The brunette only shook his head with sadness and some amusement at the alley where they had all fallen. He also had to talk to Murayama, who upon seeing him approach her took him by the hand and took him to a quiet place to talk, under the dumbfounded gaze of Keitase and several girls present. The brunette was surprised at the sight of the girl bowing in front of him, since he knew how proud she was. I'm sorry for what happened last night. I didn't mean to put you in that situation, the girl said with shame. The brunette smiled at the scene. Don't worry, although I feel responsible for having had your first kiss, the boy responded. The brunette blushed when she heard that. And it's not necessary, it was my fault. I wasn't thinking at that moment, the girl quickly excused herself. Kaori, I think you should know something. If I tell you, it's because I don't want you to feel guilty, although I don't know if my opinion will change after hearing this, he said very seriously, worrying the girl in question. The brunette explained to her some features of the demon society, which included polygamy, something that greatly surprised the girl. He also told her about the relationship he had with other girls, but that they left him aside without saying anything. The brunette didn't have to think much to realize who those girls were. He then told her about the multiple relationships he currently had and that the girl named Tsukiomi was one of his girlfriends, as well as being one of his servants. This stunned the brunette, who was not expecting this development of events. You may think that I have not changed after hearing this, since this was the dream I wanted in the past, the boy said with a serious look. The brunette listened to him attentively, while her face still showed disbelief. But now I only want to be with those girls who love me and have been by my side. After all, I am just a boy who survived thanks to their unconditional love. My hurt heart is theirs and they have given me their heart in exchange for a part of mine, the boy continued talking. A sincere smile formed on his face, surprising the girl even more, who felt the honesty of each word. They are my life now, I don't need to tell you more, Kaori, he said as he turned around and began to walk away from her. The brunette snapped out of her shock upon seeing this. Wait! Where can I find you? The girl shouted. The brunette paused as he thought about whether it was a good idea to tell him or not. Realizing that he had nothing to lose and that she would know how to be discreet, he turned to her. If you have something to tell me, you can call on me since we have a contract. You can also find me at the music club. I only ask that you not tell anyone about this and what I have told you, he told her before walking away completely. The brunette stayed in place with a thoughtful expression before returning to her living room. The next day, a certain club had suspended its activities to rest after a couple of hours of practice in a row. All the members of the music club drank some sodas comfortably on different zone for alls distributed by and for themselves. Then the door opened and a certain quintet of boys that the brunette and the others met some time ago entered. Yo! How are you guys? Said a redhead raising his hand while smiling. Everyone from the music club looked towards the doors, where certain boys were standing raising their hands in a gesture of greeting. These were a black-haired, a blue-haired, a blonde, a red-haired and a brown-haired. Hello guys, long time no see, the brunette responded with a smile. Are you offered anything? Musa asked this time in a friendly tone. The 5 boys blushed slightly when they saw how beautiful she was, as did the blonde sitting next to the brunette. But regaining their composure, they remembered why they had gone to that place. Well, it's about what you did for my brother Ken. I wanted to thanks for helping him in his situation, the black-haired man of the group said with a soft smile. The brunette smiled as he waved his hand dismissively. You're welcome, Ryuzuki-kun. Although I was a little pressured by Kiryu's comment, he said the last thing with a tight smile. The boys had a drop on the back of their necks, especially when they saw the expression of shameless mockery on the face of the all for honor mentioned. That's right, thanks for the help, Aika-senpai, another voice was heard in the room. Then a certain well-known boy entered the room with his girlfriend. No need, Ken-kun, the named woman answered without erasing her smile, while she raised her can of soda from her comfortable seat. Incredible, Hyodo-kun has really achieved something here, the black-haired girl who accompanied the boy mused, looking inside the club. What surprised her was the good condition of the place, in addition to the quality of the instruments used, being on par with the group formed by her boyfriend's older brother. Anyway, Hyodo-kun, I would like to invite you to a party we have organized at Shinji's house, said the black-haired man whose name was Ryuzuki, pointing to the person named. He nodded, crossing his arms with his eyes closed and a small smile. This surprised the brunette and the others present. It's in gratitude. I'm also curious about what we saw a few days ago, said this time the red-haired man named Hibiki. The brunette was not surprised by this, since everyone had questions of their own and wanted to satisfy their curiosity. Yes, besides that, Motoko-senpai has just published the missing part of the interview in the school newspaper, Minami said while showing the all for honor mentioned newspaper. The brunette raised an eyebrow, before getting up from his couch to pick up the newspaper curiously. When he opened it, he noticed that there was the information that he had given as an extra to the girl, in addition to several photos with Tsukumi, the final page being where they were both kissing. A drop appeared on the back of his neck when he noticed that the newspaper was printed with the highest quality. While he definitely took it seriously, he muttered with a tense smile as he returned the copy to the girl. So what do you say, Hyodo-kun? Ryuzuki asked with expectation in his eyes. The brunette thought about it for a bit, but when he was about to respond, another voice made itself known. A party. Sounds fun, the newcomer said with amusement. A black-haired man with blonde bangs and a small beard. Azazel-sensei. Everyone exclaimed, at least those who were students. Brielle raised her hand in greeting and Musa just nodded. The fallen one's smile faltered a little, since he still wasn't used to the idea of both girls being with the brunette, especially the blonde. What are you doing here, sensei? Ryuzuki asked. The fallen one looked at him for a moment before answering. I was just passing through when I heard your talk, Ryuzuki-kun, the fallen one answered as he walked around the place. Are you in charge of this club? The red-haired man asked doubtfully. Don't be silly, Hibiki. Remember that Azazel-sensei is in charge of the occult club, a brunette with blue eyes said with a flat expression. His name was Kongo Akira. For his part, the named man scratched the back of his head in shame when he realized this. I forgot, he said with a nervous smile. The rest had a drop on the back of their necks because of this. Rosswise-sensei is the one in charge of this club, although he hasn't been here for almost a week. When he reported after his vacation, the fallen reported. The boys nodded in understanding. She told us that she was moving and that's why she would be missing a few days, was the brunette's comment. It was obviously a lie, but he needed Rosswise home for the moment, at least while they waited for their first mission. There was also the fact that he would be shown as part of the Downfall Dragon group. Obviously this would cause problems with the Gremry group, but that didn't worry him much. However, he needed his peerage available full-time. This was due to contracts. As a newly ascended demon, now was when he must obtain a large number of them. He would live many years and his small fortune would not last forever, which is why it was decided to do this from the beginning. Brielle and Musa had no problem, since they could teleport from the club. On the other hand, Rosswise could not do it so freely since she was a teacher. So what is your answer? Obviously the others can come if they like, Ryuzuki asked again as he extended the invitation to the others. Sorry, I have things to do, Tsubasa and Tomo responded at the same time. I have to help my parents with something, so I won't go either, Kiryu said this time. Then the boys looked at the brunette and the blonde, who were the only ones not confirmed. I guess I have no problems going, it sounds fun, the brunette said with a small smile. I don't have any problems either, so I'll be there, the blonde said, crossing his arms. The boys smiled at their answers. This is the address, the party will start at 8 p.m., Akira indicated while giving Issei a sheet of paper. It will be a boys' night. I want it to be at night. the redhead exclaimed excitedly. Then we'll be there, guys, said the brunette. We'll see you, Hyodo-kun, the black-haired man said goodbye, followed by the others. See you guys, Hibiki, Ken, Akira, Ryozuki, Shinji, Kenkun, Minami-san, the boy responded with a carefree smile. Everyone gave a nod or raised their hands with a smile when they were named as they left the venue. We'll see you, Hyodo-senpai, Ken said goodbye while holding his girlfriend's hand, who said goodbye with a kind smile. They were the last to leave the club. It wasn't necessary to name them all, you know that, right? Saji said with a raised eyebrow. The boy returned to his place and sat down again. I just wanted to show that I remember each one's name from the previous time. It seemed like a sign of respect to me, the brunette responded. Then the brunette let out an amused smile. I didn't expect to see you joining the enemy, Hyodo, the brunette said with a mocking smile. The brunette turned to the girl. Well, I don't see anything wrong with living with those guys, plus I already told you they're nice, the boy said in a carefree manner. The rest just denied the brunette's response. Anyway, I think we've rested enough, isn't that right, Brichan? He said while looking at the girl sitting next to him. Huh. Yes, of course, the girl responded, somewhat surprised. Then she looked up at the ceiling. The rest raised an eyebrow at this reaction, but they put aside their suspicions upon hearing the boy's words. Well, let's get to it, the boy said as he got up from the couch. In the school hallways, the group of boys were discussing the details of the party among themselves. Then a certain sensei made himself noticed. Wait, guys, Azazel said as he approached them. They had stopped when they heard the voice of the teacher in charge of the occult club. Occult Research Club building. A certain group of demons were there waiting for their king. I'm sorry for the delay, but I had to deliver several assignments. The redhead excused herself as she entered the club. Behind her came her inseparable queen and friend Akeno. Don't worry, Ria-sama, we just arrived, the blonde responded with a kind smile. Ria sat at her desk while making a serious expression. We are here for this, he said while showing the school newspaper. They all felt their hearts tremble because of it. I know this has already become routine, but I'll dare to ask, have you heard from Issei? Rias asked with slight hope. I'm sorry, Ria-sama, I haven't felt your presence for a long time. Even that day I couldn't feel anything, declared the little Nekishu with a saddened face. I haven't seen anything either, said an affected Irina. I haven't had any news either. I haven't even been contacted by the producers of the Oppi Dragon, Ravel added this time with concern. I interviewed with Motoko-san, but she only told me that Kiryu-san was the one who convinced Issei-kun to accept the interview, Kiba said this time with a languid smile. It seems that Issei-senpai and her S met after school on the day of the rumor. At the request of Motoko-senpai, Kiryu-san asked Issei-senpai for a favor. The vampire began to speak. That meeting gave him the opportunity to make the proposal, the Gremry Knight finished saying. This began to diminish the hopes of finding him. If Koneko couldn't sense it when she was here, then it means that Rias began when she realized it. It means that Issei-kun learned to suppress his demonic aura, Akeno said with a grimace. This was not good for them. Apparently his fears were beginning to come true and the brunette felt deceived and replaced by them. We must redouble our efforts, Asuya. I want you to ask your friends to be on the lookout. Someone must notice it when walking around the campus and things like that, she said to her bishop. The blonde nodded with a sad expression. That the person you love the most not wanting to see you was really very hard, especially for her. I will ask Sona for help to try to track him down. We will take advantage of tonight that the boys will have their party. We will search the entire city if necessary, he declared while hardening his gaze. Hi, Rias-sama, everyone responded. With that said, everyone left. For her part, the redhead kept looking out the window with a blank expression. Human world, Kuo's city. Let's check in this direction, said a certain reincarnated angel to her teammates, who nodded. They had separated into teams of 3 members. Rias, Rugal and Akeno. Asuya, Momo and Zenobia. Koneko, Ruruko and Tomo. Kiba, Tsubaki and Gasper. Finally Irina, Ravel and Rhea. The Gremry group received help from the Citri team. Although Sona could not attend, she sent some of her boys. Obviously they already knew that the search was in vain, since Tsubaki and Sona told them that the brunette currently lived in the underworld, and he had also mentioned it when he introduced them to his nobility. In any case, their king ordered them to maintain appearances, so with that order they were here. Once Irina's group got lost at the end of the street, a brown-haired teenager emerged from a corner accompanied by Pawn, Citri. They walked calmly, while without even trying they easily avoided the patrolling groups. Raya-san just passed by, indicated the blonde, who walked carelessly with his hands in his jacket pockets. I know the smell of Raya-san. Irina and Ravel remains in the place. At most they were here a couple of minutes ago, the brunette answered while absently looking at the small paper with a map drawn on it. The blonde looked at him for a moment. To think that you adapted to your draconian senses before me, I mutter with a weak smile. I worked my butt off to keep my mind busy and not think about the girls, plus I went to see Tanino-san a couple of times. His training in those mountains is brutal, he clarified with a small shiver. The blonde noticed a slight tremor in his companion, making a mental note to ask his king to intercede for training with the Dragon King. It sounded a bit suicidal, but if his rival could endure his training, then he would too. He knew that with the support of Issei Sona he could raise his rating game school again, so he had to be prepared for that moment. After all, his dream was to be a teacher that the children of the underworld would admire. His current reputation as one of the few to reach balance breaker from the Vritra parties was something that motivated him even more. As soon as I can, I will go to train again. I will ask Sona to let you accompany me, Saji, the brunette said out of nowhere. The blonde opened his eyes before looking at him in shock. The brunette felt his companion's gaze, so he turned his head to return his gaze. I know you want to be stronger to be able to fulfill your dreams. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't give you a hand? Remember that we both have the same motivation. Those children who admire us are worth the effort, the boy said with a smile. The blonde felt his eyes wet. Then he wiped the moisture with the sleeve of his jacket and placed a hand on the brunette's shoulder. You really are a good friend, Hyodo. I'm sure that one day I will catch up with you. I will even surpass you, he declared with strong conviction. The brunette smiled at those words. You wouldn't be my rival if it weren't like that. Yes, you and Valley are good rivals, he said as he started walking again. The blonde also took up the path next to him. Kobe residence. It didn't take them long to reach their destination. Even before they reached the door, they could hear loud music coming from inside the house. Apparently the party was starting to get lively. With that in mind, the brunette rang the bell. Ding dong. In seconds the door was opened by a certain blue-haired owner of the house. Kobe Shinji. Hyodo-kun, Genshiro-kun, come in, the boy said kindly. With permission, they both said, entering the place. Inside were the rest of the group of boys, all drinking and talking. Guys, the guests just arrived, so it's party time, Shinji exclaimed as he took a guitar pinned to a wall. The brunette and the blonde noticed a small improvised stage. In addition to various snacks and drinks of all kinds, there was even alcohol and sake in large quantities. My parents will return in 2 days, so they can do whatever they want, as long as they don't cause damage, or at least these are covered by their insurance, the boy warned with a playful smile. Issei and Saji shrugged their shoulders. They saw nothing wrong with it and joined the band. While the drinks began to be consumed and songs were performed by them, even the boys insisted that the pair of dragons play with them. It should be said that Ryuzuki and Issei synchronized perfectly in skill, playing quite complex songs that neither group could normally do. Both dragons drank alcohol abundantly without it affecting them. They were both immune to alcohol because the blonde was a demon dragon and the brunette was a pure dragon, but when they started drinking from one of the many bottles, everything began to become blurry. The blonde Citri muttered, feeling dizzy. The brunette raised an eyebrow as he noticed the symptoms of drunkenness reaching him. This is really strange, he whispered with a frown, before shrugging his shoulders and drinking directly from the bottle. His instincts told him that there was no danger, so he simply let himself be carried away by the festive atmosphere. Saji noticed this and joined the brunette, his senses also not warning him of any danger or trap. Then everything turned into chaos when there was a drinking contest. Background. 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 The boys exclaimed with glasses in hand. Issei, Saji, Ryuzuki and Hibiki gulped down the bottles like there was no tomorrow. For the dragon duo, it was strange how despite everything they were drinking, they never seemed to end. Returning to the drinking contest, the first to fall was the red-haired Hibiki, who collapsed to the ground like a sack of potatoes, completely knocked out. Next was Saji, who stood for a couple more seconds after his last bottle, before everything went black for him. Only Issei and Ryuzuki continued with their thing. Then the black-haired man stopped, followed by the boy. We could go but I don't want to miss out on everything else, he stammered, quite drunk. The brunette nodded in agreement. Normally I don't feel anything when I drink, that's what, said the brunette, looking at the bottle with doubt. They were both staggering, as were the others. I can unshirt you," exclaimed an overly cheerful Shinji. The brunette turned his head towards the blue-haired man. "Sorry, as I said, the rash that makes you feel drunk is because of what a Shazel-sensei gave us," the boy began to say to a curtain. Flashback. "Wait, guys," Azazel said as he approached them. They had stopped when they heard the voice of the teacher in charge of the occult club. "Is something wrong, Azazel-sensei?" Ryuzuki asked. "Well, I just wanted to ask a few things about the party," he said with a smile. The boys tensed slightly at this. Don't worry. I know there will probably be a lot of alcohol and stuff. After all, they are young people who want to have fun," he declared with a relaxed posture. The boys relaxed with those words, in addition to being slightly surprised by the teacher's words. "Well, yes, we will have many drinks," Hibiki said this time, somewhat hesitant. "In fact, I wanted to tell you something about Hyodo-kun and Genshiro-kun," Azazel said with a serious expression. This worried everyone slightly, because taking into account the expression on the professor's face, everything indicated that they both had problems with intoxicating drinks. "What is it about, sensei?" Shinji asked. Azazel crossed his arms and leaned against the window next to them. "They both have a problem with drinking and they can't get drunk, no matter how much they drink," Azazel said as he looked at them with concern. Everyone had a drop on the back of their neck at this, although it also generated some doubt. "How do you know that?" Ryuzuki asked. "Well, let's just say that the two of them share that peculiarity, but don't worry, I have the solution," he declared with a self-sufficient smile. Another round of drops on the back of the neck was generated by this. "This is a very special distillate, created from a certain apple," he said while taking out a small bottle from his jacket. The redhead took it to look at it with doubt, and then uncovered it and smelled it. "It has a very soft smell," the boy mused. The black-haired man was the next to take it, before taking a small sip. "You can barely feel the alcohol," he said with a doubtful expression. "You may not be affected at all, but they will feel the symptoms of drunkenness from the first sip, which will increase as they ingest more of it," he said with an amused smile. The rest looked at each other doubtfully, before smiling in amusement. "If so, then there will be no problem with adding this to the bottles," the black-haired man declared while putting the bottle away. "By the way, I will send a small package to Shinji-kun's house. I hope you like it," he said as he began to leave. "Why is Azazel-sensei doing all this?" the black-haired man asked curiously. The All for Honor mention stopped, before turning slightly towards them. "They are my valuable students. I want them to have fun and relax a little, nothing more," he said before getting lost in the hallways. The boys stayed there for a couple of minutes, and then continued towards their classes. Flashback end. After that, a small shipment of alcohol and shake arrived. The blue-haired man finished telling the story. "Shasi," the brunette mused. He didn't expect the fallen one to have anything to do with this. "Stupid Shazel," he thought, looking at the bottle he was holding with red cheeks. The party came to an end late in the morning, because everyone fell when they reached their alcohol resistance limit. The next day, a certain dragon duo was beginning to wake up. A certain brunette exclaimed while holding his head. He had risen until he was sitting on the floor. "Curse. I feel like I've been shot inside the skull," said a certain blonde in the same state. He was a couple of meters away from Issei, while he rubbed his temples with a clear expression of pain. "My mouth feels dry and this damn thirst," the Citri boy murmured. For his part, the brunette looked around as best he could, noticing that he was sitting on the living room floor. I could see several broken pieces of furniture, as well as musical instruments thrown everywhere, wrappers, bottles, glasses, and even one of the curtains was somewhat burned. He could also see several boys scattered around the place. A black-haired man was sleeping on the couch, at least his legs, since the upper part of his body was on the floor. A boy with reddish hair was sleeping uncomfortably on the stairs. A blonde boy was sleeping on a table next to a blue-haired boy. A boy with light brown hair was sleeping in the corner, while hugging a flower pot. "What happened, Hyodo?" Saji asked, getting up with difficulty from the ground. "You couldn't stand the drinking contest and your resistance must have been greater as you were only half dragon," the brunette responded, rubbing his temple. He was also suffering from a hangover from drinking, while the blonde looked in the kitchen for a glass to drink some water. "I see, but why did this happen? Aren't we immune to human alcohol?" he asked again while drinking water. Azazel-sensei gave them an apple distillate. "Apparently this does affect the dragons. How could you tell?" he responded while getting up awkwardly. The blonde sighed when he heard the brunette's response. I should have assumed that he had something to do with this, he said while pouring himself more of the refreshing liquid. I think someone is missing, Issei said while counting those present. The blonde looked around the place. Apparently Urara-san's younger brother is missing, the blonde pointed out. Ah, it's true, the brunette said when he realized this, before wincing in pain like the blonde. Damn, don't shout Hyodo, the blonde citri growled. Then Issei felt the call of nature, so he staggered as best he could to the bathroom. When he was doing his thing, he heard a faint breathing in the place. This intrigued him quite a bit, so he pulled back the shower curtain, where he could make out the missing boy asleep in the bathtub. The boy smiled amused at this. Without further ado, he left the bathroom. I found him, he's asleep in the bathtub, the brunette said when he returned to the living room. The blonde giggled at that, then looked around the room. Wow, it was definitely a wild party, the blonde citri mentioned when he got a better look at the place. They were both still swaying slightly, but they were no longer as dizzy as they were the night before. Then the brunette took out a paper with a magic circle printed on it. Well, I highly doubt the boys will wake up soon, so at least I'll do this, he said while imbuing power into the paper. It glowed a little before a magic circle shone on the floor of the place. Several maids emerged from this. Does Goshijin-sama want anything? They asked in sync. Could you girls clean this place? The boy asked. Hi Goshijin-sama. They responded while summoning cleaning utensils. Then they all started to tidy up the place. Both young men watched everything without saying anything, at least for a couple of minutes. Hyodo, what is this? A perplexed Saji asked. It's a demonic cleaning service. It's a company that started providing this type of services recently. Sona told me about it, the brunette answered. I see, Saji muttered, surprised by this. In less than 10 minutes everything was clean and spotless, even broken things were repaired with magic. Thanks very much girls, the boy thanked. We are here to serve you Goshijin-sama, they said before disappearing from the place. Both boys looked at how nice the place looked. Anyway, I have to get home, said the brunette, invoking a teleportation circle. Me too, Ruruko and Momo must be worried, the blonde said, invoking a circle of his own. He had been living with both girls for a week, something for which the brunette congratulated him for having taken the step. We'll see you Hyodo, Saji, they said before disappearing from the place. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The brunette had appeared in the living room of the place. Apparently they're still asleep, he muttered when he didn't see any of the girls in the place. Then he looked at the time on his phone. 6:30 a.m. The boy decided to take a bath to get rid of the hangover he still had. He clumsily avoided the furniture so as not to make noise until he reached his destination. He took off his clothes, washed his body and entered the bathtub. Ah, that feels good, he muttered while putting a towel on his head. The boy felt how every muscle relaxed from the hot water. I think I won't go to school today, the brunette thought. He still felt slight discomfort from his hangover and doubted he would feel better at school, so the idea of not attending that day was strong in his mind. A couple of minutes later the boy had fallen asleep. Half an hour later, several girls were heading to the bathroom. Specifically Wise, Kuroka, Sona, Kurumi, Tsukiyumi, Penemu, Neru, Gabriel, Griselda and Valerie. LeFay and little Lilith were still sleeping, and for her part Maya was bathing at 5 a.m. before getting ready to start her duties, starting with cleaning her own room. The brunette had talked about it with her after the leaders' meeting at his house. Your work hours would be from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. He would do the laundry on Tuesdays and Thursdays, take care of breakfast every day of the week, while the girls took turns eating lunch and dinner. As his personal lady, she would help him with paperwork, attend important meetings and some contracts in case all the girls and Issei are busy. It was also agreed that she would rest on the weekends. Returning to the current time, all the girls mentioned were taking off their clothes to enter the bathroom. Is something wrong, Tsukiyumi-san? The Valkyrie asked when she saw the worried face of the all for honor mentioned. I was just thinking that Anata didn't come to sleep, the girl responded. At first she was embarrassed to call him that. In fact, she was still embarrassed. But in this short time of living with her Ashikabi, it made her feel a little more comfortable with him. Besides, he had told her that it didn't bother him that she called him that. It doesn't bother me. In fact, you look very pretty when you blush when you call me Anata with that sweet voice, was the brunette's response when she asked him if it bothered him. That response made her blush enormously, so she just crossed her arms while muttering. "I will only call you Anata because it is my obligation as your wife," the girl said, quite embarrassed. It was fun for the brunette's other girlfriends to see the blonde Sekira's reactions. The blonde looked at the white-haired girl for a moment before nodding with concern on her face. "Don't worry, Issei is very strong and few enemies match him in power," Sona added while removing her glasses. "Maybe I don't know Master at all, especially his power, but I can say that if someone went for him he wouldn't go unnoticed by the supernatural world," Nera said this time with a serious expression. Those arguments were enough to calm her down. "Who knows, he may have even already arrived and is taking a bath," Penemu said jokingly. The rest laughed at it. Perhaps if they were not so distracted they would have noticed the brunette's presence in the bathroom, although being asleep could considerably reduce his presence. They entered and began to wash their bodies in the showers, all without noticing a sleeping figure in the steam of the place. Talking about trivial things, they entered the bathtub. Sona had moved towards one of the walls where she supported herself, although as she did so she noticed something strange. She was sitting on something, and she felt a slight movement on her back, as if it were breathing. Taking off her glasses and the steam had prevented her from seeing the sleeping brown man behind her. Sona opened her eyes as she felt something surround her waist. Her eyes widened a little more as she recognized the aura of a certain person right behind her. Then she turned a little, finally noticing a sleeping brunette with a towel on his head, who instinctively surrounded her, clinging her closer to him. An intense red color flooded her cheeks as she felt the boy's wet skin cling to her back, plus she could feel him under her since she was sitting on his lap. She had to use all her self-control not to let out a small cry of surprise at this fact. Then her gaze returned to the other girls present. "Gee girls, I think we shouldn't worry about Issei anymore, he was already in the castle from earlier," Sona said with a neutral and soft expression, but with a marked blush on her cheeks. Feeling the boy's well-formed muscles on his back did nothing to help him control himself, especially because of the boy's hand which slowly caressed his belly or the sensation of something separating his buttocks under the water of the bathtub. She already had an idea what it was, but she didn't want to have perverted thoughts of any kind, at least not yet. On the other hand, this comment caught everyone's attention instantly, then several opened their eyes when they noticed the sleeping figure of the boy behind the citri heiress. "Issei. Issei-san? Master," were everyone's exclamations. Valerie, Neru, Tsukumi, Penemu, Griselda and Gabriel stood up in shock, revealing their wet nakedness. For his part, Rosswise did not react that way, since in the past he had already seen her naked in the bathrooms when she asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend to deceive her grandmother Gondar. Although a slight blush was seen on his cheeks, Kuroka had no problem with the brunette seeing her naked. She even wished that he would open his eyes at that moment. Kurumi didn't have those kinds of problems either. In fact, the situation seemed interesting to her. Although the three of them were waiting to see what the boy's reaction was in this situation after having lost his perversion. On the other hand, Sona maintained a poker face expression, although a big blush was noticeable by all of them. All the noise generated was enough to wake the sleeping boy. "Ah, what a good nap, now it's time to go out before the girls wake up, come," the boy said, while his words died little by little as he saw the panorama in front of him. His gaze ran over Valerie's naked body, noticing that she was very beautiful, even though her physique was not as proportionate as Rosswise, Kuroka or Griselda. Her white skin looked very soft, her breasts of attractive size with what seemed to be pretty pink nipples and her intimacy crowned with something platinum blonde filled his vision. Next was Neru, who had a physique similar to Valerie's, but less exuberant. His body was a little smaller, but no less attractive to her eyes. Her skin looked silky and soft, her waist slim and legs long, and he could even appreciate her womanhood in all its glory. Tsukumi had a lush body, but not exaggeratedly so. Firm breasts, thin waist and wide hips, clear and soft skin, with her long blonde hair tied in a ponytail and her intimacy crowned with an intense blonde just like Neru's. The next girls brought him a certain nostalgia, since he still remembered every detail of Gabriel, Penemu and Griselda's bodies. Different from the previous time, the brunette was able to better appreciate the scene in front of him. Valerie was completely red, but her body did not respond and she could not cover her nakedness when she felt the boy's gaze roam every corner of her body. Neru felt his heart beating wildly before his master's intense gaze, which traveled every centimeter of his skin, which is why he did not react or cover himself. Tsukumi felt her body numb due to the situation. She did not expect to show her body to her husband, However, she decided not to cover herself when she saw that the others did not do so. Specifically Rosswise, Kurumi and Kuroka, who were naturally watching what was happening. Gabriel felt the boy's gaze on her skin for the first time, and being honest with herself, she liked it in a certain way. This time he could feel how the boy appreciated every space of his body, and internally he felt the need to release his true form to leave a much more significant impact on him. But he remembered that he was no longer dealing with the former perverted boy, so that was already it wasn't necessary. She was sure that if it weren't for the opportunity piece, she would have fallen for such a train of thought. Although taking into account the growing feelings inside him, if it turned out to be what he suspected, then he wouldn't have fallen for it either. Penemu felt how her nature as a fallen angel helped her handle the situation. When the brunette's gaze fell on her, she felt her heart beat wildly, noticing how he appreciated every centimeter of skin, wishing that it were his hands and not his eyes that were traveling over her body. Griselda felt paralyzed by the boy's gaze. Her cheeks were red as hell, since she could clearly see how the boy looked over her body, unlike the last time this happened. When the boy finished recording this scene in his memory, he couldn't help a marked blush on his face. This made them all feel internally proud for provoking that reaction in him. On the other hand, Sona felt that something where she was sitting grew between her buttocks, putting slight pressure on that point. Her eyes widened at the new sensation, and she had to bite her lip to avoid letting out a moan. The brunette blushed a little more when he noticed Sona sitting on him, in addition to where his junior was sitting. Seeing the awkward situation, Kuroka made her presence known. "Naya, I didn't think you would wait for us to take a bath with us, Issei," the Nekasha said playfully. "I think the idea of bathing together sounds very promising," Kurumi said this time with a small smile. "This can serve to build trust with your servants, plus we can advance our relationship with you a little further," Rosswise said with a slight blush. This brought everyone back to reality, causing the brunette to look to the side and the girls to cover themselves with their hands. "You don't have a problem with him staying, do you?" Kuroka asked with a mischievous smile as she looked at the embarrassed girls. They looked at her in surprise, before shifting their gaze to the boy, noticing how he had diverted his attention to something else, although he also opened his eyes upon hearing the Nekashu's question. Then they looked at each other, not knowing what to answer. Until one of them spoke. "Well, if it's Issei-san, I wouldn't mind if he stayed, I trust him," Valerie responded as she let her hands fall. This took the boy by surprise, who looked at her in disbelief, making the girl's blush increase instantly, but doing nothing to cover herself. "For my part, there is no problem either, since he gave me a new opportunity. My body and soul belong to Master. No, Issei, I want our relationship to improve, and I feel that this can bring us even closer," Nera responded, dropping his hands. She maintained an expression of determination and pride, although with a small blush on her cheeks. This once again left the boy speechless. "Only my Ashikabi is allowed to see my body. Since I belong to him, Ayanada, from today onwards I will always bathe with you. It is my duty as your wife," the blonde declared. She had begun to speak with slight shyness, before putting her hands on her waist and adopting a superior pose. The brunette was not very surprised to already expect a similar response from his girlfriend Sekire. Then the angelic trio remained, the fallen, the seraphim, and the reincarnated angel. Penemu was the first to speak of them. "It's no problem for me, we've had this situation before," he said simply, although he used all his self-control to not blush because of it. She also left her body exposed. Griselda and Gabriel looked at each other for a moment, before releasing a small sigh. "We agree with the others, if it's you there's no problem. After all, you won't look at us inappropriately," Griselda said with a serious expression as she stopped covering herself with her hands. Although in his expression you could see a huge blush at the situation. "If it's Issei-kun then it's fine, but you'll have to accept the responsibility," Gabriel said as he stopped covering his nakedness. The boy still didn't believe what was happening, until a touch on his hand brought him back to reality. "I agree too," Sona said with a neutral expression, but the marked blush on her face showed how embarrassed she was. "Sorry," was the only thing the brunette could whisper as he looked away, totally embarrassed. Feeling the softness of Sona's buttocks around his junior, in addition to the stimulating sight in front of him, had caused that reaction in him. "Don't worry, it's actually something interesting," he responded in a low tone while shaking his hips a little under the water. This made the brunette bite his lips, since that movement caused him pleasure. On the other hand, the boy was greatly surprised, since he never expected that response from someone like Sona. Unknown to him, Sona was completely embarrassed after processing what was said. "Oh no. Now he'll think I'm a pervert." she lamented internally. Although the feeling in his but when he moved was quite interesting, something he wouldn't openly admit under any circumstances. Well, then tell us, how was the party? Kuroka asked curiously. No one had noticed what happened to the couple, since the water was chest deep and had hidden that action. Although several girls wanted to be in Sona's place, since she had not moved from the boy's lap at any time. On the other hand, the Nekish's question distracted the brunette a little from his current situation. The girls had already immersed themselves again, while they were blushing with embarrassment at having forgotten that detail. Although now that everyone accepted the boy's presence, it was no longer necessary. Well, the boy began doubtfully, thinking about whether it was a good idea to tell them that he got drunk. 30 minutes later, all the girls and the brunette were already changed and in the dining room of the castle, where they were currently having breakfast courtesy of Maya. The brunette had told them everything, even about Azazel's brew. This surprised many of them, since they did not know that there was something that intoxicated dragons. That was distilled from golden apple, specifically from Tannin territory. It was what Drake had mentioned in the conversation. On the other hand, the brunette was still feeling the effects of the distillate a little, so he had decided not to attend school today. His biggest surprise was that Sona supported the idea and also decided to miss out as well. I still can't believe you decided to miss classes too, said the brunette, who was drinking some coffee and some toast. I thought it was a good idea to rest today, plus we can discuss certain matters that you have been putting off for a while, the Citri heiress responded. This made the boy adopt a serious expression that caught the attention of the others, although Rosswise already had an idea of what Sona had in mind after talking about it with the five of them. But before Issei made a comment about it, he felt a familiar presence enter the castle. The brunette got up from the table and went to the living room of the castle, followed by his nobility. When he arrived, he could see a certain familiar group. Long time no see, Hyodo Issei, said the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. Valley, the brunette said with a small smile. Valley Lucifer, Arthur Pendragon and Biko stood before him. Chapter 8. Leaving the past behind. Human world, Hyodo residence. Rias Gremory was taking a bath with the rest of the Gremory group, Ravel and Irina, before preparing to go to Kuo Academy. Right now, an uncomfortable silence reigned in the bathroom, the sound of water being the only thing that prevented absolute silence in the place. This was because everyone remained in deep silence, lost in their thoughts, especially the redhead, who looked at the water in the bathtub as if it were the most interesting thing in the world while she reflected on what had happened during this time. When she entered university, she felt so happy, since there was little time left before she could marry Issei, but then she was attacked by various insecurities and doubts. The slowness in which his relationship with Issei progressed was one of them. She began to think that perhaps she was being a little unfair about it, since they had only known each other for a little over a year, the same time that the boy must have been involved in the supernatural world, by the way. The idea that he did not fully understand the boy made its way through his mind, so he set the goal of trying to understand the male mind, which is why he began to interact more with his classmates, in addition to having conversations enjoyable with Gasper and Kiba outside the demonic realm. The results were satisfactory, since he began to understand how to relate better to the brunette, taking a couple more steps in their relationship. The other girls noticed this and asked her how she did it. She told them about her strategy of interacting on a friendly basis with other boys to better understand Issei and thus advance their relationship faster. Shortly afterward, he regretted saying that. This was because the others felt that they were being left behind, so they also began to associate with boys to improve their understanding of the male mind and be able to get closer to the brunette. The only one who did not do so was Rosswise, since being so busy with her job as a teacher she was not aware of the situation, and she still did not define whether she was attracted to the boy or not. That's when Rias wanted to find out what was going on in the minds of older boys, starting a friendship with one of the teachers who taught her. This one was quite young, so he had no problems approaching him. It was then that the redhead ran into the boy who was her Prince Charming model when she was younger, finding this quite fascinating. With this, he forgot his original purpose in a few weeks, getting lost in the pleasant conversations with the young professor. Then Akeno was the next to fall in love with the young professor, when they met him by chance and he invited them to lunch. From that moment on, they both spent a lot of time with him outside of school, little by little forgetting about the brunette. The little time they had for their studies and the fact that they dedicated it to the young professor contributed a lot to that. The other girls experienced the same situation, as they met several interesting boys who caught their attention. Although for their part they postponed the boy from their thoughts with the idea that as demons they would live a long time, so they would have time to establish their relationship with him. In Irina's case, she simply saw it as another friendship, but that changed when she found her new friend quite interesting. Taking a break from the boy's perversions was a respite for them, although they only considered it that way to a certain point, since they liked the attention he gave them as well as feeling proud of the reactions they provoked in him. This was because they still loved him with that defect. However, this time when they were aware that they were moving away from him opened their eyes. Now they realized that they had all made a very big mistake, which they tried to remedy at any cost. They did not want to lose a man who would give everything for them, but they did not want to leave things as they were since they had fallen in love with the boys, resulting in the dating relationship they currently had with them. Leaving now without giving a valid answer would leave a bad taste in their mouths. Besides, they wouldn't feel good about themselves having to hurt such good boys with gentle hearts. For this reason, Rias wanted to find the boy to clarify what was happening, in the hope that he would understand and wait for her relationship with the professor to end, making it clear to him that he was the one she truly loved. However, not everything was going well, since he hesitated at the idea of ending his current relationship, since with his current partner he could talk about certain things that he couldn't with the brunette, since they had nothing to do with the supernatural world, enjoying a normal university life. Furthermore, the young professor had strengths and qualities better than those of the brunette, although he was at a disadvantage with the boy's qualities that he could never match. This had her quite worried, since she was in a difficult situation, not to mention that her little free time now had to be distributed between spending time with her boyfriend and looking for Issei. As if that were not enough, the brunette was not making it easy for them, since he had vanished from their lives overnight and they did not notice. When they finally managed to find out something about him, they realized that something in the boy had changed, looking more mature than before. Of course, this took everyone by surprise, but her more so. He appeared better than she thought, not to mention that his gaze conveyed experience and a certain wisdom, something that overshadowed her in a certain way, since that indicated that he had surpassed her in that area. The way he spoke and expressed himself, his movements and his confidence, none of that was part of the Issei she remembered. Another detail was that she knew how to play guitar, something that none of them expected, not even Irina, who was her childhood friend. The skill displayed indicated that he had started from a very young age. In addition, at no time did she see him look at the girl's chest in the videos or in the interview, setting off internal alarms in her. She also realized that, like her, Akeno had noticed that detail in the boy and was concerned. Another important point was the fact that he is married, having the acceptance of the boy's parents, incidentally. A small grimace formed on his face as he remembered the image of the brunette and the blonde kissing that was published in the school newspaper. The additional information wasn't much, just basic questions of no importance to them. Another thing was that he had not heard from his Rook, which was on a mission in Asgard. According to what the Norse god said, she had returned more than a month ago and mentioned something about a boyfriend. This was something worrying for her. Then another important fact came to his mind, which was the appearance of that guy Spectra Phantom. This had been assigned to the care of the city of Kuo along with the Citri and Gremory clans by the Underworld Council. This made her a little anxious, since this guy worried her greatly, his presence being the biggest factor in this. For the Gremory group, the masked man had an abrasive aura that made them quite uncomfortable. Added to this was that Kuroka and Valerie were in their noble title, something they never expected from that pair. All this crowned with the news that her friend Sona had a boyfriend. Without a doubt, these last few weeks had not been what I expected. Letting out a heavy sigh, he decided that it was time to get out of the shower, so he stood up without further ado as he began to get out of the bathtub. This movement brought everyone else out of their thoughts. "Come on, girls, or we'll be late," the redhead muttered with some discouragement. The girls nodded and also got out of the bathtub. "I hope today is a good day, and I also hope I can find you, Issei," he thought as he headed to his room. The boy's mother met them, instantly noticing everyone's melancholic countenance. "Ah, girls, I just hope they can face the weight of their mistakes, son. I hope you don't be so hard on them when they meet," he thought with concern before going to prepare breakfast. Kuo Academy. Rias was already in class currently. She and Akeno had no problems with attendance, since her boyfriend would pick them up in his car a couple of blocks from the residence, so they always arrived early at the academy. Of course, they did it discreetly so as not to have problems at school. She and Akeno were surprised today when they noticed Sona's absence. They both remembered that Sona maintained impeccable attendance, so missing this day really had a great impact on them. Although not as much as knowing that the Citri heiress had a boyfriend, that is if they didn't see it coming. In fact, she had not been able to speak properly with Sona about it, since when she broached the subject the black-haired woman always smiled confidently, and did not say anything, frustrating her for that. He came out of his thoughts before the bell, which signaled the change of period. His gaze went to the window, where he could see the school campus, at least the university section. Akeno glanced at her king's worried expression. A similar grimace adorned her face. She hoped they would hear from the boy soon or they would all fall into depression. For her part, Tsubaki glanced at the Gremry girls out of the corner of her eye. However, her only reaction to this was to adjust her glasses and turn her attention to the teacher who entered the classroom. She had been informed by Sona about why she decided to miss this day. No doubt this could cause quite a stir among the devils. A slight smile could be seen on his face. It would certainly be something interesting. Student council room. A certain blonde member of the council was talking to his colleagues, taking advantage of the distraction of his current president, who was reviewing and signing some documents with a dejected expression. Without a doubt, paperwork was a fearsome rival, along with not being able to use his Durandal to deal with it. It seems that Sona-sama will help him with certain matters. That's why he missed classes today, the blonde Citri mentioned. I see, it seemed too strange to me that he was missing classes after all. It is Sona-sama we are talking about, Tomo said this time. It must be something extremely important if he decided to be absent. Although it's strange, I'm still not used to the two of them being a couple, Tsubasa said with crossed arms. I know, but if Gremry-senpai and the others noticed him it was for a reason, Momo said while absently looking at Zenobia. The rest of those present nodded. I know better than anyone that Hyodo has good qualities, only now that he has lost his perversion they stand out even more, Saji said with a small smile. It's true, he always tried everything for the good of Ria-san and the others, in addition to always fighting to protect them, adding to this that he never gave up before the enemies who sought to destroy peace. Tomo explained with serious expression. You know, I like the old Hyodo as well as the current one a lot. His essence is still the same after all, although I miss seeing the beatings he received from the kendo club. Hee. Ruruko spoke this time with a smile fun. The rest laughed at those memories. He may have lost his perversion, but I know that deep down he still follows the path of Arrow, although this time at healthier levels, Rhea declared with a small smile. Everyone nodded in agreement with that. Anyway, it will be better to help Zenobia Kaishu or she will start tearing up the paperwork with Durandal, Saji said, watching as the named one began to murmur the chant of invocation of the all for honor mentioned weapon. The others looked at this with flat looks, since this was repeated very often. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Right now, you can see the Valley group in the living room of the castle. The Hyodo group looked at the silver-haired boy with amusement, who seemed a little uncomfortable, in addition to having an almost imperceptible blush. I didn't think this would happen, at least not so soon, Valley, said a certain heavenly dragon sealed in the divine dividing. Don't talk nonsense, Albion. That reaction doesn't mean anything, it just, the named man responded in his mind, running out of arguments to say. The silver-haired man didn't hear any response, but he could swear that the dragon had a mocking smile right now. On the other hand, Issei saw his rival with some amusement, since he never thought to see that side of the boy addicted to fighting. So, why did you come, Valley? The brunette asked, trying to start the conversation. The named man looked at him for a moment, before sighing. Well, actually I came to see how strong you have become in this time that we haven't seen each other, he said with a serious expression. Although it was easy for everyone to notice how he avoided seeing a certain person in the room. Sona, Issei, Penemu and Kuroka had only one idea in mind. Why is it that those who bear the name of Lucifer are attracted to the maid? They thought in synchronicity. Underworld, Lucifer Castle. Acha. It was the sneeze of a certain Mao in his office. Is Surzek-sama okay? A certain maid asked as she offered him a box of tissues. The redhead took one to wipe his nose. Yes, it's just that someone must be talking about me, the Mao responded solemnly. The silver-haired girl looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Maybe it was Riatan, he said now with a small blush. Whatever you say, was Graphia's comment in a flat tone. Underworld, Dragon Castle. They could see how the silver-haired man avoided looking at a blushing Maya, so they couldn't help but remember what happened a couple of hours before and what led to this atmosphere. Flashback. Valley, the brunette said with a small smile. Valley Lucifer was standing in the middle of the hall. Next to him were Arthur and Biko. Apparently something has happened during my absence. Your presence feels different, the silver-haired man pointed out. The brunette smiled a little more. He already knew that someone like Valley would quickly notice the change in him. The former governor told us where to find you. We certainly don't expect someone who was once human to settle indefinitely in the underworld, Arthur contributed with a serious expression. We were also surprised to find out, Oni-sama, said LeFay, making herself noticed. The blonde smiled when he saw his little sister. I'm glad to see you safe, Arthur said softly as he approached her and patted her on the head. You know very well that Issei-sama will protect me from anything, the girl responded with a cute smile. I know, he muttered, caressing the hilt of his holy sword. The brunette smiled tensely at this. Sis-kan, was the general thought after seeing that. Valley denied this, before addressing his rival. Anyway, I guess you also received this, he said as he showed a certain case, although it had a different signature than Ajuka Beelzebub's. Azazel's signature. The brunette adopted a serious expression as he took his own case out of his bag. Without taking their eyes off each other, they both opened their respective cases, showing the inside. Issei showed his 5 unused pawns. Valley showed that he had only used a knight and a rook. I see you added my sister to your group, Arthur said in a serious tone. The brunette turned to him and simply nodded. It seems that you managed to get one of the 2 dragons to sting Kuroka, Biko said this time with a cheeky smile. Naya, I must be by my partner's side after all, the Nekashu responded with a similar smile. Without a doubt, the burlesque nature of both was very similar. Some of the girls were terrified when they imagined what their offspring would be like if they were a couple. I see, I'm not excited about the idea of forming a group, but certain missions require extra hands and the right skills. That's why I decided to agree to try these, opportunity piece, Valley said while putting away his case. The brunette did the same. So, will you tell me why you are in this place? The silver-haired man asked with a serious expression. But before the brunette responded, a certain red-haired maid entered the room. Issei-sama, a package arrived from Michael-sama, Maya said in a professional tone. The silver-haired man looked at her for a second, before he felt as if something had exploded inside him, as he opened his mouth slightly. The rest of those present noticed that reaction in the Albion bearer and raised an eyebrow at it. The girl felt the boy's gaze, so she reflexively turned towards him and looked at him questioningly. Both blue eyes met at that moment. In response, the silver-haired man blushed visibly and did something that no one expected. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. His armor made an appearance and the Hakuryuko was thrown out of the window, breaking the glass in the process and slightly losing control in mid-flight. Everyone watched in disbelief as it crashed into a couple of trees before falling to the ground, then getting back up and flying in an unknown direction. Valley Lucifer had fled, something he had not done even in combat. A harsh silence reigned in the place after this. Nobody knew what to say. Maya-chan, you are my heroine. Look, shooting Valley-chan like that, Kuroka exclaimed as she took her hands and smiled with enthusiasm and mockery at the same time. The rest came out of their reverie with those words. The named girl blinked in confusion, before realizing what the Nekashu had said. Dum. The poor girl was as red as her hair and she didn't know what to say about it. Ha! I can't believe it! Our Valley has fallen in love with a girl. Ha! Oh my stomach! Biko laughed uncontrollably. Arthur seemed better, but a smile revealed that he found this very funny. I never expected that boy obsessed with fights would have fallen in love so quickly, Gabriel muttered in a surprised tone. I can't believe it either, the brunette said without being able to believe it. Anyway, we'll go look for our leader, we'll be back soon, Arthur said as he used his sword to create a crack in space. Huh. Yes, of course, was the only thing the brunette answered. With that said, the blonde pulled his partner, who was still laughing outrageously, by the neck and disappeared from the place. Flashback end. Arthur and Biko returned to Valley after an hour. Apparently the silver-haired man had flown a long distance before coming to his senses. Right now the brunette could see how he seemed thoughtful and meditative, as if he were trying to understand what happened to him. The most notable thing was that he avoided looking at the girl in question. The maid of Hyodo Castle had blushed upon seeing him arrive at the castle again, since she had never been in this kind of situation. The elbows he received from Kuroka and Penemu didn't help at all. I guess I'm the same as you, I still haven't mastered the power of Ophis and Great Red within me, in terms of skills, Let's say I've learned a couple of new tricks since I was never good at magic, the brunette said in serious tone. The few spells he mastered were modified by Rosswise to work more closely with his dragantine power. The silver-haired man nodded in understanding. I was already expecting that answer, Valley responded. If you asked me this, I can assume that you will also do special missions, the brunette pointed out. Team Valley was surprised by this. That's right, I'm surprised that you deduced it so easily, Hyodo, Valley said once he got over his surprise. I see, we would only have to decide the specialty of each group, taking into account that Kuroka and Lefei are in mine. However, I don't forget that you recruited them and therefore they work better in your group, the brunette said again. Once again, the Valley team was greatly surprised by the boy's level of understanding. It's normal that he has matured so much in such a short time. After all, he became a Detenryu and survived. A certain white dragon said, making himself noticed. This confused Valley, Biko, and Arthur significantly. I think there are things we should talk about, since you are also a dragon, Issei said with a deadly serious expression. The girls understood where the conversation was going, appearing serious since the silver-haired man had shown that after all he did pay attention to the female gender, beyond her hips and butt. A certain white dragon felt depressed from one moment to the next. Several minutes later, Team Valley looked shocked and surprised by what they had just heard. I can't believe dragons have that weak point, Arthur mentioned in amazement. That's right. Normally dragons who fall in love tend to be together forever, but in rare cases this situation occurs, although it does not reach such extremes unless the number of females is large. They heard Albion say. Why hadn't you told me anything about it? Valley asked in a serious and calm tone. Are you seriously asking me that? Remember that you had never noticed any girl, although that seems to have changed. The white dragon responded. The silver-haired man felt embarrassed by it and didn't say anything, while the red-haired woman blushed noticeably and lowered her gaze. In the case of my partner, it was because they showed him that they loved him deeply. In fact, they still do, but their immaturity and demonic nature made them make this serious mistake. Drake now said. The rest had to agree with both celestial dragons. Regarding that, I need to talk to you about something important, the silver-haired man said seriously. The brunette noticed Valley's posture, so he motioned for him to follow him. We will discuss this in my office. You can talk to get to know each other. After all, we will work together from now on, he indicated as he walked away from the group followed by Valley. The rest remained silent for a few moments. I'll serve some tea, the red-haired maid said as she left. She was still blushing, but that wouldn't mean she would neglect her work. I guess Issei and Valley will take their time, since we already know each other. I'm leaving. There are some things I have to prepare, Sona said before leaving. The rest looked at each other for a few seconds before shrugging their shoulders and walking to the castle room. Issei's office. Issei was with Valley in his office. The brunette was at his desk and the silver-haired man was sitting on a couch. So what do you want to talk about? The brunette started the conversation. The silver-haired man absently looked at the sky of the underworld through the office terrace, and then looked at him. Regarding what happened, since you have more experience with women, I want to ask you, what happened to me there? The silver-haired man asked sincerely. The brunette looked at him for a couple of seconds, before exhaling noticeably. That's what we know as a crush or love at first sight, the brunette explained seriously. The silver-haired man closed his eyes while analyzing what the boy said. I see, he muttered as he processed the information. Valley felt a little out of place because of this new emotion that had arisen in him. Then she opened her eyes and stared at him. What should I do now, Hyodo? The boy asked doubtfully. The brunette remained silent for a few seconds, thinking about what to answer the boy. The only thing I can tell you is to try to let yourself go and be yourself. Start by getting to know her a little more. If you're lucky, she will reciprocate, the brunette answered. The silver-haired man looked towards the terrace, observing the sky of the underworld again. It's not the answer I was looking for, but I have to find out how to deal with this feeling to avoid it in the future, since it distances me from my goals, the silver-haired man suddenly said. The brunette sighed with resignation upon hearing this. Anyway, if you want you can stay while you find out about the heart and feelings. I'm just warning you, he mentioned in a relaxed and lazy tone. Then Valley felt a chill run down his spine. When he turned to his rival, he saw him with unusual coldness. If you hurt Maya, it will weigh on you, he said as his eyes changed to a bright red for a couple of seconds. The silver-haired man smiled defiantly at this, before getting up and heading towards the door. Then he stopped. I won't play with her if that worries you, and if we become more than friends then I will protect her with my life. Only if that comes to that, he said before leaving the office. The brunette looked at the door seriously after that. When a dragon chooses a partner then he protects her from all danger. Although the way he does this varies for each dragon, apparently the white one is distant and antisocial. But now that he has seen her as a potential partner he will do everything possible to make her happy. There is no doubt about that. Drake said. The brunette smiled slightly at that. I can already imagine what it will be like. I have seen too many anime series where the protagonist is cold and distant, but in moments of intimacy he shows his true feelings, he said as he got up from his desk. Ha! I remember you did it to find ways to create your harem and be the king. After all you preferred H content. The dragon laughed. The brunette blushed at that, but didn't say anything. When he arrived at the room he could see his peerage talking to the valley group, while the silver-haired man was hesitant about something. Possibly he didn't know how to approach the redhead. She, for her part, stood with a professional attitude next to the door through which he entered, bowing when she noticed him. Issei, I think we should go, Sona said as she approached him. The brunette looked at her with a little doubt, but nodded. He was instantly approached by his girlfriends. Come back soon, Kurumi said before kissing him. We'll be waiting for you, Tsukiyomi said this time, repeating the black-haired girl's action. Don't be stupid, Naya, Kuroka said before kissing him too. Take care of yourself, Rosswise said as she settled into his chest. The brunette hugged her at that moment. Don't worry, I won't do anything dangerous, although Sona hasn't told me where we're going, the boy responded. The white-haired woman separated from him to look into his eyes and smile before kissing him. When they separated, they both put their foreheads together. Then the white-haired woman walked away from him without stopping to see him, remaining with the others. Then we're leaving, the boy said as he took Sona by the waist. She blushed at this, but still summoned a teleportation circle. Sona raised a hand in farewell before they both disappeared from sight. The room was silent after that. I don't know whether to feel envy or something else for the Sekurute, although I must admit, I certainly respect him, Biko said with crossed arms while nodding to himself. The girls blushed when they heard him say that. For his part, Valley remained serious and thoughtful, before getting up and heading towards the maid. Do you have a minute? I need to talk to you, he said with a serious expression. The girl looked at him in surprise, before nodding and leading him through the corridors of the castle. She was blushing noticeably and he walked with a neutral expression while he had his hands in his pockets. Underworld, Gremory Castle. The brunette and the black-haired had just appeared in front of a huge castle that the boy knew very well. Gremory Castle. Why did you bring me here, Sona? He asked with immense doubts. In response, the girl showed a sheet of paper that the boy recognized. By chance I found this, that's why I decided to help you complete it, the black-haired woman said. On the sheet of paper you could see a to-do list, which had been made by the brunette. Although he also realized that there was already one crossed out. Since you had help from Baraquil-san with your lightning, I took the liberty of marking it as completed, Sona explained. The boy nodded a little doubtfully about it, but then changed his expression to a more recovered one. I thank Sona, I really have put this off for a long time, the boy responded as he looked towards Gremory Castle. The brunette looked at him for a few seconds, noticing his clothes. Jeans, a white t-shirt and a blue jacket. Now we must do something with your clothes, since this will be an important meeting, Sona said while adjusting her glasses. The brunette looked at her with doubt, before noticing a magic circle shine at his feet, which rose until it disappeared above his head. The brunette looked at his new clothing with admiration, since he now looked like a high-class demon in every sense of the word. Thanks again, Sona, I guess it's time to finish this, he said with a serious look. Without thinking much, they both began to walk towards the castle. Gremory Castle. Lord and Venelana Gremory were resting in one of the castle gardens. Venelana in the company of Milikas and Lord Gremory drinking from her wine glass. Then a servant entered the garden. Lord Gremory, Venelana-sama Hyodo Issei-sama has come to the castle and requests an audience with both of you, he announced in a professional tone. This did surprise them both, since they did not expect a visit from the boy and Rias had not told them anything about this. Yeah, Issei came to visit, exclaimed the little redhead as he separated from his grandmother. The older ones watched as the little one entered the castle and ran towards the lobby. Send him in, Lord Gremory said seriously. Issei-sama was received by the guards and is now heading here, the servant reported. The redhead nodded satisfied at that. Good job, you can leave, Lord Gremery pronounced. The servant bowed before leaving. The couple remained silent for a couple of minutes, before looking at each other. I have a bad feeling about this, Venelana said with a worried expression. So do I, let's just hope it's nothing serious, the redhead said seriously. As demons who have lived thousands of years, they sensed when something bad was going to happen. No more than 5 minutes passed when Issei entered the garden accompanied by Milikas and Sona Citri. They instantly noticed something different about the boy. He walked with confidence and poise. His clothes reminded them a lot of those of their son Surzex, but the color was different, being black with some red lines on the edges. He also wore a light dark blue cloak with a green gem brooch over his left shoulder. Lord Gremery, Venelana-sama, it's good to see you again, the brunette greeted politely. They both came out of their slight stupor when they heard him speak. It's also good to see you, Issei-kun, the Gremery patriarch responded, getting up from his seat and heading towards him. The redhead extended his hand, a gesture reciprocated by the boy. Long time no see, Sona, the Gremery matriarch greeted as she took the black-haired woman by both hands. The all for honor mentioned smiled in response. I say the same thing, Venelana-sama, the girl responded. Then everyone took a seat at the garden table to be more comfortable, and a maid served cups of tea to the brunette and the black-haired woman. So what is the reason for your visit, Issei-kun? Venelana asked in a curious tone. It's true, Rias didn't tell us any of this, not to mention that you came without her, Lord Gremery now pointed out while elegantly swinging his wine glass. Both patriarchs instantly noticed how an aura of extreme seriousness surrounded the boy. I have come to dissolve my marriage commitment to Rias Gremery, he said without any hesitation. Venelana froze instantly after hearing those words. For his part, Lord Gremery had remained with his glass inches from his mouth, while his eyes widened in disbelief. They both reacted when they understood the context of those words. Human world, Kuo Academy. It was lunchtime at Kuo Academy and a certain redhead was with her servants at the occult club. This was because she always stopped by to relax as was her custom when she was the president of the club. She was at her desk as she reviewed some documents intended for the Gremery heiress as one of the caretakers of Kuo City. Here is your tea, Rias, Akeno said as she served her. Thanks, Akeno, she muttered distractedly while she was focused on a piece of paper. So he left this one in the pile of reviewed documents. He removed the glasses he was wearing and tiredly massaged the bridge of his nose, then directed his hand towards the cup of tea. Crack. When I was about to take it, it cracked. Rias stopped her hand upon seeing this with her eyes widened in shock. Is something wrong, Rias? The black-haired girl asked when she saw her king's expression. The rest of the members looked at the redhead. It's nothing, it's nothing, Rias replied once she came to her senses. Irina returned to her reading. She was reading a book about some saints together with Asya. Ravel returned to review her class notes and notes. In a couple of weeks he would report to his parents about his stay in the human world. Koneko continued eating her candy. Kiba resumed reading his book, which was a romantic novel, and Gasper continued playing with his portable console. Akeno was the only one who maintained her worried expression. Akeno, I have a bad feeling, he muttered in a low tone while looking at his broken teacup. Akeno watched her too, knowing that this was a sign of bad omen. Don't worry, Rias, whatever it is, we'll face it together, she said as she put her hand on her friend's shoulder. The redhead smiled a little affected but grateful for this. Even so, he couldn't stop his thoughts from turning to a certain brown-haired teenager that was missing. Issei, he thought as he got up and walked towards the window. Akena looked at her with concern. Rias looked out the window with a vacant look. Where are you, Issei? He mentally asked himself. Outside the room was a certain fallen angel, who was standing on the side of the door. So you plan to do it today, huh? It seems that things are starting to get complicated within the Gremery group. If so, then it was a good idea to form another group unrelated to DXD, thought the former governor of Grigori. Without thinking anything else, he began to walk out of the building. Get ready, boy, problems are coming, he thought when remembering the information received a few hours ago. Underworld, Gremery Castle. A dead silence reigned in the gardens of Gremery Castle, where the brunette had said words unthinkable for both patriarchs of the clan. Issei indeed did listen well? A stunned Venelana asked. Lord Gremery had placed his glass on the table and adopted a serious expression, Yes, Venelana-sama, I said that I have decided to cancel my engagement with Rias Gremery, the brunette confirmed without even a bit of hesitation. Both patriarchs remained silent for a couple of minutes, searching the brunette's expression for any indication that everything was a joke. They also glanced at the black-haired girl, noticing that she maintained an unfazed expression. Then they realized that what the boy said was completely serious. They had both heard from Grafia that the brunette and his daughter had problems in their relationship, but they thought it was something temporary, and that they would be together again in a short time. Apparently things had escalated to this point. Issei-kun, tell me your reasons for such a request, the Gremery patriarch asked in a deadly serious tone. For his part, the brunette did not react to this, internally surprising both Gremery. Then Issei took his cup of tea and drank with unusual calm, before putting it back on the table and looking at them seriously. The reason for this is because I no longer love her, the brunette answered. This was something none of them saw coming. Explain, Venelana requested as her eyes became hard. The brunette smiled with a certain melancholy. Rias Gremery decided to have a romantic relationship with a human, specifically a professor at the Kuo Academy. She did this without taking my feelings into account, and for that I received a curse, the boy began to explain. Both patriarchs paid attention to this. For his part, Milikas remained silent. He still couldn't believe what he had heard, but knowing his older brother figure, he knew there was an explanation behind all of this. If I didn't get rid of my feelings for her, then I would have died in 6 months. That's the dragon's weak point, the brunette said, closing his eyes. This did intrigue both patriarchs. What does that curse have to do with your feelings for Rias? The redhead asked. The brunette opened his eyes to see the Gremery patriarch. When a dragon is betrayed by his partner, his power and the love he feels for her become a poison that slowly kills him. This worsens if he has multiple partners. Depression, instability in his power, and attacks of anger that he loses in the future. Battle instinct is what a dragon suffers. This is called the fall of the dragon, the brunette explained seriously. Venelana opened her eyes when she understood what the brunette said. Rias, Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Ravel, Koneko and Irina, because of their mistakes I became a Detenryu, the brunette listed while absently looking at the garden. Lord Gremery watched with concern as Issei's gaze darkened slightly. In that state of mind, the idea of dying so that they realize your existence and suffer for their selfish actions is extremely tentative. Having no motivation other than betrayal, you do not measure your own actions, focusing only on those responsible for your misfortune. Sinking little by little into despair and self-destruction, the brunette said with an empty and hollow voice. Sona looked away, slightly affected by this. Both patriarchs felt their hearts tremble at the image of the boy with those characteristics that flashed in their minds. However, when you see a light in all that chaos inside your heart, that is when you recover your consciousness and your will to live, he said as his gaze became warmer. His parents, his girlfriends and his friends came to mind, remembering that thanks to them he made his decision. I hope you understand my decision. I don't hate Rias, but I don't love her either, and chaining her to a life without love doesn't seem right to me. That would make her suffer a lot, he said with a sad smile. Both patriarchs nodded regretfully at this. We understand what you are saying, Issei-kun, but are you sure that nothing can be done? Venelana asked with hope. The brunette smiled at her, increasing Venelana's expectations. Be there for your daughter. I'm sure she will need her more than ever when she finds out about this, the boy responded. This shattered the Gremery matriarch's hope. I'm sorry to hear this. We really had hopes for this marriage, the red-haired man said with a gloomy air. My parents too, but nothing can be done regarding the Gremery clan. I will never be able to repay them for everything they have done for me, so if you need something, do not hesitate to ask. I will always be available to help you, the brunette declared seriously. Both Gremery gave him wan smiles, but grateful for those words. Internally they decided to find a way so that this would not end this way. Issei-oni-sama, Milikas blurted out in a sad tone. The brunette smiled at him before caressing his head. I will visit you whenever I can. Now that I am not tied to Rias, I can come more often, the brunette expressed. This made the little redhead quite happy and confused. What do you mean you are not tied to Rias-oni-sama? Aren't you his pawn? He asked with doubt. But it was his grandmother who answered him. Issei-kun was promoted to Supreme Class Demon more than a month ago, Venelana said. That's right, Milikas. In fact, I have my own nobility title, Issei confirmed. Sugd, he exclaimed with admiration. We hope to meet your group one day, Lord Gremery said as he drank from his cup. I have no problems with it, You can still come visit my castle whenever you want. Surzek-sama knows where it is, said the brunette. I see. I suppose we can forge an alliance between the Gremory and Hyodo houses, the red-haired man thought aloud. It will be an honor for me, Lord Gremory, said the brunette. Xiaticus, the red-haired man corrected. The brunette looked at him doubtfully. That's my name, Xiaticus Gremory, the red-haired man clarified. I see, then I will look forward to that day, Xiaticus-sama, Venelana-sama, he said as he stood up. This was imitated by the Gremory and Sona. I'm sorry for the problems this may cause you, but now I must continue and visit Phoenix Castle, he explained in a serious tone. We understand. I hope Lady Phoenix and Lord Phoenix can accept it in the same way, Venelana said in a worried tone. The brunette smiled at him gratefully for the good wishes. See you later, Xiaticus-sama, Venelana-sana, Milikas, the brunette said goodbye while invoking a teleportation circle. The dark-haired Citri bowed and said nothing more. Seconds later the two had disappeared from the place. The Gremory and Milikas patriarchs remained in deep silence. It seems that the Citri heiress has made a great achievement, Xiaticus mused in a serious tone. Yes, but I see that it is legitimate. That shine in her eyes is the same that our daughter had every time she came to visit with Issei-kun, the matriarch responded with a sad smile. Xiaticus then raised his hand, invoking a circle of communication. In this appeared the holographic image of a certain red-haired Mao. Surzex, I want MC Gregor to investigate everything about the fall of the dragon, he said without waiting a second. Then the couple watched as the Maos sighed. So Issei-kun already visited them, huh? Don't worry, I'll send you all the information I have right away, he said while cutting the communication. Instantly, a folder with the Gremory clan logo appeared on the table. This intrigued the two Gremory patriarchs, before they realized why their eldest son had that information at hand. He already knew it. They thought in synchronicity. Then they both tried not to facepalm each other, since if their son knew where the boy's castle was, it was obvious that he would be aware of what happened between Rias and the brunette by dealing with him more often. Without further ado, the Gremory patriarch sat down and proceeded to open the folder, while Venelana sat next to him and Milikas settled on his lap. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Right now, Valley is facing something he never thought he would face so soon. His heart. And the little he was able to talk to Hyodo Issei's maid were banal and unimportant things. First he thought about asking Azazel for advice, but he didn't even want to imagine what kind of things the fallen one would say to him, so his second choice was Hyodo Issei. As he expected, the boy told him something useful, but at the same time complicated. He didn't know how to let go, and was really starting to get uncomfortable. This sucks, he muttered in a low tone. You're not very good at socializing, right? She said casually. The time she had spent with him since her master left helped her feel a little more comfortable with the boy's presence. The silver-haired man was taken by surprise when he heard her speak, but he still smiled sarcastically. Well, the childhood I had didn't help much, the boy responded. The redhead nodded. It seems that we both had bad times because of the Chaos Brigade and the ancestral Mao faction, the girl said absently. This caught the silver-haired man's attention. What do you mean? Valley asked. The redhead looked at him questioningly, before realizing what he had said. Ah, it's no big deal. I jest, he said hurriedly. However, the silver-haired man looked at her intensely. Tell me maybe it's not Issei, but I'm sure it will do you good to get it off your chest, the boy said, remembering a line from a movie he saw a long time ago with Azazel. The maid sighed in defeat as she saw the genuine interest in the boy's blue orbs. My family was a supporter of the ancient Mao and the old government, that is why they carried out several undercover missions for the Chaos Brigade, but they were discovered and detained after the death of RageRevan Levon Lucifer. The girl began to speak. The silver-haired man listened carefully to what the girl was saying. Not being aware of this, they found me innocent. However, the noble demon saw me with hatred and repulsion. Ajuka-sama welcomed me into his territory to protect me, but the Astaroth clan still resented having lost their heir, said the girl. Valley understood the girl. Without a doubt her family's mistakes fell on both of their shoulders. That's why Ajuka-sama asked Issei-sama to receive me as his personal lady here in his castle. As you can see, he did. He really is a good person, he said with a small smile. The silver-haired man remained silent for a while, before beginning to speak. You know, since I was little I received abuse from my own father. I endured all that because of my mother, since I didn't want them to turn her into a prostitute, the boy began to say. The redhead listened to this with a soft look. That man appeared to be a good person in front of everyone, but he was someone despicable who hit me for pleasure because I was a hybrid and a mistake in his eyes. The boy continued speaking. His face showed a distant and melancholic look. He was killed by RageRevan, and I was able to escape. After that I lived for a long time in the streets of a small town, until I was found by Azazel, Valley said. The maid noticed how a certain shine appeared in her eyes when she mentioned the fallen one. He welcomed me and Grigori, and even the demons who were looking for me left me alone. That was when I had a somewhat more normal childhood in the human world. When I looked for my mother again, she had remarried and had other children, Valley said with some warmth. He was glad that his mother had a calmer life. For that reason he did not approach her. He kept this in mind in his fight against Azidahaka when his deepest desire was revealed by his illusion. The maid smiled slightly at the silver-haired man's expression. For her, it was clear that her mother was important to him, but above all, she saw in the former governor of Grigori the father she always wanted. I preferred to leave her alone and dedicate myself to becoming stronger, since I still had to face my rival, said the silver-haired man. Then he looked at the redhead, realizing that he had gotten carried away, but contrary to what he thought, it was not uncomfortable or embarrassing. You've been through a lot. I really admire you for your courage. You are incredible, Valley-kun, Maya said with a beautiful smile. The silver-haired man was caught off guard by that comment, making him blush on the spot, so he looked away while placing a hand on the back of his head. Sniff, they grow so fast. Albion teared into the divine dividing. Overcoming this will be more difficult than I thought. Valley thought, upset. She didn't expect a simple gesture from the redhead to break through her defenses like that. She just hoped that she and Lavinia would never meet. Just thinking about it gave him chills. Underworld, Phoenix Castle. The brunette and the brunette had appeared in front of the Phoenix territories. I must say that I feel a little nervous, said the brunette while looking at the enormous castle. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I hope so, he muttered the last thing in an unsure tone. The brunette let out a sigh and decisively began to walk towards the castle. It didn't take them long to reach the main door, being greeted by a Phoenix servant. He guided them through the corridors directly to the Patriarch's chambers. Although along the way he met someone he didn't expect to see so soon. But what do I see, isn't it, Secretary Hyodo Issei? He heard a voice say. From his right and coming down another hallway he could see a head of blonde hair. This character was wearing his usual red suit that exposed his chest as he walked with his hands in his pockets. Riser Phoenix. The brunette raised a hand with a nervous smile. Ohio Riser-san, the boy greeted. The blonde only looked at him for a second, before shifting his gaze to the Citri heiress. It's strange not seeing you with Rias. Do you intend to have another heiress in your harem? He asked, raising an eyebrow. He had to hide his surprise when Sona did not deny what he said. I suppose this concerns you in the same way, so you better come with us, the brunette said with a serious face. The blonde looked at him doubtfully, before shrugging his shoulders and starting to walk ahead of them. You can leave, I will take you to Otasama and Okasama, he told the servant. He bowed before leaving. Riser-san, how is your queen feeling? He asked as he began to follow him. For her part, Sona took out the list and scratched off the note about asking Riser Phoenix's queen for help and then followed the two of them. In a matter of minutes the trio was in the castle library, where the brunette and the black-haired woman spotted the Phoenix patriarchs. They kept their attention on the book that each one was reading, while on the table where they were there was a small stack of books. Otasama, Okasama, there is someone who wants to see you, the blonde said, making himself noticed. Both patriarchs looked up, meeting the brown-haired man and the black-haired woman. Lord and Lady Phoenix, long time no see. The boy greeted respectfully. Ara, this is a pleasant surprise, don't you think so, dear? Riser's mother said with a small smile. That's right, we weren't expecting a visit from you, boy, Lord Phoenix said, closing his book while drawing a smile. They both noticed the notable differences that separated him from his former self, but chose not to say anything. I also noticed that the Citri heiress is accompanying you, Lady Phoenix mentioned when she saw the black-haired woman. She bowed. Lady and Lord Phoenix, it's a pleasure to see you, the girl said. Riser just watched this with a bored expression, although he was intrigued that the brunette didn't feel uncomfortable or out of place. What's more, he was intrigued by their clothing and current bearing. He could almost swear he was standing next to a high-class demon, although the thought of Rias's mother tutoring him in etiquette arose in his mind. So what brings you to our young home? Lord Phoenix asked in a relaxed tone. Well, some problems have arisen regarding my position with Revel, the brunette said with a serious expression. The Phoenix family was extremely confused by this. What do you mean, young Hyodo? Lady Phoenix asked. The brunette sighed before taking a seat right in front of both patriarchs. I'm sorry to have to say this, but I will renounce the care of Revel that was entrusted to me by you. Likewise, she will not be part of my nobility title, nor will she be one of my lovers in the future, he said with serious eyes. This shocked the Phoenix family, who watched in shock. Until one of them reacted. Damned. How dare you say something like that? Riser exclaimed as his body was covered in his aura and slight flames were visible. A drop of sweat ran down the brunette's cheek, but he never seemed hesitant. Care to explain this, young Hyodo? Was the request of a Phoenix matriarch. Her voice showed that she was not happy with this announcement from the boy. He drew a wan smile directed at both patriarchs. I think I should start at the beginning, he began to speak again. Several minutes later, Lord Phoenix remained silent, meditating on what the boy said. Lady Phoenix looked at him as if she were judging him. Riser remained silent, until he reacted. Tisk, this is nonsense, he mumbled with obvious annoyance in his voice as he looked away. I find it hard to believe, Lord Phoenix said with a serious face. Lady Phoenix looked at him for a few more seconds without saying anything. What my partner said is true. If he had not gotten rid of the love he felt for Revel, Phoenix would have perished over time, not to mention that it could have caused some incident when he became more volatile. Drake said, joining the conversation. This really surprised the Phoenix. Well, if the celestial dragon says so, then I guess I have to believe you, Lord Phoenix said with resignation. The matriarch could only sigh in disappointment. Maybe she didn't replace me like the others, but her disinterest meant that she was part of the problem, the brunette said, closing his eyes with regret. Then a sad smile adorned his face at that moment. It's ironic that I realized what you really wanted just after that possibility disappeared, he said, slightly affected. Both Phoenix patriarchs drew bitter smiles at this. I take it you hate Revel, the younger blonde said with a frown. Despite this expression, everyone noticed the concern in his voice. The brunette smiled at that. As I told Baraquil-san a few days ago, I don't hate any of them, I just stopped feeling love, he expressed with a soft expression. This reassured the Phoenix. Then our deal ends here, Lady Phoenix said with a defeated face. It may not mean much, but the Hyodo clan will be available to you if any problem happens, the brunette said seriously. Both patriarchs agreed to this. I guess it was difficult for Venelana to know this, Lady Phoenix mumbled. Zeoticus will not have had it easy either, Lord Phoenix said with his arms crossed. The brunette smiled wanly. Yes, even my parents felt quite affected by these events, the brunette said, releasing a sigh. We understand we will still leave Revel and Kuo, although now the care will fall to Rias Gremory, Lord Phoenix pronounced in a serious tone. She has made good friends in that place. When she realizes what is happening, your support will be invaluable to her, Lady Phoenix muttered with concern. The brunette nodded with a serious expression. Don't worry, as one of the people in charge of the city of Kuo, it's my part to keep you safe, said the brunette. This calmed the couple quite a bit. At least his daughter would be indirectly guarded by one of the celestial dragons. Then the brunette turned to the other blonde. Riser-san, I need your help, said Issei. The blonde raised an eyebrow at that, before remembering that he had asked about his queen. Speak, Riser said. He already sensed what the boy wanted to ask him. Underworld, Gremory Castle. Both Gremory patriarchs had just read all the information that Serzex had sent them. Venelana showed an expression of extreme sadness. Zeoticus stood with his arms crossed. I didn't expect this to be so serious, the redhead mused seriously. I can't believe Rias made a mistake like that, Venelana said in an affected tone. Knowing all the effects that curse had on the boy was worrying, not to mention that he had to resort to a ritual to save his life. It also mentioned that after fall, it was no longer possible to transform that curse into love again, so the purification ritual was the only solution to everything. The redhead looked up at the sky of the underworld. She is young and inexperienced in these things, however. With this we have lost a good son-in-law, Zeoticus said with a hint of sadness. Venelana nodded at this. Milikas had his eyes lowered. With this, the respect he had for Rias had diminished quite a bit. However, the three of them had one idea very present in mind. Rias Oni-sama is going to suffer. They thought in synchronicity. Dark times were approaching the Gremry group, specifically for their heir. 4. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Several hours had passed since Issei and Sona had left the castle, and Issei's servants were still talking about trivial things with Team Valley. Arthur had fit in well due to his fine bearing and manners with the older girls, while Biko did funny things to make little Lilith laugh. More than one of those present had the same idea in mind. He will be a good father, they thought. This was undoubtedly a surprise, since they did not expect that side of someone as libertine as him. Although Rosswise and Kurumi's mind came to mind about Kuroka's reaction that day, they definitely couldn't judge a book by its cover. It was at that moment that a magic circle appeared in the place, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Wow, I didn't think explosions could be used that way," commented a certain brunette who was loosening the collar of his suit. "Me either, that indicates that Riser hasn't wasted his time with his nobility," replied the black-haired girl with glasses next to him. The girls looked at the brunette with a slight blush because of how he looked in those clothes, especially the boys' girlfriends and the angelic trio. "We're back. I hope you're not bored, Arthur Biko," the boy said with a small smile. "Your servants are interesting, especially your knight," Arthur responded, adjusting his glasses. Both of them had talked about movements and sword battle styles, since their combat style was extremely similar. They also agreed to duel in the future. "For my part, let's just say that I get along well with children," Biko responded, lowering little Lilith from his shoulders. Once on the ground, she quickly ran towards Issei. "Oni-chan," he exclaimed as he opened his arms. "Lilith-tan, my kawaii muro," the brunette exclaimed, imitating the little girl while a blush appeared on his cheeks. This generated a drop on the back of several girls' necks, while Arthur blushed slightly as he remembered how his younger sister received him in the same way when she was younger. The brunette picked her up and rubbed his cheek with the little girl's. "So how was that?" Rosswise asked, approaching Sona. The black-haired girl smiled at the question. "Everything is fine, he has finally left that behind," was Sona's response. This made Rosswise sigh with relief. The rest remained doubtful about that. Then the brunette adopted a serious expression. "My commitment to Rias Gremry is history, as well as the care of Revel Phoenix, although as administrator of Kuo they will be under my protection," Issei announced to those present. Little Lilith remained in his arms while she had a confused expression. On the other hand, this announcement surprised everyone present, understanding what matter the Valkyrie was referring to. "If I'm not mistaken, that is the name of one of them, isn't it?" Tsukiyomi asked suddenly. The brunette looked at her and nodded. "She was my former king, and the woman I once loved. Now she is just part of my past," the boy responded with a softer expression. Tsukiyomi nodded seriously. Kurumi was indifferent, since for her Rias and the other girls had no place in her affairs. Kuroka remained with an unreadable face, but the brunette knew that she was worried about her little sister. Rosswise seemed calmer, as did Sona. Without a doubt, the two of them understood that this could have meant problems with the Gremry clan and the Phoenix clan, but in the end everything had turned out without complications. "By the way, I don't see Valley, or Maya-chan," the boy pointed out as he looked around the place. "Both have been absent since you left," Rosswise responded. The brunette nodded at the information. In fact, he felt the boy's energy signature coming into the room, being accompanied by his maid by the way. "Speaking of the All for Honor mentioned, you're back, Hyodo," he said as he crossed the door and entered. The red-haired maid entered behind him. "Yes, I just finished some matters that required my attention," the boy responded. The silver-haired man was going to say something else, but a magic circle appeared in the place. "It's good to find you both here," said the newcomer. "Azazel-sensei," the brunette mused, facing the fallen one. The All for Honor mention nodded while putting his hand inside his jacket to take something out. "I think this might interest you," Azazel said while showing a folder in his hands. 15 minutes later, Issei and Sona had just read the contents of the folder, so they informed the boy's noble title how things were. A group of deserted mages who were once part of the Cow's Brigade, doing their thing in Hyodo Issei, Penemu murmured while massaging her shoulder tiredly. The fallen nodded. "Any other group could do this, but among them is someone very dangerous," the fallen one explained. The brunette raised an eyebrow in intrigue, since there was no relevant information about powerful mages in the group. Valley, who was leaning against a wall in the room, felt interested in that information. "If what you say is true and this information was not made public, then it must be someone important," Sona deduced while adjusting her glasses. The reason why she was supporting the brunette right now was so that he would start acting like a real king and analyze the situation. The boy had to begin to understand how to use his pieces efficiently on the battlefield and take advantage of all the information available to create strategies. 2. She knew that being next to Rias she could not develop her analytical mind, since the Gremry group was heavy assault being a power-type group. For the type of missions she would have from now on, she had to use more subtle and elegant strategies, something she understood very well. Obviously there were several girls in the group with great experience in this field, but they had not dealt with high school boys before, so the counseling would have long-term results. That's why she was the best option, something that was approved by Rosswise, Gabriel, Penemu and Griselda, especially these last three. It seemed like considering spending time alone with the boy was too much for them. They still couldn't fully assimilate what had happened that day, but he hoped that they would soon clarify their own feelings or this could mean a long-term problem. Sona shook her head and paid attention to what the fallen one would say. Ren Schmith, an S-class mage with a sacred gear, and one of Mephistopheles' best apprentices, the former governor responded. This confused some, except someone. I see, this won't be easy, Le Fay said with a serious expression. This caught the attention of everyone present. For his part, Azazel waited to see what the little Mega would say, in order to know if her information was complete, or if they had overlooked something that would complicate the mission. Do you know her, Fei-chan? The brunette asked, interested. Little Mega nodded. I once met her. Ren-san is not affiliated with any faction, being an independent magician, but I know that in her youth she met Mephisto-sama, who took her under his wing when he saw her great potential, the girl answered. Then she began to play with her wand absent-mindedly. Her specialty is Western magic, since it is based mostly on calculations and logic, with mathematics being her forte. The girl began to speak. Azazel nodded at this. He had that information. His sacred gear is called Gun of Mind. It may not be a Longinus, but it should not be underestimated for any reason, the girl said in a serious tone. The rest took note of this. What is that sacred gear, Le Fay doing? Valley asked from his seat. Gun of Mind has the shape of a magnum revolver and its bullets affect minds. It normally uses your own fears against you, but it can also cause other types of effects depending on the wielder's desires to play with the mind. It can be used as a normal weapon, but the impact power is reduced in terms of the complexity of the effect used in its normal mode, the little magician responded. The silver-haired man remained silent. I see, that means that if you use the weapon to play with the enemy's mind it loses power, which tells me that it must have a cooling time to change the effect of its bullets, Valley deduced. The rest remained silent, processing what the silver-haired man said. It must also have certain characteristics in its weapon mode. It can probably pass through barriers and its ammunition changes based on the type of magic it imbues into its sacred gear, Issei said this time. Azazel, Valley and Sona had to hide their astonishment at Issei's deduction. That's right, the cooldown time in each mode is 10 minutes and their bullets cross the barriers. However, this reduces the effect of their bullets considerably, but it is still dangerous to be hit by their piercing effect since we must not forget that. She is a first-class magician, Le Fay explained seriously. This made almost everyone agree with him. Although I doubt that it can affect Issei-sama and Valley-sama in its balance breaker, also Musa-sama, Brielle-sama, Kurumi-sama and Kuroka-san could not be affected by this ability, the girl added. That was because Musa and Brielle were angels of the highest rank and Kurumi was a goddess, not to mention that Kuroka was at the level of an ultimate class demon. It also didn't need to be said why both heavenly dragons were not affected by that ability. It seemed that the stronger the target, the less effective the sacred gear was. A period of silence took over the place after hearing Le Fay's information. Anything else we should know, Fei-chan? The brunette asked. The blonde nodded to the brunette's question. She also knows how to fence and uses a short sword, usually combining it with her sacred gear. When fighting, lastly, she has an insane obsession with soda, so much so that she will always have a soda within her reach and drink from it, even in battle, the girl said, somewhat ashamed of the last thing. This generated a drop on the back of the necks of those present. At least this would help them identify her more easily, since they didn't have a photo of her. Ahem, apparently my information was complete, although I didn't know anything about that strange fetish, Azazel said with a nervous smile. La Mega blushed accordingly. Anyway, she is someone very valuable to Mephisto, so we must convince her to leave the group. Normally she wouldn't get involved in anything like this, so something must have caught her attention, Azazel commented. The group looked a little hesitant about it. Azazel noticed this, and knew he had to expand his explanation further. She does not usually get involved much with the supernatural and only moves in the world of magic. Mephisto became attached to her and did not want her to be involved in larger problems at such a young age. But now she is different, and her help would be valuable in projects that he has in mind, said the Fallen. This made more sense if one thought about it. Then let Hyodo take charge. From what I'm told, this won't be a challenge for me, so it would be boring. That's why I'll wait for you here to measure our skills in a match, Valley said this time. Issei looked at him doubtfully, before nodding. He shouldn't have been surprised by the silver-haired man's response. So you can spend more time getting to know Maya-chan, isn't that right, Valley Naya? Kuroka said with a mocking smile. The Albion wielder blushed and looked at her ugly for the comment. Oh, don't tell me that, Valley, said a surprised Azazel. Valley raised his hand to his face in a loud face palm. This was something I didn't want to happen. Having said it before, Valley, right now I'll give you the talk, Azazel said as he placed one of his arms over the all for honor mentioned man's shoulder. Valley opened his eyes in surprise at the fast movement of the Fallen, since he was almost 5 meters away from him. Hey Azazel, you had already given me the talk, you don't need to do it again. Valley tried to get away with a panicked expression. But I haven't shared with you my secrets on how to conquer the heart of a young lady, don't worry. I know a lot about romances with the maid, and let's not forget that Surzex can give you some advice too, Azazel said while dragging him to another place in the castle. The Valley group watched with amusement as their leader tried to escape from Azazel's grasp to no avail. The Hyodo group also watched the scene with amusement, not to mention the red-haired maid's enormous blush at the Fallen One's comments. That was cruel, Kuroka, Issei pronounced with a little pity for his rival. Naya, let's hope that at least this helps him formalize with Maya-chan sooner. That reminds me, she said while taking out a cell phone from her cleavage. Everyone saw how she began to type quickly on the screen of the device. Then he put it away. Ready, Lavi-chan is already aware of this event, Naya, Kuroka said with a satisfied expression. Ha! I just hope Valley survives this, Biko laughed amused. I'm curious to know how this is going to end, Arthur admitted with an amused smile. Most of the girls looked confused by this. Lavinia Rennie, she belongs to the Magicians of Grauzauberer and is the secretary of Mephistopheles. She is also Valley's older sister figure, and the only one he cannot face to the point of fearing her, Biko explained to everyone. This really left them with their mouths open. Although that last part may have changed, after all now it is Maya-san who is able to penetrate their defenses, Arthur added, adjusting his glasses. Naya haha. Let's hope she doesn't have a Brokon attack when she sees him again. Although they may become more than just brother figures, there's no telling what could happen in Lavinia-chan's mind, Naya, Ryo Kuroka, before add the latest with fun. Anyway, it will be better to prepare for the mission. Yasaka-san will already be waiting for the group that will take care of those magicians in his territory, the brunette ordered in a serious tone. Hi Issei-san, Issei-sama, master, the girls responded before some of them retired to their rooms. The brunette closed his eyes and invoked a magic circle. In a flash, Spectra Phantom had appeared. He had his black glasses in his hands, which changed to his electronic mask. He didn't need anything more than what he carried. For their part, Arthur and Biko looked at this with doubt, but chose not to say anything. They would have time to ask about that transformation. This is a good opportunity to analyze the teamwork of your nobility title and your current capacity as king, Sona said while fixing the collar of his suit. The brunette smiled at the gesture. I'm counting on you, Sona, the boy responded. The brunette smiled and stood next to Kuroka, Lilith, Tsukiyomi and Lefei, who remained in the room. At that moment the others showed up with changes in their clothing. Penemu was now wearing a tight black combat suit. Brielle wore a white suit with red details that exposed her shoulders and ended in a ruffle. She also wore a red skirt, white arm warmers and white tights with red details as well as white combat boots, all complemented by a breastplate of armor. Light. Nero was wearing his red suit. Griselda wore light armor that covered her abdomen, hips, arms and legs, as well as a necklace held by chains and a sword at her waist, all over a white suit and her hair down. Rosswise was wearing her Valkyrie armor. Valerie put on her armor from last time, although this time she left her hair down. Kurumi was wearing a kimono with separate black sleeves with purple decorations. Sona was wearing blue jeans and a white blouse. The brunette nodded when he saw them already prepared and put on his mask. I will go with you, but I will stay in Yasaka-san castle, Sona informed the others. They nodded in understanding. I'll miss you, Oni-chan, little Lilith said as she clung to the masked man's leg. He patted her head in response. I promise I'll take you to eat ice cream when I get back. Guys, I hope you take care of her, because if something happens to her, he said with a kind smile. Arthur and Biko instantly felt a chill, and it wasn't helped at all by the boy's new appearance, which was intimidating with that mask. Then we're leaving, we'll be back soon, he said as a magic circle shone at his feet. In a flash of light, the Hyodo group disappeared. Silence reigned for a few moments, until someone broke it. Is this what the threat of an overprotective brother feels like? Arthur wondered aloud. No, that's what a threat from a Siscon feels like, Biko clarified with a hand on the back of his head. The blonde had a drop on the back of his neck at what his partner said. With nothing else to do, the duo sat on the couch to wait for news from their leader. Human World, Kyoto, Japan. The group had appeared at the gates of a temple in the city, where a yokai kitsune was already waiting for them. You must be the group sent by the leaders of the biblical factions, please accompany me, he said respectfully as a portal appeared in front of them. The kitsune entered it, so that the masked man's group would later follow. Once they crossed the portal, the group found themselves in the yokai faction's Kyoto. The local inhabitants viewed the foreigners with curiosity and a certain caution, especially the masked one. Ignoring the reaction of the locals, the group continued on their way towards the Japanese castle that stood in front of them, while the blonde smiled softly at the idea of seeing Kunu and Yasaka after so long. Once they arrived at the doors of the building, they were escorted by several guards as a security protocol. If you took off your mask, this wouldn't be necessary, said the black-haired woman with glasses next to him. The blonde just nodded without saying anything, although an amused smile was plastered on his face. Since the name of Chichiriyudai and the Oppi dragon were very famous in this place, they would undoubtedly escort him as if he were royalty and not like a prisoner, but not because of those minor details would he give up his cover to leave his entire past behind. On the other hand, the masked man's long smile made the guards a little nervous, but they hid it well. Yasaka-sama will receive you shortly, said the kitsune who had received them, while standing next to a huge wooden door. The masked man nodded and proceeded to open the doors. When they entered through it, the group was in front of the throne where a certain Kyubi was waiting for them, in addition to several guards and, from what the mask showed, several defense and suppression talismans. Ignoring this, the masked man reached the foot of the stairs that led to the throne. It is an honor to be in front of the leader of the yokai faction, Spectra Phantom, leader of the Downfall Dragon group, at your service, he introduced himself while bowing elegantly. The rest of the group knelt behind their leader, as did Sona. The leader of Kyoto softened her gaze for a moment when she saw him, before standing up and descending from her throne until she was facing the masked man. The pleasure is mine, Spectra-kun, but let's go to my personal office, since I want to speak with you in private, he said as he began to head towards a specific door. The blonde nodded and stood up before following her. Then he looked meaningfully at his group, who understood the silent order. I'll be right back, don't worry. So they all stood up and chose to wait for their leader. The masked man walked behind Hisaka, while analyzing the statistics returned by the electronic mask regarding the blonde yokai. Without a doubt, she was very powerful. Tell me, Spectra-kun, those girls are your group, isn't that right? The leader asked suddenly. This took the boy by surprise, who raised an eyebrow in doubt before answering. That's right, Yasaka-sama, said the blonde. I see, the blonde yokai commented in response. Going ahead of the blonde helped him not notice the small mischievous smile on Yasaka's face. We'll see what face you make when you see her, he thought as he continued on his way. Within minutes, the duo had arrived at Yasaka's office. She took a seat on the sofa for all behind the desk there, then intertwined her fingers under her chin and looked at the masked man seriously. Tell me, are you aware of what is happening in my territory? Yasaka asked. Hi, the former governor of Grigori gave us a report on what these terrorists have done so far, although their true objective is still uncertain. The masked man responded in a serious and professional tone. The little I have found out indicates that they want to use the power of the ley lines, since whatever they try requires a large amount of energy, the blonde yokai clarified. The masked man nodded in understanding and concern. He still remembered the last incident involving the ley lines. Then the blonde kitsune made a sign with her hand, so that a girl instantly appeared next to the boy. Well, the real reason I called you was for her to join your group. I'm sure her help will be invaluable, Yasaka indicated. The masked man looked carefully at the girl in question. Blonde hair tied in a ponytail with a red ribbon. He wore a blue and purple battle kimono with yellow edges and pink flowers. It was open in front, showing a tight black suit under it, black fingerless gloves and protective plates on his arms, as well as black stockings and sandals. Her height and body build reminded him a lot of Irina, but the most striking thing was that she had fox ears and a tail. His golden eyes looked at him analytically. For some reason those eyes reminded him of someone. Then he returned his gaze to the yokai leader. "If you asked me, then I accept you in my group," Spectre responded respectfully. "Lastly, could you remove your mask? As faction leader, I want to look in the eyes of the man who has our security in his hands," Yasaka asked. The blonde looked a little surprised before nodding. He didn't really see a problem with it because of his change in appearance. Then he raised his right hand to his face, from where he calmly removed the mask. Once his face was revealed, the blonde looked at her with those intense fire-red eyes he had. The leader got up from her desk to stand in front of the blonde, who felt slightly nervous when she brought her face close to his. For her part, the girl saw this with curiosity. "I like the original color of your hair and eyes better, but this appearance doesn't look bad on you at all, Issei," Yasaka said with a small smile. Spectre opened her eyes in shock, as did the girl next to him upon hearing Yasaka's words. What? Kohao was the only thing the boy could articulate due to his shock. His aura was not supposed to be identifiable by anyone thanks to the ray piece inside him and the artificial, sacred gear given by Azazel. That Yasaka had discovered his true identity was beyond incredible, if not impossible. "I have my tricks. Now, why don't we catch up on everything that has happened in this time? I can see that something in you has changed," the kitsune said with a worried expression. She could see something different in the boy's eyes, so something serious had to have happened for him to have this enormous change. Not to mention that he had taken into account the group that came with him, which made him assume that he had already been promoted and therefore had his own demon nobility title. The boy got over his shock to sigh in resignation and then smiled softly. "Yasaka-san really surprised me. I didn't think he could see through my disguise," he said while he put his hand on the back of his head and smiled nervously. The girl next to him seemed a little anxious, but the boy hadn't noticed it. Then Spectre's blonde hair changed to brown and her eyes turned honey brown. As for what happened, it's a bit long to explain, but it all started several months ago. Issei began to count. 10 minutes later. The boy had just told Yasaka everything that had happened in the last few months. It should be said that the Kyoto leader showed some disappointment on her face. "I must say that I did not expect this, since I could see how they all loved you deeply," articulated the blonde yokai while looking at him solemnly. "Well, that's the past. Now I have goals and people next to me that I want to protect," the brunette responded with a small smile. For her part, the kitsune girl looked at the brunette with crystalline eyes. Then she was instantly noticed. "Issei, please accept me into your nobility title," she exclaimed, drawing the attention of the other two present in the room. Yasaka looked a little surprised, before breaking into a soft smile. She was already expecting a similar request after everything she heard. "Huh," the boy articulated, quite surprised. "I have trained hard and mastered my power just to be able to be by your side. Please allow me to be with you and be part of your group," he asked again while taking his hands. The boy looked at Yasaka doubtfully, getting a mysterious smile in return. Then his gaze returned to the girl, as he lost himself in those familiar golden eyes. "I know you?" the boy suddenly asked. The girl looked a little surprised by the question, before smiling mischievously. "Of course it's me, Kunu," the yokai girl responded. The brunette opened his eyes in shock and dropped his jaw at such a revelation. "Huh. Huh," he exclaimed, totally dumbfounded. The image of little Kunu came to his mind, who could not compare to the girl in front of him. "Yufufu," Ryo Yasaka covering his mouth at the boy's dumbfounded expression. Then the girl took him by the head and pressed him gently against her breasts. "Issei, I really want to be by your side. I love you very much. Since you saved my mother, I have loved you and I have worked hard for this day," he said in a soft tone. The brunette was extremely blushing when he felt the girl's breasts in his face, which were a good size. He had to mentally scold himself as he remembered that Kunu was still a child. Then the boy processed what the girl said and felt great warmth in his chest. Of course, he also loved her very much, although something told him that this way of loving was different from the way she did it. "I just want to be with you, so that at some point I can become one of your partners and eventually be your wife," the girl declared. She felt that she had to be clear from the beginning or else she would be like those who hurt her beloved dragon. Yasaka did not show as much surprise as she would have done before hearing the boy's story at Kuna's audacity, simply smiling at her little daughter's decision. For his part, the brunette was once again shocked by what Kuna said. It all made sense now, remembering the brief conversation he had with Yasaka when the occult club visited Fushimi Inari on New Year's and the announcement that Kuna would study at Kuo. She wanted to be closer to him. He scolded himself again, although this time for being quite dense for not realizing Kuna's feelings. He wondered if there were more girls who wanted him romantically, and he hadn't noticed. Note to self, take more into account the feelings of the girls I interact with, he thought, ashamed of himself. 2. Then a rather familiar glow emerged from his pocket. The brunette sighed before taking out his case of pieces, from which a pawn emerged and was suspended in the air in front of Kuna. It shone in a light that almost made her purr from how warm it was. I have no problems with what you ask of me, but I don't know if being the master of the future leader of Kyoto is the right thing, he said, somewhat dismayed and hesitant. Don't worry about that, Issei-kun. You know that the yokai faction respects you for the help you have given us in the past. Plus everyone knows that Kuna likes you, and that is why they accept that one day you will be the leader's husband as long as you protect us and look after us. There is no problem, was Yasaka's response that greatly surprised the boy. He let out a somewhat resigned sigh. There were definitely things that the eyes overlooked. He then looked at Kunu and smiled softly. If this is how things are, then Kunu, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family. Being from now on my pawn, Issei recited. With that said, the piece was inserted into the kitsune's chest. Instantly a golden aura surrounded her, while a second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth tail appeared behind her. This caught Issei's attention, who raised an eyebrow in doubt. For her part, Yasaka watched the entire process with great fascination. When it was all over, Kuna looked at her hands curiously. My power increased, she muttered, quite surprised. What just happened? Can you explain it to me, Yasaka-san? A perplexed brunette asked. The named girl smiled before nodding. You see, Issei. So that Kuna could be stronger, he concentrated the power of his 9 tails and compressed it into his body, which matured a little faster to be able to contain and control that volatile power. That's why you only saw that he had 1 tail. This is called kitsune mode, the blonde yokai began to explain. The brunette nodded in understanding, while he watched Kuna hug his many tails with joy. Over time her body would show more tails in that transformation as her base power increased, but I think that by reincarnating her the process accelerated, not to mention that she feels more controlled than before. I even dare to say that this transformation could be permanent, Yasaka said. The brunette looked at her with doubt, before opening his eyes slightly when he understood what the kitsune said. Before he could be in that form for 3 months with a 36-hour rest if he didn't fight, but now I can say that he could be like this for a year with a 24-hour rest, not to mention that it would be even if he fought and used his powers. The blonde concluded with a hand on her chin. The brunette put a hand on the back of his neck. Without a doubt this was not expected, but at least with this he could go unnoticed by everyone that the future leader of Kyoto was in his group, especially with the Gremry group. I see, then I think I should say it. Kunu, welcome to my family, the brunette said with a warm smile. The girl looked at him in surprise, before drawing a big smile and hugging him again. Issei. We are finally together, he exclaimed very happily. The brunette felt great warmth as he perceived the girl's pure feelings. Now I just need to choose a name, you know. I don't want to attract attention so soon, the boy explained when they separated when he saw the girl's doubtful face. This made Kunu come to her senses, and she understood that she did not want to be in the Gremry group's sights. The trio remained silent as they thought of a name suitable for the girl, until Yasaka spoke. How about Yukike's? That was the name that was the second option when Kunu was born, the leader said. The younger ones looked at each other doubtfully, before smiling widely. Then Yukike's will be. He is undoubtedly beautiful, the brunette said in agreement. The now named Yukike's blushed slightly at the compliment. But when we are alone I will continue calling you Kunu, since it is also a beautiful name, as well as its bearer, he expressed with a sincere smile. The poor girl blushed like crazy, while the brunette looked away when he realized what he said, but without denying the comment or retracting what he said. Ufufu, Yasaka laughed elegantly at the scene. Without a doubt you are the right one, Issei-kun. I know that Kunu will be happy by your side, the blonde thought with a soft look directed at the pair. The brunette coughed a couple of times to regain his composure. Cough cough, I think we should go back. There is still a matter we must take care of, he said as he put the mask back on and his hair turned blonde. The blondes nodded and Yasaka walked in front again while Kunu hid her extra tails and followed her alongside the masked man. A couple of minutes passed before he was back in the throne room, where the rest of the Spectre group was waiting for him. When they saw him return, they all approached him, although they were surprised by the girl he saw next to him. "Girls, please welcome Yukike, she is my fourth pawn," the masked man declared with a small smile. They all showed enormous surprise at what their leader said, but they quickly got over it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, please take care of me," he said, bowing. "Now, why don't you introduce yourself to Yuki and Yasaka-sama?" the masked man asked in a soft tone. The first to approach her was Kurumi, who hugged her, to everyone's confusion. Issei was surprised by this fact, since everything indicated that even with her new appearance Kunu could not deceive Ophis. She had altered her aura with senjutsu, which was why he couldn't recognize her at first. She stopped thinking about it to smile slightly, as she remembered that the two had forged a good friendship for a long time. "It's a pleasure, Kunu-chan," Kurumi said in a light whisper that only the blonde heard. She looked surprised, but something about Kurumi's small smile made her feel calm. Then she separated to see him from the front. "My name is Tokisaki Kurumi and I am the Queen of Spectra," she said with a kind smile and slightly suggestive tone. "Rosswise, Bishop, a pleasure Yuki-chan, Yasaka-sama," the Valkyrie introduced herself. "Valerie Teeps, I am the second Bishop, a pleasure," the Dampire introduced herself with a nice smile. "Kuroka, I am your Rook, Naya," the Nekashu introduced herself. "Brielle, your second Rook, it is an honor to meet you." It was the angel's turn with a kind smile. "Neru, Knight of Spectra-sama," said the blonde dressed in red with visible pride in her words. "Griselda, I am the other Knight, it is good to see you again Yasaka-sama," were the words of the exorcist. "Muse, I am a pawn, it is a pleasure," said the fallen with respect. "Le Fay, I'm also a pawn," the magician introduced herself. "Tsukumi," was the only thing the blonde said. It didn't take much thinking to deduce that she was the third pawn. "You already know me, I am Sona Citri and I came escorting the Downfall Dragon group at the request of the Mal-Leviathan," Sona said while adjusting her glasses. "Nice to meet you," was Yasaka's response, bowing elegantly. With that the presentations ended. Then the masked man took out a small sphere from his raincoat and placed it on a table, which shone before projecting a holographic image of Kyoto, as well as the location of the ley lines. "I think it's time to plan our moves, so listen," Spectra began. The girls took on a serious expression at their king's words, which slightly surprised Yasaka, as she could see legitimate respect for the boy in all of their eyes. Since last time there was a similar incident, the Magi will use Nija Castle, since apparently there are still consequences of the last incident, and the ley lines have a convergence point there. We must be careful since something tells me that whatever it is, the fact that they are planning has nothing to do with what happened a long time ago. He expressed with total seriousness while with a movement of his hands he enlarged the image of the area in question. This worried both Kitsune and made all the girls take notes. "We will be divided into 4 groups. Musa, Kurumi and Yukike's will be the first group. Brielle, Tsukumi and Rosswise will be the second. Kuroka, Valerie and Griselda will be the third. Le Fay, Neru and I will be the fourth and last group," he began to explain the masked man. The girls looked at each other, at least at the members of their group. "I have taken their abilities into account, so each group has a sorcerer, a hand-to-hand fighter and finally someone with the ability to conceal aura, or at least those characteristics in general," he explained seriously. This did surprise them, but after thinking about it they agreed with him. The first group was made up of Musa, who had melee skills, Kurumi who would be the support of raw magical power, and Yukike's would be the one who would hide their auras with senjutsu. The second group was formed by Brielle with melee skills and aura concealment, Tsukumi with her water element manipulation, and Rosswise with her great mastery over various magical arts. The third group was formed by Kuroka, who like Brielle possessed melee abilities, also possessed magical abilities and would hide her auras with senjutsu. Valerie would use her dark magical abilities and Griselda her skills with her sword and bow of sacred light. Finally there was the fourth group, formed by Le Fay, who had her magical abilities to camouflage her auras, Neru and her sword techniques, as well as Spectra and her Gram Demolition. This made Sona feel extremely proud, since she was already beginning to think more about the future. "We will attack from the 4 cardinal points. Le Fay will modify the barriers without attracting attention, and when we reach the last barrier I will destroy it," With the commotion, they will not be able to react in the best of cases. In the worst case, they will realize. Since before, and they could set a trap for us, the masked man said while pointing to the points mentioned on the holographic map. They all nodded in understanding. Without a doubt, that scenario would complicate their mission. That is why I have formed the groups in that way, so at least we will be balanced in terms of offensive and defensive power if the mission becomes complicated, he said in a worried tone. The group was happy that he cared about them, even if some of them were extremely powerful. Then the masked man summoned a metal briefcase. Now take this, he said as he opened it. Inside it were several headphones and some visor-shaped glasses with dark red glass. This was given to me by the former governor. They work the same as my mask, so LeFay will be able to see the barriers and their magical composition so that it is easier to manipulate it. On the other hand, these headphones will keep us in communication since we will not be able to use magic until we arrive to the last barrier, explained the function of the artifacts. They all took the headphones, while the magician took the visor and put it on. Well, check that everything works well. We will leave in half an hour, said the blonde. The girls nodded and began testing the equipment. Yasaka watched everything with a small smile, while Sona cleaned her glasses, smiling slightly with her eyes closed. You have found a good man to be your partner, Sona-san, the leader of Kyoto suddenly pronounced. The named woman was taken by surprise and almost dropped her glasses, but was able to grab them in time. Then she put them on and then looked at the blonde with surprise on her face, as well as a visible blush. That's when the blonde yokai looked at him with amusement. Don't be surprised, I can see the shine in your eyes when you see him act. Plus those clips in your hair give off a very peculiar aura. I think I would be the only one to feel that slight trace of draconian aura in that object, she explained and then returned his gaze to the masked man. This had been confirmed on a wall, where he stood with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, or at least the absence of the electronic irises of the mask gave that impression. The brunette managed to control her blush, and then looked at the masked man with a soft expression. You're right, I have found a good man with whom I plan to spend the rest of my life, the girl said in a warm tone. The blonde yokai smiled a little more at the girl's words. He has been through a lot, so I charge you to take care of him and not be like the others, Yasaka said out of nowhere. Sona once again showed surprise in her eyes at the blonde's words. She made a gesture of not saying anything, so the brunette knew that the disguise had not been able to deceive the yokai leader. Without a doubt, his abilities were to be feared in this regard. She was calmed when she saw that she was understanding of Issei's old situation, so she didn't give the matter any more thought. The 30 minutes of time given by the boy passed, and now everyone was at the gates of Yasaka Castle. The moon above them was shining and a nearby clock read 7 p.m. The group was ready for action, while the leader along with 2 bodyguards were there to see them off. That time helped them mentally prepare for the mission, especially in the angelic trio, which took their mind off the discomfort of being close to the boy who stole their first kiss. Yes, that was something they had in common and no one else knew, at least in the case of Penemu and Griselda, since Gabriel was 100% pure. As soon as everything is over we will inform you of the situation, Yasaka-sama, the boy said while invoking a magic circle under them. The named one nodded before seeing them disappear from the place. The blonde was silent for a few moments, as she looked at the place where the group was. These days will be quite tense, he said before entering the castle again, followed by his escort. Kyoto, 1.2 kilometers north of Nija Castle. The group formed by Musa, Kurumi and Yukike's were north of Nija Castle, which was a rocky terrain that was difficult to access, at least for humans. How is the situation in the designated places? They heard through the earpiece. We are 1.2 kilometers from the objective. We are waiting for the order to enter, the kitsune responded, noticing the barrier in front of her. Everyone could hear the conversation because they were linked on the same frequency. We don't have problems either, just like the first group we wait for the signal. Rosswai's voice was heard this time. No problems Naya, the Nekisha reported. Too easy Spectra-sama, LeFay's voice was heard. Why did you also answer LeFay? You are supposed to be in the same group as me and master the voice of a certain knight was heard. Well, I just wanted to inform the others of the situation, that's all, the wizard's embarrassed voice was heard. Don't get distracted, we must continue with the operation to return home as soon as possible. This time it was Kurumi's kind voice. They all felt a chill because of it. An image of her smiling with a Hanya mask behind her came to mind. You can enter, I managed to add our magical signatures to be able to pass freely, LeFay reported. You heard, get to the next barrier as fast as you can. I have a bad feeling and I don't want to expose us to unnecessary danger. Spectra ordered. Hi. Hi. They responded before moving quickly and heading towards the castle that could be seen in the distance. Kyoto, 1 kilometer east of Nija Castle. Spectra Phantom looked with concern at the flow of energy in the sky of the forest that she was traveling with her group. Spectra was flying with her black dragon wings, LeFay was flying on her broomstick, and Nero was running quickly without showing even the slightest bit of agitation. The three of them crossed the dark forest where they were without problems since thanks to the magician they could now use a little power to move without attracting attention. What do you think this sensation is, Drake? He asked the dragon. This feels the same as that time, although this time I can tell that they are managing to open a fissure towards the dimensional gap, was Drake's response. This worried the masked man. It was true, the feeling was the same as when the hero faction tried to summon Great Red with ley lines, but this time there was something different. He could easily cancel all the barriers and arrive at the place in a matter of minutes, but first he had to analyze the teamwork of his nobility. Something told him it was good to start now. He put those thoughts out of his mind to return his gaze to the front, where he could see the second barrier that prevented their passage. He stopped instantly, being imitated by LeFay and Neru. I'll take care of it, said the magician as she approached the barrier and did her magic. Kyoto, 800 meters west of Nija Castle. The third group was in front of the second barrier waiting for the order to enter. They were in what looked like a small abandoned town. What do you think about all this? Angel asked in a serious tone. Something tells me that things are getting complicated. I don't know why, but this feeling of uncertainty worries me, the Valkyrie responded. Brielle stayed silent for a few seconds. I thought I was the only one, but apparently you have felt it too, the blonde said with concern. The other blonde remained silent, as she looked towards the castle in the distance with a worried expression. She wouldn't say it, but she felt that something would happen soon. Kyoto, 700 meters south of Nija Castle. Naya, I'm bored, a certain Nekasha muttered annoyed. I'm surprised that you say that. It is assumed that you were doing these types of operations with Valley Lucifer's group. It was the comment of a certain exorcist. Well, usually yes, but it was still boring, at least until the commotion started, he, she confessed embarrassed. The other two girls got a drop on the back of their neck from it. Valerie looked for a moment at the castle in the distance. She gave a small shiver, but ignored it as she sharpened her senses. Girls, move towards the next barrier, they all heard Spectra say. 1 hour later. An hour had passed since the operation had begun. These wizards had created almost 30 magical barriers that LeFay managed to modify without them realizing, and now they were facing the last of them. This surrounded a small depression in the ground on the outskirts of the castle, which formed rocks that allowed the mercenary group to go unnoticed from view. The darkness of the night also helped. From that location it was possible to see what the Magi were doing. What the hell is that? Nera muttered doubtfully. The Magi had set up a kind of camp with a huge magic circle in the center. In this was a kind of strange machine, which glowed slightly in interludes for several seconds before ceasing its activity. It was obvious to Spectra that this artifact was absorbing large amounts of energy from the ley lines, while the magic circle beneath it generated protective barriers and allowed them to control the flow of energy that the artifact absorbed. And apparently this had been going on for quite some time. I have located the target, Valerie's voice was heard. The brunette's vision expanded in an area near a campfire, locating the girl in question. White skin, dark blue hair and very striking brown eyes. She was wearing a denim skirt, black tights and navy blue sneakers. She was also wearing a pale orange sweatshirt with yellow details open, showing a black t-shirt underneath with the print of a broken heart. How did they recognize her if they had no information about her? Easy. As Luffy said, the girl was drinking a can of soda, which she did not let go even after a magician did something that bothered her and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Instantly all the Magi were on alert due to the commotion, being calmed by the apparent leader, who exchanged a few words with her. Yes, it's her, the blonde magician confirmed. Well, once I destroy that barrier we will proceed to search and destroy. I will be in charge of intercepting our objective and trying to negotiate with him. The others will be in charge of the magicians LeFay and Rosswise. I entrust the leader, he began. Order Spectra. At the order of their leader the girls prepared for battle. Brielle, Tsukumi and Neru will form the third and final group in the absence of 3 of their members, the blonde ordered. Then he rushed towards the barrier while drawing his weapon and taking aim. Bang! 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 Using Gram Demolition, the barrier was destroyed, and with that done, the group launched an attack. What the hell? What's happening? They're attacking us. They were the panicked exclamations when they saw their attackers. The Magi were taken by surprise, so they could not repel the aggression in time and lost a lot of ground. Fairy Wind, Hellfire, Angel Flare, Thunder Arrow, Ice Beam. They were the spells that the wizards invoked to attack the Spectre group. However, these were ineffective. The group was well organized and complemented each other perfectly. The first group repelled the attacks effectively. Yukike's knocked out the mages with mixed melee techniques and Onmyagi spells. Musa used melee attacks combined with a thin spear of red light, which he handled masterfully. Kurumi just stood there, while her aura protected her and fried those who tried to get close to her. The second group had no problems either. Valerie stood with her hands outstretched as she recited and cast dark spells that nullified enemy spells. Griselda protected her using her sword while Kuroka used strikes with chakra senjutsu. "You will not touch it," Griselda declared as she pointed her sword at them. "Naya, they will not touch our support and future wife of our leader," Kuroka declared with mockery. The Dampire blushed at that comment, but she did not lose her concentration at any time. "I think they failed," a voice behind them said suddenly. "One of those wizards had sneaked in without them noticing, or so I thought." As soon as the beings arrived in front of Valerie, something happened that no one expected. "Die!" the beings exclaimed while trying to pierce her with a magic sword. "Lighting rain," Valerie murmured calmly. "Flush. Flush." The guy was struck down by several lightning bolts that fell defensively surrounding Valerie. The other Magi looked at this with obvious fear in their eyes. "As I said before, you guys won't touch it," Griselda stressed with a lopsided smile. She knew that the Dampire was not weak and knew several types of support and defense magic like that. The enemies in front of the three of them swallowed loudly, before casting spells again. The third group had no problems either. Arc. There were some screams of pain when Nera cut them with his sword. The wounds burned with flames, causing more pain. Tsukumi used water fringes or other techniques at the level of any Citri. Brielle fought hand-to-hand while forming daggers or short weapons made of light. On the other hand, Ross Wise and LeFay were facing the leader of those wizards. "I was wondering how they had managed to get past the barriers without us realizing it, but seeing her here it's all clear," he said in a calm tone while looking at LeFay. The two girls opened their eyes slightly as they saw several magic circles appear around them, so they quickly summoned defensive barriers that protected them from the attack. Boom! A powerful explosion echoed through the place. "TSK, this won't be so easy. I think I'll have to advance my plans, since I don't know what that guy is capable of," he muttered in a low tone while looking askance at Spectra. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek when he saw it. Clearly he was the leader of the group and the strongest. Yes, his instincts were screaming at him that it was not a good idea to confront him. For its part, Spectra was slowly approaching the main objective. Tap. Tap. His footsteps could be heard as he approached the girl. She stood with her arms crossed behind her neck while floating comfortably in the air, while with her magic she brought the soda can to her mouth. "I see that you don't care much about what happens to your companions," the masked man said when he was close to her. The girl swallowed the liquid and then grimaced. "They are nothing to me," he responded with annoyance. The blonde smiled at this. "HMP, it already seemed strange to me that a magician of your category would be involved with this type of people," the masked man commented casually. Then an aura of seriousness enveloped him. "Ren Schmith, mage without any affiliation and bearer of the sacred gear, gun of mind, I have come to take you on the orders of Mephistopheles," the masked man declared while a pair of black dragon wings emerged behind him. At this the girl let out a sigh of disappointment. Yar, I was expecting one of the two celestial dragons, but an unknown dragon had to come instead. Well, at least I can study your skills before fulfilling my dream and studying both celestial dragons," he declared while slowly descending to the ground, while a magnum pistol appeared in his hand and a short black sword appeared from his sleeve. Both opponents looked at each other waiting for the right moment to attack. I know both celestial dragons, so if you come with us peacefully I can get you to meet with both of them at the same time," the masked man suddenly commented. He had barely finished that line when he felt them grab him by the hand and begin to drag him. "What are we waiting for? Let's go home," the girl exclaimed happily as she dragged him to nowhere in particular. The blonde had a drop on the back of his neck due to the girl's abrupt change in personality. "Wait a moment," the masked man said as he stopped suddenly. "Huh? What's happening?" the girl muttered confused. "First tell me what these guys are planning with the ley lines," the boy asked. This made the girl pout, before sighing and becoming somewhat serious. "Their plan is to prevent the fall of the Chaos Brigade, so they will open a fissure to the dimensional gap. They hope to use it to be able to go back in time with a forbidden spell and change the past," the girl explained. The blonde opened his eyes under the mask. He did not expect that this was the plan of those renegade magi. "Of course that's impossible, so I wouldn't worry about it," he added with a shrug. "Drake, is it possible to do it?" the boy asked, worried. "I'm not sure, but the dimensional gap has unique qualities that could make it possible," the dragon responded. Then his gaze searched for his group, seeing how they had already finished off most of the magi. Musa, Brielle, Valerie, Griselda and Neru were approaching the magic circle on the ground to see if they could deactivate it. Tsukuyomi and Yukike's knocked out the last conscious magi, and Kurumi calmly approached him. Rosswise and Lefei had cornered the leader, who looked tired and with several injuries as he dropped to one knee. Even he thought it would be a big challenge for them. Apparently he was wrong. "Ah, damn, this can't end like this," he said while trying to stand up. However, this was useless. His body did not respond. "Damn, this won't stay like this," he exclaimed while taking out a device from his clothes. The white-haired woman and the blonde mage looked at this with doubt, until the beings pressed a button. Instantly he began to shake. "What is this?" Rosswise exclaimed as he tried to maintain his balance. "That guy did something before he fainted," the magician responded, looking at the unconscious man. By reflex, their gaze was directed to the machine, which began to glow dangerously while a deformation in reality began to be visible right above it. The masked man also noticed this phenomenon. This was dangerous. To her horror, the other girls had not noticed this while concentrating on the magic circle, until Griselda looked up. "But what?" he murmured as he saw how a dimensional crack appeared above their heads. Instantly he felt how it began to suck them into him. The others seemed nervous and disconcerted as they felt themselves being drawn upwards. "Girls!" Spectra exclaimed, appearing in the middle of them. They all felt how they were taken by the arm and thrown forcefully away from the place. Kurumi was going to act when she saw the serious situation, but the blonde had gone ahead and was now pointing his gun at the black hole that had formed. Bang! He tried to use Gram Demolition to stop the phenomenon, but this was not the best choice of actions, as it became unstable. "I don't think that was a good idea," he said as he felt the force of gravity increase and drag him towards the black hole. "Spectra! Master! Issei!" the recovered girls exclaimed when they saw how it was absorbed into that dimensional crack. He looked at them for a moment, before smiling at them and disappearing completely. The phenomenon had also disappeared, so the place was deathly silent. None showed any signs of reacting to the loss of the boy. Chapter 9. Journey of a Time Traveler, the team is completed. A lethal silence reigned in the place after Spectra had been absorbed by that fissure in space, and none of the girls reacted after that event. "And it can't be," Griselda muttered, being the first to come out of her shock. Tears fell from her eyes without her realizing it. The others came out of their stupor little by little, while they felt their hearts twist at such a loss. For her part, Kurumi remained calm, as she approached the wizard who had activated the magical artifact. She reached down and lifted him off the ground by the neck, giving him a light squeeze that was enough to wake him up. Cough. Cough. He coughed at the girl's powerful grip. His eyes opened and the first thing he saw were red eyes, which looked at him with extreme coldness. "Tell me, what did you do with Spectra?" He spoke in a neutral tone that penetrated his soul. This attracted the attention of all the others, who had barely processed the loss of the boy and were beginning to have expressions of grief and, in the case of the girlfriends, deep emotional pain. Right now he is lost between the dimensions. The beings laughed with satisfaction despite his situation. The black-haired woman sharpened her gaze, before throwing it towards the others. "Gah!" he complained when he fell to the ground. With difficulty the wizard stood up and looked up, only to feel true terror. All the girls had a black aura surrounding them as they looked at him with expressions that promised a lot of pain. "Ah!" was the cry of terror when they all rushed at him. For her part, Kurumi looked up at the moon, concern visible on her face. "Return safely, Issei," he said to the wind as the night breeze moved his hair. Unknown place. A certain masked man floated in a black space with some vivid colors that gave him a radical touch. "Where are we, Drake?" he asked the dragon with quite a bit of concern filtering into his voice. He felt a mysterious pressure in that place, which made him extremely uncomfortable. "We are in the dimensional gap, or at least the energy of this place is very similar," Drake responded in a serious tone. The blonde looked around for an exit, but there was nothing that would help. In fact, he had realized that it was not floating randomly, but rather that it was moving in a single direction, which was uncertain. Another important detail was the reddish aura that surrounded him. "I must say, partner, wherever we fell, if it weren't for the power of Great Red that runs inside your body, you would have died just upon entering," the dragon pointed out seriously. That meant that the reddish aura protected him from the environment and pressure of this place. The masked man looked at his hand surrounded by that aura with his gaze hardened under his mask and made a mental note to thank Great Red when he returned. With nothing else to do at the moment, he decided to start thinking about how to escape from this place, so he crossed his arms thoughtfully as he was dragged to nowhere in particular. Human world, Kyoto. The Downfall Dragon group had returned to Yasaka with grim faces. They were greeted by Sona, who instantly noticed the gloomy atmosphere among the girls. "Girls, did something happen?" he asked with concern. Not seeing the boy worried him greatly. Then it was Kurumi who gave him the fateful news. "We have lost him," was the only thing he said. Sona felt her world shake at the news, while her legs weakened as she lost strength. That explained the gloomy faces of the others. But before she gave in to the emotional pain, Kurumi spoke again. "I couldn't say this clearly at the time, but he's still alive," the black-haired woman clarified with a worried expression. This brought everyone out of their emotional collapse without exception, while a ray of hope made its way into their hearts. "What do you mean, Kurumi?" Rosswise asked instantly. The others looked at her waiting for the answer to the question. The girl took a deep breath, before looking at them seriously. "I still feel the connection with his king, Peace, so he is still alive. However, he is in a place out of my reach. Not even I, who was born in the dimensional gap, can reach him," he muttered with helplessness in his voice. The wizard's words and what he could hear from Ren had revealed to him that Issei was in a part of the dimensional gap where time and space were twisted. Unfortunately, it was in a space that was impossible for her to access, and she doubted that at this point the only being that could get there would be able to arrive in time to bring him back. The others showed the same expression, but at least they were certain that the boy was still alive. "He will return. Issei is not someone easy to eradicate from this world. I am sure that everything is fine wherever he is," Yasaka declared with conviction and a calm smile. This partially relieved everyone's hearts, while Kurumi looked at her with slight suspicion, since none of them had mentioned that the masked man was Issei. She knew something they didn't, so she had to find out what it was. "Unknown place. This is not good at all," the masked man exclaimed as he fell at an alarming speed. After spending some time wandering in that dimension, he was able to see a ray of light, which intensified from one moment to the next and momentarily blinded him. After that, he felt the wind on his face, so that when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the ground several hundred meters away from him, which was approaching him at high speed. In short, he was in full free fall. The boy tried to open his wings to stop his fall, but he felt like his power was out of control and his body was not responding correctly. "Curse! Get out now!" he exclaimed again as he saw the ground getting closer. Fortunately, this time his body obeyed him and his wings emerged from his back. Without wasting time, he glided to avoid a tree, causing him to break out in a cold sweat when he saw how close he came to colliding with it, before landing in a clearing in a thick forest. "Fiu, that was close," he murmured while putting away his wings. He had been able to spread his wings just 100 meters or so from the ground and was able to stop the speed of his fall. Coming out of his slight stupor, the masked man scanned his surroundings with his gaze, then focused on his senses. It seemed that he had fallen far from civilization, since the closest human auras he felt were several kilometers from his current position. However, this gave him a bad feeling. "Something tells me that we are not at home, partner," Drake commented in a worried tone. "I know, for now I will limit myself to doing some reconnaissance to evaluate my situation," he responded as he spread his wings again and took flight towards the nearest town. A message that said updating information could be seen on the visor of his mask. Something told him that it had to do with this new world. He just hoped it wasn't that far from his place of origin. 20 minutes later, the masked man could already see a small town in front of him, although he had to stifle an exclamation of surprise when he saw the living conditions of those people. They dressed like villagers from the medieval era, not to mention that they also noticed the absence of electric light and modern transportation. The masked man landed several meters from the main entrance, while using magic to transform his clothes. He was now wearing black pants and brown leather boots, a dark blue cotton t-shirt, and a somewhat worn brown coat. Black gloves and a sword at his waist. The mask had been removed, but he had left the appearance-changing spell active. Without further ado, it was decided to enter that town. He instantly realized that many looked at him curiously, but he chose to ignore that. Then he approached a vegetable stand, which was run by a friendly-looking man. "Is there anything I offer you, my traveling friend? We have everything when it comes to cooking ingredients," the man said with a friendly smile. The blonde was grateful that by belonging to the supernatural world he could understand all the languages. "Sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm a little disoriented after living for several years deep in the mountains. Could you tell me what year it is and the name of the town?" He spoke with respect. The man looked at him suspiciously for a few minutes, before smiling again. "Of course, you see, it is the year of our Lord, 1257 AD, and the town is called Wolfheim," the man responded kindly. The boy thanked the information while leaving a leather bag with several jewelry made of gold. This made the man quite happy, since this would be enough to feed his family for several months and improve his business, incidentally. At the same time, this was observed without any of them realizing it. After that, he proceeded to tour the town while finding out various things, such as the currency used and the current government system. When he was satisfied, he decided to look for another town, so he left the place calmly, without realizing that a couple of men were discreetly following him. When he had left the town and entered a thick forest, he placed his right hand on his face, specifically over his eyes, then in a red flash the electronic mask appeared in its place. When he was online, he noticed that he had already analyzed the information acquired from the entire environment around him. When he analyzed the information thoroughly, the boy let out a sigh of slight relief. "So I'm in Old England, I see," he muttered in understanding. This took a huge weight off his shoulders, since at least he was still in his world. Only now he wasn't allowed to do anything stupid if he didn't want to alter history. At that moment he saw himself surrounded by at least 10 men with black cloaks and swords in hand, who had gone ahead of him and hidden behind the forest trees to ambush him. "But look what we found. Tell me, good man, would you be so kind as to give us all your belongings?" said the one who seemed to be the leader with clear mockery in his voice. The masked man did not pay attention to him, since a detailed map of the country had appeared in the visor of his mask. It showed the nearest towns, so with a mental command the map expanded to look for ancient Japan. "If I wanted to return home, I would have to go to the same place where it all started, that is Kyoto." He just hoped that the yokai of this era wouldn't give him any problems. "Damned! Don't ignore us," the man exclaimed furiously as he pulled out a crossbow from his cloak. Without wasting time, he shot an arrow at the blonde, who absent-mindedly caught the projectile a few centimeters from his head while looking in the direction of Kyoto, or where he should be. This prevented him from seeing the bandit's stunned expression. He muttered as he noticed the arrow in his hand, and then turned his gaze towards the group of armed men. They were put on guard when they noticed that this guy was not a normal person. The blonde sighed tiredly as he released the arrow and it fell to the ground. "I don't have time to waste on you, just disappear," he said while making a movement with his right hand. Instantly a powerful wave of wind formed that disarmed and sent all the bandits flying. They were easily knocked out when they collided with the trees at the site. The blonde raised his index finger, shining reddish, and they were tied with ropes that came out of nowhere. These were small spells taught by Rosswise, which were useful for various things in general. Without further ado, he spread his wings and took flight towards Japan. "Wait for me, girls, I won't be long," he said as he increased his speed. 30 minutes later, he had already traveled a long distance towards his destination, and the boy remained in deep silence. He remained thoughtful about how he could return to his original timeline, in addition to dealing with any eventuality once he reached his current destination. He was so distracted that he didn't notice the cracks that formed in the air, right to the side of where he was flying. "Partner, move!" Drake exclaimed. The blonde opened his eyes under his mask and moved downwards as a reflex. A beam of red energy passed right over his head from the right side. The masked man directed his gaze towards the origin of the attack, noticing how reality had broken like glass, before this phenomenon disappeared and everything returned to normal. The blonde remained silent, as he narrowed his gaze harshly. "Barrier," he pronounced in a serious tone. "That was a dangerous thing, if it weren't for the fact that I noticed it in time. Right now you were injured or unconscious," Drake said with a relieved tone. They couldn't afford to leave any openings in this unknown place. The blonde felt a drop of sweat run down his temple, while his gaze rested on the wide sea he was currently crossing. Falling into it completely unconscious was dangerous. Then he looked again at the place where that crack formed in the barrier, while the electronic pupils of his mask lit up blue. In front of him he could see the barrier and how it showed something inside. His eyes saw an island and a town on it, although the latter was in ruins while two figures faced each other in an all-out battle. The barrier proved to be of a high level, since he could barely see through it. However, that was enough to be able to distinguish the opponents. The first was a guy with black hair and green eyes with red scara. He was wearing noble clothes, and on the left side of his face he showed a tattoo in demonic language. The blonde didn't have to think much to realize that it was a high-class demon. Then his attention focused on his opponent, as a feeling of slight melancholy took hold in his chest. This was due to the red armor with green gemas that fought with that demon. The cherished of this era was fighting. The barrier hid their auras from the outside perfectly, so if that attack hadn't gone through it, then he would never have realized they were here. "I wonder who it is," he murmured in a low voice. He had a doubt about which of his senpai would be fighting that demon. He could also tell that the battle was about to end. This was because the red armor moved more difficultly and made clumsy movements. If he was honest with himself, he wanted to intervene, but that was not possible. Then the cherishd's balance breaker came to an end, showing the person under the armor. The boy's eyes widened as he saw neck-length blonde hair and familiar blue eyes. "Elsha-san," he pronounced with amazement in his voice. The former bearer of the Welsh dragon seemed quite tired, not to mention the multiple wounds on her body, which bled and stained the white dress she was wearing with blood. She fell to the ground completely weakened, while her breathing became more erratic and difficult. Then she saw how the demon approached her while holding a short sword. It should be said that he seemed to be in better condition. Being one step away from his fallen opponent, he stopped, while pointing his sword at his victim's chest. The brunette did everything possible not to be affected by that scene. Failed. Crash. The sound of breaking glass was the next thing that was heard. Inside the barrier, Dinomas Fornius was a high-class demon who had everything: wealth, social position, powerful servants, and a large territory in the underworld, but he aspired for more. He wanted to be someone recognized and feared in history, so he sought the power that would grant him that whim. During his long life he had been able to gather a large number of powerful servants to help him with his ambition, not caring about the methods used to make them succumb to him. But despite that, he felt that it was not enough. It was when he came to this island from the human world that he found it the current cherished. The faction war had recently ended and things were not very good with the loss of the original Mao to the demons and God to the angels. Because of this, they were barely recovering, and for now demonic society was in transition. This was as a result of the disagreement generated since the current Mao had intentions of restarting the war. They were certain that they could win the war and thus be the dominant species, a thought shared by several demonic pillars. On the other hand were the rest of the pillars, who saw this as a fatal mistake that could extinguish the three races without contemplation. For this reason he needed power, since if things continued like this then a civil war would break out, threatening his objective. However, having the cherished under his command and exploiting its enormous potential would put him at a higher level, and then he would only be limited to ensuring that he is a legendary demon, and why not, even being more powerful and influential than the current Mao. Thanks to the fact that one of his servants was human, he was able to watch her without alerting her in the slightest for a month. Apparently she was recovering after defeating her rival, Hakuryuko. This made her a vulnerable target for any high-class demon, and he knew that several had tried before him, so she was not at the full strength of her power. That's why he saw his opportunity and didn't want to waste it. His first move was to create this barrier, which could not be detected. He couldn't afford to alert any angel or fallen who interfered. He then destroyed the village, with the intention of attracting the attention of his prey, which he achieved by killing all the villagers. Then he and his servants managed to corner her, but that was only at the beginning of the meeting. as Sekirute made it clear that she was a worthy wielder of the Welsh dragon, as she was able to defeat all of his servants to finally stand up to him. With all this and despite being weakened, she was able to give him a difficult fight until reaching this point. She had ruined his efforts by eliminating his servants, in whom he invested a lot of time in order to get closer to his ambition. He had never felt so insulted in his life, not even when Archangel Zafkiel let him live out of pity in the Great War of the Three Factions. Therefore, he would make sure to make her suffer before she died as compensation. First, he would stab her in the heart, then use the phoenix tears he carried with him, and then repeat the action until he was satisfied or the tears ran out, whichever came first. I, Genomas Phorneus, must end your miserable existence at this very moment. Bearer of the Welsh dragon, you will regret not having accepted my proposal, he said with great hatred in his voice. When the demon aimed his sword at the heart of his prey, it happened. Crash. It was the sound of his barrier being destroyed. Flush. His eyes widened at the pain in his chest that struck him at that moment. He lowered his gaze, only to see a blade surrounded by sacred energy emerge from his chest at the level of his heart, at the same time as his phoenix tear bottle was destroyed by carrying it under his suit in the same place. With his last strength, he managed to look back, seeing blue eyes looking at him icy while they shined. No, those eyes were just a mask, but he couldn't think anything else before this character withdrew the sword from his chest and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The masked man watched as the demon's body fell lifeless before beginning to disappear into bright particles after receiving that attack with Ascalon. When he saw that he was going to kill Elsha, he couldn't help but interfere. Therefore, he destroyed the barrier with a powerful punch using his Gram Demolition, and then moved quickly and summoned Ashkelon and passed through the heart of that being's. His electronic gaze returned to the common golden color after using his ability, and then rested it on Elsha, who looked at him weakly in surprise, before softening her expression. Then she moved her lips before closing her eyes. The blonde removed his mask and looked at the girl with helplessness and a certain sadness. Thanks, was what the girl said before closing her eyes. She had thanked him for his help, even if it was late. Issei thought of a way to help her, but the only method available to him was inapplicable. I know how you feel, mate. This is really not something I like to see, but if you revive her, you will cause the timeline we came from to disappear completely, was Drake's comment. The masked man didn't say anything, he just clenched his fists in frustration and anger at himself before putting his mask back on to leave there, although first he would have to give Elsha a proper burial. Then it happened. He could see how a green sphere emerged from Elsha's body, which rose into the sky and disappeared from his sight. Issei blinked in confusion under his mask. Drake, that was, he muttered with his gaze fixed on where that green sphere disappeared. Partner. Relive it now, Drake suddenly exclaimed. The blonde looked a little confused by this, but immediately and without wasting time he took out his case of pieces and stole a pawn. He then extended the piece in his hand towards the lifeless girl in front of him. Elsha, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family, being from now on my pawn, the boy recited. Instantly the piece reacted and, shining brightly, entered the blonde's chest. She opened her eyes as she took a deep breath, before weakly looking at him in doubt, and then fainting. The blonde sighed with relief, before placing her coat on her and taking her into his arms. He looked at her with a small smile, before taking on a serious look under his mask. Drake, what was that? He asked while looking at the unconscious girl's face. Well, it's hard to explain, Drake responded somewhat unsurely. The blonde blinked doubtfully at what the dragon said. You see, it was as if a distant memory came to my mind, since I remember the scene perfectly in the last moments of one of my former bearers, before he died and I passed on to my next host. The dragon explained with some uncertainty. A distant memory. That means that this small intervention in history was more than noticeable, the boy said to himself. That's right, that's why I knew that reincarnating her without altering history was possible, Drake added. So that shiny sphere was, the boy deduced in amazement. Yes, that was the boosted gear, passing to a new wearer, the dragon responded. The boy sighed, before summoning his wings and beginning to rise into the sky with the girl in his arms. Anyway, it would be better to find a safe place to treat his wounds and spend the night, at least until he wakes up, the boy said as he began to fly towards a certain island that he saw on the way. Several hours later, his eyes were slowly opening. She could feel her body aching in certain parts. She slowly focused on her surroundings, feeling the warmth reach her and the sound of the flames crackling. She blinked as she realized that his gaze was on the night sky, indicating that minutes before he was sleeping on the ground. "So you're awake?" a voice suddenly said. This made her open her eyes completely, only to instantly sit up alarmed, only to feel her body give in to the pain. This forced her to lie down again, noticing this time that she was on something soft, at the same time that a garment covered her from the night cold, and something else that served as a pillow under her head. She turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a boy with a strange mask, who was sitting on a log in front of a bonfire near her, which had several fish cooking around it. Then Elsha allowed herself to analyze the boy carefully. He had blonde hair, traveler's clothes that were complemented by the coat that the girl noticed on her, and that covered her from the cold of the night, in addition to wearing a strange mask that covered her eyes. "I have healed your wounds a little, but since it is not my specialty, I would appreciate if you could tell me of a place where they can heal you properly," the boy said in a serious and worried tone. Then she noticed how he had bandages in various places on his body. "Thanks," he thanked with a slightly raspy voice. At this, the boy stood up and approached her, while he took out a canteen to give her a drink. She did not refuse the treatment, since her throat really was dry. "What happened to me?" she asked, now more recovered. "You had a fight against a demon. Unfortunately, you died from your injuries," the boy said seriously. At this, the blonde opened her eyes as she remembered everything. Several months ago, she had eliminated her predestined rival, which left her in a somewhat weakened state that left her vulnerable to supernatural beings. Of course, she had no problems taking care of them, but she had several encounters with powerful beings, which prevented her from resting properly or recovering from the wounds she received in each fight, gradually reducing her strength. His encounters were especially with demons and fallen. Only a month ago, she had been able to take refuge on an island where she could go unnoticed by her constant hunters while she recovered satisfactorily. Unfortunately, today it was found and the town reduced to ashes, which is why it was decided to eliminate the demon that found it. It was when she began her fight against the demon in front of her, who told her his ambitions and how it was vitally important to have her under his command. To his surprise, he had several servants who gave him trouble, but in the end he was able to defeat them. She noticed that the injuries and no rest were going to cost her victory, so she had resigned herself to her fate as she faced her opponent. "Maybe I have lost, but at least I will take with me your desires and aspirations as payment for all the innocent lives you took," he told her before they threw themselves at each other. After several hours, she reached her limit and fell weak. Then she remembered how this guy approached her with a furious look, while murderous intent overflowed from every pore of his skin. He said something that she no longer heard as she slowly lost her senses. It was when he saw how a leaf suddenly emerged from his chest, which made him feel a powerful chill just by seeing it. Then he saw it. The boy who healed his wounds was the same one who had killed that guy. Sensing her moment arriving, she could only thank him for having avoided a death by torture that she already sensed. That's when everything went dark for her. "I see, then I was dead," she said with a thoughtful expression. It was difficult for him to process this, but thanks to his experience with strange events, the shock was not so great. However, that only generated more questions in his head. Which is why she looked at him intensely. "If so, why am I still alive? And how did you revive me?" he asked suspiciously. The boy looked up at the sky, before looking at her. "Because I saw potential in you and I didn't want to let you go, that's why I revived you as my servant. As for the method, unfortunately I can't tell you yet," the boy responded seriously. The girl seriously considered that answer, before looking at him darkly. "So you were also after my power, huh?" he articulated with some bitterness in your voice. It's not like that," the masked man laughed lightly. This bothered the girl more. "No, my reasons are different. Besides, you are no longer the Sekurute, if that is what you were referring to," was his response. The blonde blinked doubtfully, before opening her eyes in understanding and looking alarmed by the masked man's last sentence. He then tried to contact Drake, but to no avail. His gaze became distant for a few moments. This made her free to a certain extent, but she had already gotten used to being with Drake, so this situation was somewhat bittersweet. "I'll let you think about things for a few moments. When you feel better and want to eat something, let me know," he informed before returning to his place. "You could have been a little more subtle and tactful when saying something like this," Drake said in a serious tone. The boy felt embarrassed by it. "I'm sorry, but being in front of her made me a little nervous," I still remember that she was one of the most powerful, Sekiryute, and my senpai, whom I only met for a few moments before saying goodbye to her and Belzerd-san. He responded, the boy seriously. The dragon had to agree with him, plus being subtle was not his strong suit. He was just learning thanks to the girls. For her part, the girl was meditating about this situation she had gotten herself into. She looked askance at the boy, noticing how he had his measure fixed on the campfire, as if he were lost in thought. If she was honest with herself, she didn't sense any bad intentions on his part, and it gave her a certain amount of confidence, something really strange for someone she didn't know at all. Then her thoughts took her to her new reality. Servitude. That sounded like what the demons were looking for in her, but the tone and context used by him was totally different. Another point was that she no longer had Drake with her, but he didn't seem disappointed in the slightest. What's more, she could see a certain relief in his body language, something that left her with more doubts than before. Giving a sigh, she simply decided to stop thinking about it and see where this turn of events took her, since at least she could realize that he had no hidden intentions with her since she was a woman. For the moment she would get to know him before judging him and deciding to be his servant. It was the least he could do after bringing her back to life. Grr. Her stomach growled at that moment, and she knew she was hungry, so the grilled fish seemed quite attractive to her. "Ano," he whispered with some insecurity. The masked man heard the whisper and looked at her doubtfully, noticing some insecurity about how to speak to him, before realizing something. "Oh. It's true, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Spectre Phantom. It's a pleasure." The boy introduced himself as he stood up, placed a hand on his chest and bowed. The blonde looked at him suspiciously, but finding nothing strange, she relaxed. "I'm Elsha, Edo, Kanai," he said, referring to the fish. The masked man smiled at the girl's insecure tone, and getting up from his seat he approached her, then helped her stand up and brought her closer to the bonfire, where she took one of the fish. The place was filled with a comfortable silence while they both ate quietly, until the blonde couldn't stand her curiosity any longer. "Excuse me, Spectre-san, but what are you?" the girl asked doubtfully. She had that doubt in mind, since his presence was not that of a demon or a fallen one, nor of an angel, or a yokai. Not that she's ever met the latter, though. The masked man looked at her with a large piece of fish in his mouth, causing the girl to stifle a light giggle at the funny scene. Then the blonde swallowed the piece of food before answering. "Well, regarding that, I'm a dragon," the boy responded as if nothing had happened. The blonde looked at him, totally shocked by the answer. A dragon. Drake had told him that dragons weren't very interested in humans, unless you had something that caught their attention. However, she had not seen any other dragons besides Drake, so her amazement was palpable at seeing the boy in front of her. "From your look I assume that you had not met another dragon besides Drake. I suppose it is normal. They do not usually get involved much with humans. As soon as possible I will explain to you in detail about myself, but for the moment I can tell you that I was before human, so we are not that different," the boy explained. This confused her quite a bit, as she didn't know what he meant by it. "As a bearer of the Welsh dragon I can say that your body is 30% dragon. I was human before, and due to certain circumstances I died. But I was saved by 2 dragons, therefore it could be said that I am close to 100% dragon," the boy explained when he saw the girl's doubtful look. Elsha looked at him suspiciously for a few moments, before sighing and smiling softly. "It's okay, I believe you. Something tells me I can trust you," the girl responded before returning to her dinner. The rest of dinner was quiet, before they both decided to sleep. The next day, both blondes were ready to go. "So where am I going, Elsha?" the masked man asked as he took her in his arms. He had left her his coat to cover her from the drafts, while he went back to wearing his usual suit. The girl was a little uncomfortable because of the intimate position, but she couldn't refuse the help provided, since in her current state she really needed it. "To the west of here there is a large forest. There is someone who can help us," the girl informed seriously. The masked man nodded before spreading his wings, which caused Elsha a slight shiver, since the black color with the dark blue membrane and the threadbare design of these gave it a gloomy appearance. Then the blonde took flight, heading to the designated point at a moderate speed. 1 hour later, both had arrived at a thick forest, of which there were not many left in their time of origin, which is why the masked man enjoyed the view of the green vegetation. It was certainly beautiful and full of life. "It's deeper," Elsha said, pointing to a certain path through the vegetation. The masked man nodded and began to walk in the indicated direction. When they had traveled a long distance into the forest, the masked man stopped. His electronic vision scanned his surroundings, but detected nothing out of the ordinary. On the other hand, his instincts told him that they were not alone and that they were being watched. "Is something wrong?" Elsha asked with feigned doubt. She already knew what was happening. "We have company," was Spectra's response. Then his eyes opened before he turned around and saw how some boleodoras were coming against him, which he dodged in a small movement, and then jumped and landed on the branch of a tree, while he analyzed his surroundings again. "What do you want in this forest?" a voice suddenly asked. It came from all sides, which confused the senses. However, for the blonde it was not like that, since he could feel a presence surround him as he slowly approached his position, although he was not sure from what specific direction. "Whoever it is has blended perfectly with this forest," he thought seriously. Spectra left Elsha leaning against the tree, while she walked away from her and put herself on guard again. His eyes widened under his mask as he summoned Ascalon and blocked a spear that sought to hit him from his left side, then used his forearm to block a kick that was going towards his chest. "Good reflexes and battle instinct, but you left a teammate exposed 75 points," said the attacker. The blonde looked at his attacker curiously and allowed himself to analyze his appearance. This was a beautiful woman with platinum hair and dark blue eyes. Her clothes consisted of thigh-high boots, a top, and forearm-length gloves, all in green. He wore a kind of white sarong held by a brown belt over a green cloth, a red cape, a beret of the same color, and as a weapon a heavy double-headed spear. Although the most notable thing were those long and pointed ears. "Elf," he thought in amazement, while hiding his slight blush. If he was honest with himself, he always had the desire to meet some elves because of how beautiful they were, at least in the myths. He thanked Shikigami for being right, since this elf was extremely beautiful. He shook his mind of those thoughts, to keep his guard up in case a fight broke out. They both looked at each other for a few minutes before the girl moved away from him and fixed her gaze on the blonde. "Elsha, I see you've had problems," he said as he approached her. The blonde simply smiled nervously. When the elf was going to check it, she noticed a kind of paper with some engravings on it attached to the trunk of the tree, right above the place where Elsha was lying against the bark, while she noticed an invisible barrier protecting her. The elf opened her eyes since she had not realized that despite not losing sight of any movement on the part of the masked man. "I have underestimated him. He didn't leave any viable opening. If I had to reevaluate him then, he would have 85 points. She thought seriously while looking at him out of the corner of her eye. For his part, he seemed more relaxed when he saw the familiarity with which he addressed the blonde. Then the elf sighed. "Come with me, we will go to my house where I can treat your wounds properly," he said as he took a couple of steps away from Elsha. The masked man approached her while deactivating the talisman, then picked up the girl in his arms and turned to the elf. "Show us the way," he asked politely. The elf let herself fall from the branch to the ground, and then began to walk into the forest. The masked man dropped down while using his wings to gently descend. The elf saw this out of the corner of her eye and had to hide her astonishment, but shaking her head she continued on her way followed by the mysterious boy and the blonde. 10 minutes later. They didn't have to go far when they finally reached a huge tree, which had a house built several meters from the ground. The brunette looked at this with slight enthusiasm, since as a child he always wanted to build a tree house. He saw how the elf held a vine, then gave a small tug and was instantly pulled up by it. "Sugged," he thought excitedly when he saw that. Then he saw another vine, so he gently held Elsha by the waist to use his free hand to repeat the elf's action. The blonde flinched slightly at this before feeling the ground move away from them. On the other hand, the blonde felt the wind on his skin, while he enjoyed the little trip to the tree. Then they both arrived at a kind of wooden platform that joined the tree with another, forming several corridors to walk comfortably between them. He followed the elf, who entered the house made of wood. "You can leave it there," she indicated while pointing to a bed. Spectra did as indicated, and then watched as the elf took several leaves and herbs, as well as a stone to start grinding them. The masked man leaned against the window for more comfort. "Kyoken, instructor, me," the blonde muttered somewhat self-consciously. The elf looked at her very seriously, before returning to his work. "Don't think about the past, the important thing is that you are here. That means you didn't completely forget about me," was the elf's comment. Elsha looked away, remembering that when she died she saw her entire life flash before her eyes. If it weren't for that she wouldn't have been able to come back, Plus, now that she didn't have Drake with her, she wouldn't put the elf in danger. This was one of the reasons why he stayed away from this forest for several years, especially when he felt the presence of Hakuryuko having awakened. Spectre watched this with interest. No doubt the two of them had a past. "I appreciate you taking care of my apprentice," the elf said, addressing him this time. The blonde looked taken by surprise, before smiling and seeing the green forest through the window where he was standing. That told him that they had a teacher-student relationship, although from what he had said the student had left her teacher's side a long time ago. "It was nothing. As her master, I must take care of her from today onwards," the masked man responded. This earned a serious look from the elf as she stopped grinding the herbs. "Master," he pronounced with some care. The blonde stopped seeing the forest to stare at her. "Elsha died yesterday after an encounter with a demon. I brought her back to life as my servant," replied the masked blonde. The elf looked at him intensely, before returning to her work. "I see," was the only thing he said. Although as a side effect she lost the boosted gear, which was passed on to its next wearer, she complimented the explanation. The elf paused for a second, before going back to grinding the herbs. She seemed quite thoughtful about that last one. "I know it's a little late to ask this, but what is your name?" he asked, breaking her out of her thoughts. She blinked, realizing that neither of them had properly introduced themselves. "I am Aline, guardian and protector of this forest," said the elf. "I am Spectre Phantom, my pleasure." It was the blonde's turn as he bowed. A long silence followed, lasting as long as it took Aline to prepare the herbal mixture. Once everything was ready, the elf began to treat the wounds that the blonde girl still had. The masked man had come out to give them privacy, since the blonde had to undress to heal some wounds hidden by her clothes. He stood on the edge of the platform, watching the sunlight filtering through the leaves of the trees. "You seem thoughtful," the elf said when she stood next to him. He remained silent before answering. "I only think about my home and that I must return as soon as possible," was his response. "I see," was Aline's response before silence reigned in the place again. However, the blonde had realized something. "You want to ask me something, don't you?" he said out of nowhere. Aline looked at him intensely, causing the masked man to look at her. "I know that you are a dragon, and from the legends I have heard you have powers beyond imagination, so my question is, how did you revive Elsha?" the elf finally asked. A tense silence reigned in the place after that question, before the masked man sighed as he took out a wooden case from his pocket. He wasn't too sure about revealing this information so soon, but something told him that with this girl he had to do it from now on. Then he opened it to show the contents, this being a red plush background with several marked silhouettes, but only 3 were occupied. "Chess pieces?" the elf asked skeptically. The blonde nodded with a weight less. "It was good to know that this game was even now known, so I wouldn't have to invent anything. First, you should know that I am not like the other dragons, since I was human before, and that is what I currently consider myself. Regarding the legends, I cannot tell you if they are true or not, since I only know 2 dragons with that class of mystical power." Spectre began to speak. This surprised Aline greatly, but she nodded to indicate that she understood. That explained why he transmitted that human feeling to her. "As for your question, I can use these pieces to bring someone to life, but it only works for a short period after the person's death. Elsha died in front of me. That's why it wasn't difficult to bring her back. Life and make it my pawn," Spectre explained. The elf looked at Pawn's pieces carefully, trying to feel something in them that would corroborate the masked man's explanation. Even so, that seemed like pure fiction to him, since the only thing that could revive someone were forbidden spells and they never worked out well. The blonde noticed the elf's incredulous look, so he let out another sigh. "I have answered your question, now I want you to answer me something that would be fair," Spectre said while putting the case away. For her part, Aline did not believe that this simple chess piece had such power. But if that's true, then maybe, he thought with a little hope. However, what Spectre said brought her out of her thoughts. "Yes, that would be fair," he responded, acquiring a serious expression again. The blonde looked around the forest, while in his mask he saw the most detailed image of the area, showing him that only the 3 of them were currently in this forest. "I must assume that this is the elf forest, so are there other elves here?" he asked, getting an idea of what his answer would be. Aline was silent for a minute, before looking at the forest with some melancholy. "A while ago I was traveling. During that time the town of the Shurab elves was destroyed by the evil that devastated us at that time, the Swamp Witch," answered the elf. The masked man nodded with an air of seriousness surrounding him. He wondered why Aline stayed in this forest, and how long she had been here. Her followers arrived when I was not there, so they took the elves down. Some time later, and thanks to the help of some people I met on my trip, she was able to be defeated. But before that, the witch placed a curse on me in order that I couldn't get out of this forest. Aline finished saying. The masked man remained silent for a couple of seconds, processing that information. I understand, then I must assume that you are the last elf, said the blonde. Aline nodded at Spectra's deduction. I must assume that since Elfo has lived a long time, I don't even want to think how long she has been alone in this forest. I wonder if... Spectra thought seriously. Then Aline began to walk away from Spectra. I'll prepare lunch. Elsha must recover as soon as possible, was what he said upon entering his home again. Issei was silent for a while. Drake, is it possible that one of my pawns can overcome a curse? He suddenly asked in his mind. I don't have a clear answer. The only thing I can tell you is that the power of Ophis and Great Red that runs through your body is in those pieces. The dragon god of infinity, and the dragon god of dreams. I think that should tell you something, was Drake's response. Issei thought about it seriously. Aline was someone very important to Elsha, not to mention she was a healer, something that was extremely important for a team. Proof of this was Asya with the Gremry group. Although unlike Rias's bishop, he highly doubted that his method would work on the battlefield. He closed his eyes and shook his head. He did not judge the weakness or weaknesses of a good person, and Aline demonstrated what it took to be a candidate for one of his 3 remaining pawns. Any failure could be resolved with the help of Rosswise and Lefay back home. You have time to think things through. Remember that time stopped having meaning, since it doesn't matter if you come back tomorrow or in 10 years. Your destiny is a specific point in history. Those were the words of the boosted gear dragon. The boy smiled at what the dragon said. You're right, then we'll take our time. I want to take the opportunity to get stronger and gain experience before returning, he said before jumping from the tree and falling to the ground, and then going to some clearing to train. Aline watched it from the window of her home, before entering and starting to prepare lunch. 1 hour later, the elf had already finished preparing lunch. Looking up, he could determine from the position of the sun that it was close to noon. However, he still didn't know anything about the masked boy, which is why he decided to go look for him. Aline Kyukin, Elsha pronounced as she saw her teacher heading to the door while taking her spear. I'll go look for Spectra, was his only response without turning to see her. The blonde nodded and simply laid down. She was already used to the elf's way of being. Aline walked towards where she could feel the boy's presence. Being in harmony with the forest and nature in general, that was very easy for him. Then she arrived at a clearing surrounded by huge trees where the vegetation was almost non-existent, since the place was somewhat rocky. It was there that he could see the boy he was looking for, although he couldn't help but look at him with some curiosity. He had taken off most of his clothes, leaving him only in pants. His red coat, what he was wearing underneath, his gloves and finally his mask were on a small rock there. He held a sword in his hands in front of him, while he had his eyes closed. Then his expert eyes analyzed the boy in detail. The abundant sweat formed drops that ran through the boy's muscles, which showed intense training but were not exaggeratedly large since they were developed for strength, speed and reflexes, not to mention their flexibility. The latter maybe not at the level of a teacher or a girl, but it was at a good level. In physical terms he was quite balanced, but he could see that he could still improve. It was at that moment when he opened his eyes, revealing their fiery red color, and then moved his sword slowly in a hypnotic way towards one of his sides, preparing a frontal attack. A second later it had disappeared, only to appear again several meters away from where it was originally. Then the elf could notice something strange in the environment, since it felt heavy. Then the blonde brought the blade of his sword close to his face, where he hit it with his index finger, making a sound. Cling. Instantly, enormous pressure was felt, which raised several small rocks on the ground, which disintegrated when several rays of light were visible for a second. Aline opened her eyes, quite surprised by this, but above all when she recognized the aura that the sword emanated. Saiken, she whispered in surprise. Elsha had told him what had happened since she left the forest, until her confrontation with Hakuryuko, the constant attacks by the demons and Fallen, and what their final confrontation was like. Then he remembered the last fragment of his story. When I saw that sword I felt a chill. Something like that had never happened to me, except when I saw, Elsha said seriously. Arifel, Aline murmured again. She already had a theory about that sword, but she had to confirm it first. Then she made herself noticed by coming out from behind the tree that hid her presence. "Spectra," the elf muttered seriously. The blonde turned to see her. "Lunch is ready," the silver-haired girl announced. Spectra nodded, as she used a towel to wipe away the sweat. "You have good movements, but you still haven't completely mastered your style and your body still maintains some rigidity when you move," the elf expressed when she felt the silence reach the place. "Somehow I wanted to have a conversation with someone else after so much time alone in this forest." "Huh. I see, you realized. The truth is that I still haven't mastered my power or my sword style correctly. Although my teacher told me that only an expert could notice it," he responded with an expression of surprise marked on his face. Griselda had instructed him the best she could, surpassing Zenovia's style with ease by having better control with Ascalon, in addition to Nera having given him some tips that had helped him a lot. Although he knew he still had a lot to learn. Without saying anything else he got dressed, and so they both walked back to Aline's house. "Since when have you been Elsha's teacher?" the blonde asked. He carried his mask in his hand, leaving his face exposed. The elf was thinking about starting a conversation to get rid of the awkward silence. But apparently the boy had come forward, something she was internally grateful for. 20 years ago I met a little girl at the entrance of my forest HMP. I couldn't leave her there and I took her under my wing. She was my company for the next 15 years. But 5 years ago she left the forest, Aline answered with a nostalgic expression. The blonde nodded in understanding. Apparently they had noticed the draconian aura she had and that's why they abandoned her, which is why I'm grateful that they didn't want to get their hands dirty. The silver-haired woman complimented. The blonde acquired a serious expression at that comment. Only a heartless person could murder a small child, although abandoning him in a forest was also something despicable, but at least this way there was a chance that someone would find him and rescue him. I trained her during that time, helping her to master her power and contact the dragon of her sacred gear, since he was a thinking being and they had to work together in combat, the elf said. It is true, Elsha achieved her great power under the teachings of that elf. Drake said wistfully. He remembered that the training sessions that the blonde former bearer of the Welsh dragon went through were very hard, although he couldn't help but stifle a small laugh when remembering some embarrassing moments that occurred a couple of times. I see, was the only thing Spectra said. They both fell into a comfortable silence for the rest of the way. Once they arrived at the treehouse, the elf served some food on 3 plates, 2 of which she gave to Spectra and Elsha. The latter looked at the blonde with surprise, since the previous night she was curious about what Spectra looked like without her mask. Now that he knew he could die in peace, figuratively of course. The 3 ate in silence, Aline and Spectra at a small coffee table and Elsha in bed due to her injuries. When they had finished, the silence became somewhat uncomfortable for Elsha, since she sensed some tension between her teacher and the blonde. Spectra kept her eyes closed, while Aline looked at him doubtfully. Then he opened his eyes. Aline, I want to ask you a favor, the blonde said suddenly. The elf acquired great seriousness in her gaze. Train me please. There is still a lot I must learn. If Elsha became this strong under your guidance, I ask you to teach me the same way. He snapped as he stood up and bowed. Aline remained silent, as she thought about an answer to give the boy. Elsha, for her part, was speechless. She couldn't believe that this boy would put his pride aside to ask for help, especially from a woman. The men she knew in the past were pedantic and proud, which is why they looked at women as the weaker sex. Aline thought the same thing, since that happened very often among her people, and that is why she only trained women. Well, I can show you what your style lacks and see what other deficiencies you have, Umju. I'm just warning you, I won't be soft on you, he responded, crossing his arms and closing his eyes. You're lucky, mate. This elf has a lot of experience, and even though she's not as strong as you, her guidance will be of great help to you. Drake said in a serious tone. I know Drake, I could tell just by seeing her. Plus I want to forge a good relationship with her so that she at least thinks about the proposal I will make to her, the boy said in his mind. She will be a great addition to your noble title, without a doubt. That elf will be next in your harem, ha 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 ha. It was the comment of the dragon, who laughed with amusement. Elsha looked with doubt at the boy's red face, but choosing to ignore that, she focused on the doubt that was currently plaguing her mind, and that was why the elf had so easily agreed to be this boy's teacher. She knew that Aline had not taken disciples for years and she herself had been an exception, but this time she had accepted without much resistance. It seemed that this time that she was not in Aline Forest had changed quite a bit. A slight sad look adorned his face before he shook his head and decided to rest. Then he would think about how to make up for the lost time with his teacher. Although one last doubt crossed his mind at that moment. Kyukin, why didn't he cure me like always? She thought, somewhat upset. Well, first thing tomorrow morning we will start. From now on you will call me Kyukin, do you understand? Aline explained as she opened her eyes and looked at him harshly. Hi Kyukin, replied the blonde who had just recovered from Drake's comment. The day passed quickly, while Spectra helped Aline in her daily routine so as not to be a burden, something that the elf saw as unnecessary, but accepted when she saw the insistence of her new apprentice. The next day, Spectra was looking at what would be her test with a twitch in her eye. Cross to the other side without touching those vines. This will train your concentration and make you more flexible, the elf explained. They were currently standing on the branch of a huge tree, which was riddled with something resembling writhing tentacles which were hanging from an upper branch. Spectra was only wearing her pants at Aline's request. Somehow I feel like the universe hates me, the blonde thought. This was a fantasy he had when his perversion was out of bounds, remembering it happened a couple of times when he was in the Gremry group. Girls and tentacles were a good combination for a pervert's sight, but now he was different. Think what you want, but every man is perverted in one way or another, and you are no exception. The difference is that now you will not have an unhealthy obsession with breasts. Drake commented as if nothing had happened. Drake. Stop saying that, that's behind us. Issei responded with a twitch in his eye. Anyway, I'm just telling you that it's normal to appreciate the female body. I thought I already told you that. The dragon responded with some seriousness. Spectra just sighed, then paid attention to the elf. Look carefully at how I do it so you can try it later, Aline said as she began to run. The blonde watched as she passed through those tentacles, moving gracefully, avoiding them all without making unnecessary movements. He had to admit that she was pretty good. I guess it's my turn, she said while imitating her teacher. The blonde used everything he had to dodge each tentacle, until he was finally able to reach the elf. You lack concentration, plus you make useless movements. Repeat it again, Aline said seriously. The blonde just sighed. Even he realized how difficult this exercise was with those tentacles moving randomly, leading him to dodge in an awkward way out of aversion to being touched by those things. 2 days later, Spectra had mastered the exercise in a couple of days, although she was not saved from falling into the clutches of those disgusting demon things. A shiver ran down his spine as he remembered the slimy feeling of those tentacles wrapping around his body. Drake was laughing at him for the next 2 hours after that, remembering that Elsha went through the same thing. Leaving that aside, he concentrated on the current exercise. Right now, he was standing on the back of a giant wild boar, while blanking his mind to improve his focus. This exercise was particularly easy for him. After all, having a clear mind was necessary to enter the depths of the boosted gear, plus it helped him a lot when Rosswise taught him some magic. Aline looked at this with approval. Well, this speeds up learning, but what comes next is more difficult, he said seriously. The blonde looked at her and nodded. The boars noticed this and stampeded, but this did not affect the elf or the blonde. After lunch and Aline changed Elsha's bandages, she had him accompany her to a part of the forest a little far from her home. Then Aline stopped in front of a slightly twisted tree. I can see that you have combat experience, which is why you mastered the basics of my training in just 2 days. But what follows will be a little more advanced. The truth is that it has been a long time since I used this method on someone, but something. It tells me that you need it, he said while making a cut in the tree with his spear. Issei saw how it began to secrete an extremely viscous substance. Then he knew why she asked him to bring the bucket she was carrying. Approaching the tree, it began to fill it with sap. Once the task was finished, they both returned to the house, where the elf put the sap to boil. For her part, Elsha viewed this with doubt, since in all the time she was with Aline she had never seen her do anything similar. After a while, Aline took some of that sap and applied it to a cloth on the ground, then struck it with her spear. Okay, it's ready, now let's go outside, he said as he took the bucket and started to leave the house. Spectra followed her, as did a more responsive Elsha, who had better mobility than before. Once the three of them were outside and level with the ground, Aline turned to Spectra with a hard look. Take off your clothes, he said suddenly. The blonde blinked doubtfully, before visibly blushing. Kyukin, what kind of order is that? Elsha exclaimed, completely red. However, she remained with the same serious expression. Issei regained his skin tone upon noticing it, so he nodded with a serious expression, slowly beginning to take off his clothes. Elsha looked at him as if he were crazy, and then looked away, since he was left only in his underwear, a very strange one in her opinion. Then the elf began to apply the sap to his skin. This is a method of the elves that was used on certain occasions, the elf said while doing her work. Issei had his eyes closed while a blush was visible on his face as he felt the elf's hands run over his torso. Conventional training won't work for you, so I'll try something more direct and with short-term results, he said when he finished his task. It was when she began to take off her clothes, making the boy blush even more because of Aline's lack of modesty, and alarming Elsha for showing herself like that in front of a boy. It should be said that Aline's soft, white skin was completely exposed, showing every well-formed curve as well as her good-sized breasts since she had taken everything off, leaving only her underwear to cover her most important area. Spectre's eyes widened a little more at this last piece of clothing. Leaves, he thought as he felt his body temperature increase at the sight. See, I told you, wow, who would have thought that elf would expose herself like that in front of you? You definitely have the luck of the pervert, was Drake's comment. You don't help at all with that comment. But I have to say, Aline is really very beautiful, damn. I just hope I don't become a pervert again, he thought, extremely blushing at the vision in front of him. This was because Aline had begun to smear the sap over her body, which was extremely erotic in the blonde's eyes. When she finished, she took her spear again and stood at a certain distance from the blonde, who looked at her shyly, but without missing any detail of the elf's body. For Cammy and the Mao, the boy thought enthralled. For the dragon, it was obvious that his host was a healthy man, so things of this type were common for him to be attracted to. The difference is that now his lust levels were more controlled than before. After all, that part of you cannot disappear just like that. That's why I will make sure that this time they don't dominate you and let things happen that could hurt you in the future. After all, we are companions. Drake thought seriously. Here I come, the elf said as she launched herself at him. The blonde came out of his stupor due to the elf's movement, and invoked Ascalon to be able to defend himself, causing Elsha to chill by the way. Clang. The clash of weapons echoed, before the blonde had to block a kick to his side, and then felt the spear pierce his left thigh, but he still managed to slap the silver-haired girl on the stomach to get her away from him. Elsha saw this with her eyes wide open, since her teacher's movements were meant to kill. Proof of this was seeing how it moved quickly and tried to pierce its opponent. I see that I have not taken you by surprise, also that you have experienced pain in combat, 85 points. But let's see what you think of this, he said as he crossed his guard and directed his spear towards the boy's chest. He overcame the surprise of the moment, and held the spear centimeters from his chest. I see, you want to push my instincts to the limit so that my experience increases exponentially. This would have caught a rookie off guard, but as you said, I have already stepped on the battlefield and received serious wounds in combat. You have undoubtedly taken teaching to another level, Spectra said before putting the spear aside and trying to cut Aline. But to his dismay, the elf easily dodged the blade and attacked again, this time searching for an opening in his side. Issei managed to repel her to counterattack, but Aline easily dodged her cuts and resumed her advance. This is on another level. I didn't think she could move that way, the boy thought, quite surprised as he took distance by jumping back. It was when great pressure was felt in the place. Elsha looked with fear at her teacher, who was surrounded by a blue aura that made her imposing. His battle spirit is immense. No, it's not just that. I can feel how his bloodlust increases every moment, she thought without being able to move. The blonde looked at her seriously, while he glanced at her thigh, noticing the absence of a wound and the sap slowly closing, covering her skin again. Despite feeling the pain, this sap prevents me from being physically injured, without a doubt an extreme form of training, but for my way of learning it is excellent, he thought calmly as he looked back at his opponent. He had already felt equally or more powerful auras and true murderous desires. Kokabeel, Valley, Loki, Saw, or in the worst case Grendel and Trahixa. Yes, this compared to those last two was nothing. For her part, Aline hid her astonishment, since her pressure on the boy didn't even make him break a sweat. Without further ado, the combat resumed. Elsha saw how the boy had problems defending himself from some attacks, and he had barely touched the elf on a couple of occasions, but without causing damage. He was silently grateful for not receiving this training, since seeing the boy's slight gestures when he was hurt made him assume that even if he did not receive physical damage, the pain was real. 30 minutes, 1 hour, 8 hours. Time passed without stopping while both opponents continued in combat without lowering the intensity. Thanks to their large reserves of physical energy, none of them felt truly tired or hungry. Elsha ate quietly as she watched the match, wondering how much longer the duel would last. I see that you have already completely adapted to my level of skills, so I think I should not hold back anymore, Aline spoke suddenly. The blonde looked at her with doubt, before seeing how she appeared right in front of him. But what? He exclaimed in his mind as he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. The short space available did not allow him room for maneuver to use Ashkelon freely and defend himself. Bam! It was the sound of the powerful roundhouse kick that the elf landed on her exposed side. Gah! Was the cry of pain before flying away and crashing into several trees. Boom! Aline lowered her leg calmly upon seeing this. For her part, Elsha had her mouth open at the elf's show of strength. Then the dust raised by the impact dissipated, showing Spectre knocked down against a log, while he looked at the elf with some surprise as a trickle of blood fell from his lips. What was that? For a moment I couldn't see her, in addition to the fact that the force of that blow pierced the safety of the sap. It's true, she said she would no longer hold back, but this, he thought extremely surprised, before acquiring an unusual seriousness in his expression. Look! Spectre stood up with slight difficulty, feeling a slight dizziness that staggered him a little. Be careful, partner. Her physical strength is beyond that of that little Nekashu, plus her speed is at the level of Rias Gremry's knight. It was the comment of a serious Drake. If that is so, then I cannot be careless. I will have to pay more attention to his movements. That blow caused me severe damage, he thought again, while fixing his gaze on his opponent. A second later he had her in front of him. Again. He thought in alarm as his eyes opened and he rolled to the side, only to get back up and stop the spear with difficulty using Ashkelon. Applying force, he made her retreat, and then attempted a counterattack, but Aline stomped heavily on the ground, causing a small seismic wave that threw him off balance. Bam! It was the sound of his foot hitting the ground. The elf jumped, and after a couple of turns in the air she plummeted with a kick towards the blonde. Eagle Talon! She exclaimed as she was surrounded by a blue aura. Spectra had regained her balance, but when she looked up and saw her opponent so close she could only say one thing. Shit, he muttered before receiving the attack. Crash. Boom. The impact was more chaotic than the previous one, causing an extremely powerful shock wave that shook the trees in the area and raised a large amount of dust. NGH. Elsha was covered from the wind and dust that was thrown from the impact site. She didn't remember this attack being this powerful, so she thought of two possible explanations. The first was that Aline never showed him her true level. The second was that in the time she was gone the elf had grown stronger. If she was honest with herself, the first explanation sounded more realistic. When everything calmed down, he could see how Spectra was holding Aline's foot inside a crater, who showed an expression of extreme surprise at seeing her attack contained. Hey, you almost made me puree with that attack, Aline Kyukin, the blonde said without letting go of his teacher. He held his foot with his left hand, which was covered by a dark armor. Then the elf in one movement broke free of Spectra's grip before gaining momentum and remaining a good distance from her opponent. Aline and Elsha were looking closely at Spectra's left arm. This was because the armor covered from the lower part of the shoulder to the knuckles. Its design was elegant and stylized, with the elbow joint a little hidden due to the shape of the arm, since this was the head of a dragon with violet eyes whose snout ended at the wrist. Another detail is that it left the boy's fingers free and his knuckles were silver. They both recognized the contraption as a sacred gear. Dark Chaos Repulsor, that's the name of my sacred gear, he said as the gauntlet disappeared. A silence fell for a few moments, before Aline smiled slightly. I knew you were hiding something and I was not wrong that it was a sacred gear, although you can't call it hiding when no one asks you if you have one, the elf explained. The blonde smiled amused at this, before becoming serious and resuming his fighting stance. Drake, any idea what happened before? He asked in his mind. I don't know, partner. Possibly it's a technique we've never seen before. For now, don't trust your eyesight and try to use your other senses to understand this ability. The dragon responded and suggested. The blonde no longer responded, but silently thanked him for the advice. Then he focused his senses on his opponent, while his vision left her side, but without stopping staring at his opponent. That's when it happened. He could feel her moving towards him, but his vision didn't show this movement until he was too close. It was as if she disappeared from his sight for a few seconds, which had taken him by surprise on previous occasions, but this time I was prepared. When Aline was in front of him with her spear heading towards his stomach, he had already held it, while a golden aura surrounded the Ascalon blade in his free hand. Aline widened her eyes as she was anticipated by the blonde, something that no one had been able to achieve in the past when using this technique. Slash. 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 It was the sound of cutting, with Spectra appearing behind Aline, who dropped to one knee while holding a hand to her chest. The phantom pain from that attack was quite intense. Somehow you were able to trick my eyesight. When I could see that you had moved, it was too late to defend myself properly, and I received a lot of damage. But now that I have trusted my other senses, I have been able to foresee your movement, he said as he turned around. The elf got back up and turned around, facing the blonde, who stood guard, holding Ashkelon with both hands. Then she smiled. Congratulations, you are the first to neutralize my Nookie Ashi, stealth step. 90 points, he said with a pleased smile. Issei raised an eyebrow at the name. Elsha only watched the exchange of words between both opponents with doubt, without knowing what they were talking about. Although upon hearing the blonde's explanation he knew why he had become quite clumsy to the point of not being able to react to the elf's attacks until the right moment, but still receiving damage. Nookie Ashi is a technique that I developed a long time ago, combining a jumping and breathing technique, he began to explain. Spectra and Elsha listened with interest to this information. Humans cannot process everything they see or their brains would collapse. The Nookie Ashi makes your existence subliminal for your opponent. The result is that even though you can see me, you do not know that you are seeing me, since despite because your eyes capture my movement, your brain recognizes this as unnecessary information and does not process it. That's why you can't react until the right moment. Aline explained in detail. Elsha saw her teacher in a new light of respect. Issei looked at her in disbelief. Without a doubt, she had a lot of experience in combat. I must say that I was not the smartest in my town, but the wise men had books where this information came with which I managed to create this technique, she said with a small amused smile. Spectra thought that she was similar to him, since she learned from books that sometimes the simplest things hide a somewhat complicated background. This technique was the clear example of this. I see, that makes you extremely dangerous and reaffirms what I have been thinking for a long time, so, let's continue, he said while this time he was the one who started the attack. For her part, Elsha looked at her teacher's way of fighting with admiration. She was sure that she could only deal with it with her balance breaker if she still had the boosted gear, of course. Without a doubt, her teacher did justice to the nickname she once heard in a distant town, and which was just a legend from long ago. Sintu Kyukin Aline, Battle Instructor Aline. Without further ado, he continued contemplating the combat. 36 hours later. It was already the morning of the third day, and Elsha had come down from the tree to make sure Aline and Spectra were okay. Clang. Clang. It was the sound that greeted her as she reached the clearing. This could be seen quite deteriorated, with craters and destroyed trees everywhere. The blonde and the elf clashed their weapons again and again, seeking to hit the openings in the other's defense, but both neutralized any attempt by the opponent. Unlike the first day, Spectra's movements were more fluid and faster, not to mention that her technique, maneuverability, and swing of her sword had increased greatly. Even Aline had trouble staying out of the blonde's attack range despite using a spear. The sap that covered their bodies was dry, falling little by little and revealing the skin of both of them. It was when the blonde noticed they were reaching the limit. Spectra was beginning to show fatigue, as was Aline, since in the last exchange it was noted how before separating they both made clumsy movements. Now both of them were staring at each other while breathing heavily and maintaining a fighting pose. Then it was the elf who abandoned her battle pose. That's enough, your training reaches up to here. 95 points, Aline said with difficulty while supporting himself with his spear. The blonde was the next to abandon his fighting pose. It was time, he said with a tired smile as he used Ashkelon to stay upright. They both smiled, before falling to the ground completely exhausted. Elsha just sighed. Getting them up was going to be a problem, which if it weren't for the fact that his wounds had already closed, it would be impossible to face. Without wasting time, he first climbed onto the elf, who was sleeping soundly after 3 days of uninterrupted fighting. Next was Spectra, who was also sleeping due to the effort. The blonde placed them both on the only bed so that they would be more comfortable, and then began to prepare abundant food. If he wasn't mistaken, they would have to consume a good amount of food to replenish the energy spent. Aline opened her eyes as a pleasant smell reached her nostrils. "I see you're already awake," a voice said suddenly. She turned her head to look at a pair of red eyes, which looked at her softly. Analyzing his surroundings, he identified his house, and then realized that they were both in his bed. Another girl would have reacted to this, but the elf understood that both of them had become extremely exhausted after 3 days of non-stop fighting. Proof of this is that he could not move. "I had trained for 20 days in the mountains with the dragon that tried to fry me at every opportunity, and without giving me any rest. But this has no comparison," the boy commented with amusement. He couldn't move either. The elf simply stared at the ceiling in silence before sighing. "Your physical skills needed to be polished. That's why I resorted to this method. I can say that now you are on par with me, although you lack stylized combat techniques. On the other hand, regarding your power I can't help you much," the elf commented. The blonde remained silent. Obviously he couldn't help her with that, since from what he saw Aline's skills focused on hand-to-hand combat, and the use of the spear, not on spells or magical power control. Although that did not worry him at all, since he had made great progress in controlling his power thanks to Rosswise and recently LeFay. In addition, the girls helped him use his power in another way, managing to disguise the boosted gear to go unnoticed. On the other hand, he still had to control that form of his sacred gear to avoid making mistakes in battle. After all, his repertoire of techniques limited. "I must get used to using that form. I will take the opportunity to have Aline train Elsha, so I can stay here longer and train properly. Plus Elsha will need to learn skills to compensate for the loss of the boosted gear," Issei thought seriously. "Let me help you," said the voice that brought him out of his thoughts. This was Elsha, who helped Aline to the small table, then helped him and served them a large portion of food. "Enjoy it," he said with a smile. They both didn't waste any time and started eating to replenish their energy. Elsha knew that her hunch was true, since between them they easily consumed 6 people's ration. After the meal they both returned to bed to rest. Spectra remained with her eyes closed. Aline next to her looked out the window, while Elsha did her teacher's homework in her place. "Will you be leaving soon?" the elf suddenly asked. Silence was his response, at least until the blonde lying next to him opened his eyes. "No, I will be here until I master my power. Where can I do it? I asked you because I don't want to cause problems in your forest," was the boy's response. The elf felt calmer with that answer, and then thought of a place where energy could be used freely. To the east of here is what was previously the domain of the Swamp Witch. In that place you can train your power and attacks that use energy. Since it is a place devoid of life, there will be no problems if you exceed it, was the response of the elf. Issei considered what the girl next to him said, nodding to himself. "Sounds perfect to me, by the way. Could you train Elsha during that time?" the blonde asked again. Aline closed her eyes and smiled slightly. "I have no problem with it, so I can remember old times," said the girl. Elsha, who was feeding a small larva at the window, felt a chill as she turned to her teacher with a panicked look on her face. "Thanks," was the only thing he said before closing his eyes again. After that they both fell asleep. "Something tells me that I will suffer," Elsha mused with a blue forehead and anime tears. The pair did not wake up again until the next day. The next day, the 3 of them were having breakfast peacefully, but Elsha had a question that could not wait any longer to be resolved. "Spectra, I want to ask you something," the blonde explained as she lowered her plate and stared at it. Aline watched this with interest. The blonde lowered his plate in response while showing doubt in his gaze. "Huh. Of course, I have no problem with it," Issei responded. The blonde looked at him seriously, before opening her mouth. "It's about your sword. It's a dragon slayer, isn't it? Or at least it has the properties of one," the girl expressed her doubt. Aline paid attention to Spectra's response to that, although she already sensed the answer. "I see, I suppose you've faced one before," he said while acquiring a certain seriousness in his gaze. Then in a small flash Ascalon appeared inside his sheath, which the blonde took to show it to the 2 women in front of him. "That's right, my sword is a dragon slayer," he responded, avoiding giving the name of the all-for-honor-mentioned weapon. Elsha swallowed slightly, as the feeling of danger was even greater than what she felt with that weapon some time ago. "I thought so, the aura that surrounds her is the same as Arifal's," Aline commented suddenly. The blonde looked at her doubtfully while Elsha nodded. "I must assume that Arifal is a weapon against dragons, isn't it?" Spectra questioned. In response, the elf got up from the table and checked under the bed, making the boy blush for unintentionally showing her underwear when he bent down to search. Then she rejoined, carrying in her hands an elongated box, or rather a wooden case. He could also see several seals around him. Elsha cleared the table, since they had already finished their breakfast. Aline placed the case on the table, while she proceeded to open it. Issei opened his eyes at the familiar aura coming out of that case. That's when he saw it. A sword. It was inside a blue sheath, showing a wing-like guard on one side, with a red jewel in its center. This is Arifel. It was the sword of a former student, and it is a Mahukan, magic sword, with sacred and dragon slayer properties, Aline declared seriously. Spectra looked at the sword in admiration, before carefully taking it in her hands and feeling its power. Despite having holy and dragon slayer properties, he quickly realized that he was weaker than Ashkelon, although that did not surprise him since Ashkelon was one of the 4 Psyken created by the biblical god. Then a small gust of silver-colored wind enveloped the sword, eventually enveloping him. Aline and Elsha watched this with fascination, since it was the first time this had happened, at least for Elsha. Then the blonde grabbed the handle of the sword. In response, the wing of the sword unfolded and the red jewel shone, as he slowly drew the blade. This of course made the elf open her eyes in surprise, since it had not been unsheathed for a couple of centuries, since if someone else tried to take the sword she would instantly reject it. Only she could take it as it was her student's last wish to find a worthy carrier, but even so she could not brandish it, much less unsheath it, and this boy had done it as if nothing had happened. Without a doubt it is a magnificent weapon, Spectra said with admiration, breaking her out of her daze. Yes, I must say that I did not expect him to react to you, was the comment of a serious Aline. Elsha looked at her in disbelief and Spectra with marked doubt on her face. The elf knew she had to clarify better when she saw the boy's expression. Arifel responded in the same way to its only bearer. Eleonora Voltaria was the name of its previous bearer, called Jinsen no Kazeheim, the Princess of the Silver Wind, by her enemies when they saw her skill with the sword and her mastery of the wind, the elf explained in more detail. The blonde took on a serious expression at this, before turning to look at the blade, or more specifically the jewel in the center. Is Arifel true? Do you want me to be your new carrier? He asked seriously. The answer was that the jewel glowed significantly as the wind blew a little stronger. Then the blonde smiled before putting Arifel back in his sheath. I understand, then it is an honor to be your new bearer, he said softly as the aura disappeared. Aline nodded at this. She could see that Spectra would treat Arifel with respect. On the other hand, Elsha was trying to understand the reason for this because according to what Aline said, that sword did not accept just anyone as its wielder, with only Leonora being the one who has been accepted by the sword to date. Added to this was the fact that a dragon is the wielder of 2 dragon slayer weapons, but he decided to leave that aside, as he would have the opportunity to figure out this riddle over time. Come on, we have a busy day ahead, Aline ordered. Spectra nodded as Ashkelon disappeared into particles of light, placed Arifel around his waist, and stood up. Elsha got up too, but a little more resigned to the new training that awaited her. Then Aline took Spectra to the place he had told her about, this being a place with dead trees, fog and barren land. Perfect, was his comment while contemplating his new training field. Elsha, who accompanied them, looked at the depressing place cautiously, feeling bad vibes and chills on her skin. Here you can cause the destruction you want. I know that as a dragon your power is quite wild, so try hard. That's the only thing I can tell my apprentice, Aline said as she left the place followed by Elsha. Spectra was silent for a moment, before materializing her sacred gear. What do you plan to do first, partner? Drake asked, as the dragon's eyes lit up with each word. I will have to control this pseudo-balance breaker and the skills that I managed to develop with the girls since they will be of great help to me, he responded while the dragon's eyes shone brightly and the blonde clenched his fist. Interesting, that demon carrying the title of Beelzebub has made a great achievement with those pieces. Look at being able to mix the powers of the Dampire and Ophis in that way. This makes me think about how soon you can master all your power. The dragon commented. Issei simply smiled as a black flame covered his left fist. Valerie's dark power and a pinch of the power of infinity. Thanks to that, and the help of Rosswise and Sona, I have been able to create variants of my original techniques, he said while raising his fist to the sky. So what will you call this new balance breaker? A flash covered the blonde as dark plates covered his body little by little. I have thought about it carefully and I must say that Azazel is a bad influence on me, he responded as the glow ceased. A more stylized armor than that of the boosted gear covered its body, in addition to the wings being similar to those of a fallen angel. His violet eyes shone as did some gems of the same color on the armor. Downfall Night Heaven's Fawn Dragon. So what do you think, Drake? He asked while looking at his hands carefully. Partner, it sounds amazing. You will undoubtedly be something to talk about, and when we reveal ourselves, it will be the event of the century. Ha! Drake laughed, quite pleased. The boy smiled under his armor at his partner's reaction. Then it rose into the sky with a pair of flaps of its wings. Well, it's time to start, he said as a dark violet aura surrounded him. In the forest, Aline and Elsha, who were walking towards where their training site would be, managed to feel the peak of power and trembled slightly to stop and look in Spectre's direction. So this is his true power, Aline commented seriously. If I'm not mistaken, she has almost the same level as me when I used my maximum power with the boosted gear, Elsha said, now with the same seriousness as her teacher. The elf agreed, before looking at each other and nodding. Without saying more, they both continued on their way to begin the blonde's training. Time after, Issei dedicated himself to training on his new balance breaker to get used to using it for long periods of time, managing to keep it stable for a week. This training lasted at least 3 months, before he was satisfied with the results. He had also managed to master in 4 more months the 4 effects that Sona and Ross Wise had suggested for this new, sacred gear. Maybe they weren't that powerful, but if the effects were used well they could put even Valley on the ropes, or at least it was a possibility, Drake had said. After that, Issei began to practice the movements that he had not yet been able to fully master, especially 2 attacks in particular. The first was based on light and lightning, while the second was of the explosive type. That consumed 2 more months of time, being less than expected thanks to the advice that Barakweel and Yubaluna had given him. For the boy, time did not matter much, since he did not know how long it would take him to return to his time of origin, so he decided to develop his skills as best as possible and increase his chances of overcoming any coming setbacks. In short, in these 9 months he obtained the desired results, so it was decided to take the next step to return home. He was now standing next to Elsha and Aline on a small mountain, which showed the rest of the forest in all its splendor. So you're leaving, huh? Aline muttered with her usual serious face. During this time, Issei was able to get to know and relate better to Aline. She was strict and upright, not very sociable but still helped anyone in need. Proof of this was a traveler who was attacked by thieves and poisoned, who arrived in this forest in a deplorable state and was healed by Aline. He also learned that the elf could use magic, but her forte was healing magic. He still remembered what he said when he asked him why he hadn't used it on Elsha on the first day of their stay in this forest. You were a complete stranger to me. Although you helped Elsha and you had no bad intentions, I did not trust you after our fight and living together for this time. I have come to trust you, and that is why I have revealed this ability to you, he responded while his hands they glowed green and healed him from his training injuries. He had to agree with her. Returning to the present, the boy looked at her with a soft look, which he gave to people close to him. That's right, for the moment I have to figure out how to get back home and I don't know how long that will take. That's why I want Elsha to stay with you, Spectre responded. He had his mask in his right hand, which he had not used since that day Aline saw him in his training, in addition to carrying Arifel on his waist. This was to avoid attracting too much attention with Ashkelon. Eh? Elsha and Aline said at the same time. Then the boy's look became serious. Access to my home is difficult, so I don't know how much time I will invest in this. But before leaving, Aline, I want to propose something to you. The blonde complimented. The elf looked at him doubtfully, before becoming serious. Spectre took out her parts case from her pocket, to take one of her pawns, which was glowing slightly, and extend it to the elf. Join my team, he said seriously. This took Elsha by surprise, who already knew about how it was revived and what function those pieces had, while Aline looked at the piece unsurely. Your skills would be very useful to me, although my real reason for offering you this is that you are someone I don't want to let go, and besides that I know that Elsha is important to you as you are to her. That's why I want you to think carefully your answer, and tell me when you're ready, he said honestly as he approached her. Spectre took Aline's hand and placed the piece in her hand. She looked at the piece with slight fascination as she felt a supernatural energy coming from it. His power is enough to overcome the curse you carry, but only you decide if you want to come with me when I come for Elsha, he added seriously. After much thought, he came to the conclusion that that curse was no match for the power of Ophis and great red coursing through his body. Aline widened her eyes at Spectre's words, as she felt her hopes rise knowing that she could be free, although this would put her under the orders of the boy in front of her. Then he handed her a small paper, which had what she recognized as a magic circle. "Add a little of your magic and I will come at that moment, but for now we will have to say goodbye," he said, taking a step back when the elf took the paper. Then he turned to Elsha. During this time he got to know her quite a bit. Her way of being was very similar to Rias, although she was a little more wild and direct due to her nature as a pseudo-dragon. He had learned that in her youth, and to get out of a bind she had made a deal with Drake, for which she gave him a part of her body to gain power. It was a surprise for him to find out that the part of his body that he gave to the dragon was his heart. "She has a higher dragonification rate than other users for giving me her heart, and her blood is also affected by it. Her growth limit and development possibilities are higher than what you had at the time." That was what Drake had told him on that occasion. It was certainly a great revelation. In the time he lived with her, he knew how to earn her respect, which is why the girl told him that she agreed to serve him, but that she would only fight if the reason was noble and just. Spectra responded that it would not be any other way and that she would not regret her decision. "I don't know how long it will take me, but rest assured that I will come back for you," he explained seriously. The girl nodded as she raised her fist in front of her. "Take good care of yourself. I don't want to find out that my time of servitude ended before it even began," he responded with a small smile. The blonde nodded as he fist bumped her. Then he put on his mask and summoned his wings, then began to rise without stopping to look at the duo of women, and then looked in the direction of Japan. Without further ado he flew in that direction, leaving the view of the forest behind him. Elsha and Aline stared at the boy until he became a dot in the distance. They were both silent for a while, before one of them broke the silence. "It will be strange not having him around. I got used to his presence too quickly," Aline commented. He always helped her with her daily duties throughout her stay, something that the elf became accustomed to, and they also talked about various things in their free time, especially about past anecdotes. The blonde nodded. She had also lived with him to the point of getting used to his aura and presence. She came to respect him as an equal, partly due to her dragon instincts. Without further ado, they both returned to their home, while the elf held the pawn piece at the height of her face and looked out of the corner of her eye at the summoning paper that Spectra had left her. "There is nothing to think about. Something tells me that I will not have this opportunity again, and if I don't take it I will regret it forever. Although I will wait for you to come back to tell you," he thought as he closed his eyes and smiled slightly. Then it happened. "Jukin Spectra's piece," Elsha said, drawing the elf's attention. She opened her eyes and watched as the piece shone intensely, before disappearing from her hand before the stunned gaze of both women. Elsha and Aline stood in dead silence after seeing that, not understanding what had happened. It was when a golden glow surrounded her, and several black lines appeared on Aline's skin, which began to glow red before steam came out of them and they slowly disappeared without a trace. When the phenomenon was over, Aline's eyes were wide with shock as she stared at the hand where the pawn piece had been. "Kyukin, that was it," Elsha muttered in shock. The elf came out of her stupefaction upon hearing her apprentice, and then ran towards the edge of the forest at full speed. "Wait for me, Aline Kyukin," Elsha exclaimed as she followed her. For her part, Aline walked through the forest quickly while that anxious feeling in her chest refused to go away. It will be possible. Aline thought with hope. Then it came. She was standing just at the end of the path, at the exit of the forest. Whenever she tried to advance further, her body would not allow her to move beyond that point, and she found herself in the painful need to return. Her heart was beating wildly, thinking about the possibility that the curse that kept her captive in this forest would finally disappear after 300 years. It was at that moment that Elsha arrived next to her. She knew about that curse and could understand her teacher's feelings, because if that was what she thought, then there was a chance that she would be free. Then Aline began to walk slowly, hesitating slightly with each step, to finally see herself out of the forest while tears fell from her eyes. "Kyukin," Elsha called in a soft voice. She turned around, finding her student, who was smiling warmly. "You are free, although now you will have to come with us, but I know that everything will be better from now on," the blonde declared without erasing her smile. The elf smiled, then wiped away her tears and looked towards the horizon. "Yes, I think that from now on my life will have another direction," Aline said, while thanking the boy in her mind for this new opportunity. "Thanks, Spectra," she thought before turning around and returning to the forest followed by Elsha. Now they had to wait for the masked blonde. a couple of kilometers away from the forest. Achoo! Issei sneezed. It was flying at a good speed, so it would take about 1 or 2 hours to reach its destination. In the middle of the flight, the blonde took out his parts case and opened it, looking at the last 2 pawns he had left. I wonder what the last members of the team will be like. Spectra wondered aloud. Then the pieces were surrounded by an aura, which pointed in the direction of their destination. But what? He exclaimed, surprised by this, stopping mid-flight. It seems that they have found 2 candidates for your peerage. Drake commented at the time. The blonde remained silent, and then saw where the pieces were pointing. This had not happened before. They generally only shine in the presence of a possible team member. These pieces have many secrets, Spectra said as she put the case away and resumed flight. This only confirms that you will return home with company. It was what the dragon said. Without further ado, the blonde increased his speed a little to arrive sooner. His curiosity was getting the better of him this time. Original timeline: Human World, Kuo City, Kuo Academy. Rias and Akeno looked with doubt at a subdued Sona, who seemed a little distracted. For 3 days he had been showing himself that way, which is why he didn't pay much attention to the classes or the teachers. Sona, are you okay? The redhead asked with concern. The named looked at her for a few moments, before sighing and smiling languidly. I would be lying if I said yes, but I know that my problems will be resolved soon, the black-haired woman responded. Tsubaki knew what was happening, since she herself informed them what happened in Kyoto, so she realized that that last comment was to convince herself that everything would turn out well and Issei would return soon. The entire Citri entourage was worried about the boy and the condition of their king. Everyone wanted her to return as quickly as possible, since they did not want to see Sona in that state. I wonder how her servants are doing, the girl thought with concern. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Maya saw how all the girls were crestfallen after returning from Kyoto. As far as he knew, the only one who stayed in that place had been Kurumi because she was the direct representative of her king, as well as a new member of Hyodo Issei's noble title. The others also wanted to do the same but still had duties to fulfill, especially with the protection of Kuo and the contracts in the absence of their king. They accepted when Kurumi told them that she would be the first to sense the boy when he returned and would let them know immediately. On the other hand, Maya had been surprised to hear what happened to her master, not believing what the girls were saying, but it was enough to see the gloomy atmosphere that surrounded them to realize that it was true. HMP, I don't know why they worry, Valley said suddenly. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. They all looked at him with slight hostility for his comment. The silver-haired man had been absent for several days to clear his mind after the talk given by Azazel and had arrived this morning. We are talking about my rival, the one who returned from the dead once, and who possesses the power of Ophis and Great Red, not to mention that he is someone who would not give up for something like that, he said with an apathetic and disinterested tone. This seemed to work, as everyone's mood improved after he said those words. For her part, the red-haired maid looked at him with a grateful look. The boy noticed it and looked away with a grimace to cover his blush. Not even he himself knew why he had said that. HMP, it seems that living with Hyodo for so long influenced me more than I thought, he thought seriously. Without further ado, he got back up and decided to walk around the castle for a while to clear his thoughts. Naya, who would have thought that Valley could cheer someone up? Love has undoubtedly changed him. It was the last thing he heard, accompanied by laughter. The silver-haired man sighed tiredly without stopping his walk. Human World, Kuo City. A certain brunette looked nervous as she held a small paper in her hands. This had a magic circle engraved with the crest of a dragon. Don't worry, it's just Hyodo, it's not like she spoke to herself. From that day on, his impression of the young man was very different. Although at first she thought that the situation he explained to her, and that involved him and 5 other girls, was something indecent, he made it clear to her that the feelings were genuine, something that had left her extremely thoughtful. The short explanation of the demon society that he gave her indicated that this was a common practice among demons, but she still had her doubts, which she wanted to clarify by talking to him again. That night with the boy had been incredible, which culminated with that impulsive action on her part when she kissed him, but being honest with herself, she didn't regret what she did. Talking to him that night was enough to realize that he wasn't that bad, and that by not showing that insane perversion he had before, his qualities were more evident. I needed to talk to someone about this new feeling, but it couldn't be just anyone. Her last option was the same boy, but that was why she was extremely nervous. Taking a deep breath, he allowed himself to calm down enough. He looked closely at the paper in his hand as it glowed while a magic circle appeared on the floor of his room. A figure was visible, but he instantly knew that something was wrong, since upon distinguishing the figure that had just appeared, it showed not to be the person he expected. Blonde hair, green eyes, an angelic face, and a body that surpassed that of his senpai Rias Gremory. "I have responded to your call. What do you want?" the beautiful girl asked kindly. The brunette was extremely surprised, until the words of the newly appeared brought her out of her stupor. When she was going to ask about the brunette, she noticed a certain sadness on the girl's face. "Are you okay?" the brunette asked. The blonde looked at her doubtfully for that question, and then realized that her mood had affected her client. "Oh, don't worry, it's nothing," she responded a little hurriedly and moving her hands nervously. This worried the brunette a little more. The blonde noticed it and let out a sigh. "I'm sorry to show myself like this, but my king has serious problems, and we are all very worried about him," the blonde said sincerely. This alarmed the brunette instantly. "Did something happen to Hyodo?" the brunette asked with greater concern than before. The blonde blinked doubtfully at this. "Do you know Issei-kun?" the blonde asked. "He is my classmate, although he does not attend so often due to his academic excellence," was Murayama's response. The blonde nodded in understanding before smiling slightly. "I see, although that last one is not entirely true. Issei-kun goes to school every day," the blonde commented. This surprised the brunette quite a bit. "So how can I help you?" the blonde asked, focusing again on her task. Well, what happens is that," the girl began awkwardly. She was thinking about talking to the boy to define what she was feeling, since she didn't want to fall into something purely physical, or something circumstantial that she would regret later. Of course, she had already accepted the fact that she liked the boy to a certain extent, but she wasn't sure what to do to clear up her doubts beyond clarifying her feelings. She was afraid that if she really fell in love with him, she wouldn't be able to be in a normal relationship because she had to share him, plus it was against her moral principles. Although on second thought, maybe the girl in front of her could give her another perspective. "Don't worry, I think we should start at the beginning. I'm Brielle, Rook, of Hyodo Issei," the blonde introduced herself to gain confidence. Murayama Kaori, Hyodo's partner, the brunette appeared a little calmer. This relaxed the atmosphere of the place. Now both girls were sitting comfortably on the brunette's bed while they remained silent, since the brunette was thinking of a way to address the issue that was bothering her. "I can feel some confusion in your heart. Don't worry, I think I can help you with that," Angel commented with a small smile. The brunette looked surprised by that. "Wow, the demons really are surprising," was Murayama's comment to what Brielle said. To the girl's confusion, the blonde giggled in amusement at the comment. "Yes, as for that, the reality is that I am not a demon," the blonde said as she stood up. This caught the attention of the brunette, who looked at her with doubt. "So what are you?" the girl asked curiously. "I am an angel," Brielle responded as a pair of gold wings emerged from her back and a halo appeared above her head. It must be said that the brunette had her mouth open wide at such a revelation. She stayed frozen for the next couple of minutes, until she managed to snap out of her stupor. "An angel!" he exclaimed while pointing at her. The blonde laughed lightly as she put away her wings and her halo disappeared. "Issei-kun's nobility title does not have any demon. In fact, the only demon is the maid of the castle," he said with a finger on his chin. That was a curious thing if you stopped to think about it. For her part, the brunette had opened her eyes again at the mention of a castle. Then the blonde shook her head. Returning to the topic, "What is your problem?" he asked kindly as he sat next to her. This brought Murayama back to reality, who let out a sigh before beginning to explain his problem to the angel. Unbeknownst to the latter, this talk would also help her with her own doubts regarding a certain missing boy. Human World, Japan, at 979. A certain masked blonde had arrived at his destination without any problem. It was almost noon and I was currently walking the streets of a small town near the coast. People looked at him with curiosity, especially because of his mask and his clothing, but he was unfazed by this and continued on his way calmly. His route took him to the outskirts of the town, where the green countryside stretched as far as the eye could see. Should I get a horse? He wondered aloud. The reason for this was to not attract too much attention, although there was also the detail that this way it would take longer to reach its destination, which was Kyoto. No, the best thing would be to fly to the town closest to Kyoto and buy a horse there, he murmured again. Nodding to himself, the masked man began to walk away from the town. 20 minutes later, and just when he entered a dense bamboo forest, a group of men armed with katanas came out to him. "Oya, what do we have here?" said a guy who was carrying 2 swords at his waist. His body was protected by light samurai-style armor, while his hair was tied in a high ponytail, and he sported a scar running across the bridge of his nose. The others moved out of his way, indicating that he was the leader. "It seems that someone is trying to cross this forest for free," he said confidently as he approached Issei. He just let out a sigh. "What I was missing, more thieves," he muttered while holding the sheath of his sword with one hand and bringing the other to Arifal's hilt. All the bandits imitated the action and then drew their swords. "Bad choice, boy," the leader said seriously and with some annoyance. Arifal's guard was deployed and instantly a powerful wind blew, alerting all the bandits. "I say the same," he declared before drawing his holster and slashing into the air. A powerful current of air emerged from that movement, which advanced against the bandits who could do little before being violently lifted off the ground. "Arg!" they screamed as cuts appeared on their skin. When the wave of powerful winds subsided, the bandits fell unconscious to the ground. Spectra slowly put away her sword, which retracted its guard once inside its sheath, causing a thin line to appear in the bamboos along the way with its sound. Then he approached the bandits and began to search them one by one. "At least something good came out of this," he muttered with a smile when he saw the small sack full of coins that he confiscated from the bandits. He looked at the unconscious men, then sighed and pointed his index finger at them. With this action, they were held with ropes to prevent their escape. "That will be enough, it's time to get back on the road," he said while crouching slightly. Propelling himself with a powerful jump, the boy left that forest above the road, being able to see that this forest was quite extensive, and it would take him quite some time to cross it on foot. The wind wave generated by this action caused the cut bamboos to fall, leaving the path exposed and the thieves unconscious. Without further ado, he summoned his wings and resumed his path to the town closest to his destination. 1 hour later, Issei had arrived at another small town, where he bought a horse which he clumsily mounted to follow the rest of the road. According to what the man who sold him the horse told him, Kyoto was a couple of hours away by horseback. Without further ado, the masked man left the town riding his newly acquired vehicle.